Chapter 151, A Grim Revelation. Ice spears. Boulders. Storm of swords. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ha. Ha. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Blitzing through the purple underworld magic and the bombardment of new attacks through the use of thunderclap and flash eightfold, Grim found himself breathing heavily as his hyper-focus was pushed to the limit. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he yelled at the devil who was seemingly enjoying the show. "Why are you being so fucking extra? Wasn't the underworld magic enough for you? You sick bastard. And what the fuck happened to Yami and the elf bitch inside Captain Charlotte's body?" After unleashing this magic, the entire area had quickly been overrun by the purple underworld tentacle thingies and he had lost sight of the others in all the chaos. Foo. Zagerd laughed watching him struggle in vain. Despite the hellish pain in his body that made it feel like he was being torn apart, seeing Grim desperately run around in an attempt to survive caused the smile on his face to deepen to unfathomable levels. From all the pain and humiliation he was forced to suffer by his hands, he'd make sure to pay him back a 100-fold. To that end, he would continue to bombard him with these extra attacks just to piss him off. Was that petty of him? Yeah, but fuck you, he's a devil. Breath of wind. Dashing through the sea of underworld magic, the yellow hue on Grim's body slowly transformed into that of a pale green as slashes of violent winds began to surround his body. Dust whirlwind cutter. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With his body surrounded by a raging cyclone that tore through all the underworld magic around him, he charged forward at blinding speeds and dove straight into the heart of Zagerd's spell. Using his elemental affinity to create ultra-violent winds that surrounded his body, he drilled through the solidified magic and kept diving until he was deep enough that all sound had vanished. Breath of blue flames. While Grim was busy diving in the underworld magic, everything on the surface had quietened down. Zagerd hummed, thinking that Grim had chosen to give up on living after seeing him jump into the heart of a magic that's only function was to steal someone's magic and life force from them. Was the spell too much for him to handle? Sigh, and I was really looking forward to breaking high. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before he was able to finish his thought, in that moment of stillness where the world had fallen silent, a blinding pillar of blue flames erupted from beneath the surface of the devil's underworld magic. Bright blue light lit the room as a deafening sound ripped through the otherwise tranquil environment. Feeling his eyes go wide at the sight of the sudden explosion, Zagerd couldn't hide the shock on his face when he saw the pillar of blue flames rise from the ground. From its flames came an intense sense of danger. It was something akin to an instinct. A feeling so strong that he couldn't ignore it. He didn't know if it was because he took a smaller explosion to the face earlier today, but right now, something inside of him was being born. Something that made him uneasy. And it was at that moment that he understood what it was. Scattered by the explosion and shockwave, chunks of solidified underworld magic rained from the skies. But on these pieces that had been separated from the rest clung embers of blue flames. Flames that burnt away at the chunks until they became ash. Impossible. Impossible. He's burning magic, my magic. Underworld magic. Something not of this world shouldn't be destroyed so easily, and yet. Watching the pieces of the underworld magic become ash before even managing to touch the ground, that uneasy feeling in his chest grew heavier as he began to understand what Grim's magic was all about. Flashback to Grim landing attacks on him. His magic. It didn't target devils, it never did, it does something worse, far worse. It destroys what we're made of. What we're born from. What we live in. And what we survive off of. His magic, it destroys negative mana. It all made sense. The reason his mana was suppressed from the moment they fought. The reason why his spells were only half effective when he focused on him. The reason he was able to feel such long-lasting pain despite healing. It all made sense. And to further confirm his point, the magic he summoned from the underworld was the solidified form of negative mana. For Grim's fire magic to turn it into ash. Oi. A voice suddenly sounded out from the area the flame pillar appeared from. With the explosion gone and the dust cloud dissipating, the sight of Grim's infamous smile reflected off of Zagerd's eyes. Covered in wounds he got from the solidified underworld spell touching his skin and draining his life force, he stood tall gripping a sword that's blade was completely covered in blue flames. Ha! He released a breath and swung his blade, shaking the flames off before looking up at the devil who was flying above him. What is this feeling? My body. It's trembling. Devil. Grim voice sounded out again as his feet slowly left the ground and his body entered the air. Something's wrong. This guy. His entire vibes changed. Gritting his teeth and refusing to believe that a crossbreed of two inferior races could make him feel this way, he opened his arms and used his hell language to summon creatures from the underworld into this dimension. These creatures had long snake-like bodies, and besides the visible sharp teeth in their mouths, they had no other features on their bodies. No eyes. No noses. No ears. Devour him. Zagard screamed. Roar. Hearing his order, the creatures bolted towards the motionless Grim, who was chilling in the air. Die. Grins. Thunderclap and flash. Crackle. Zoom. Turning into a bolt of lightning, he flashed forward and appeared right in front of the leading monster. But right before he could be turned into the creature's snack, the glow around his body suddenly became a calm blue. Breath of water, third form, flowing dance. Utilizing the special properties of this form, his maneuverability skyrocketed, allowing him to easily perform a twisting dodge that had the creature shoot right past him while he plunged his blade into its side and carried on flying towards Zagard. Breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. With his blade still in the creature's body and this spell active, Grim's blade began burning with a savage light as violent flames burst out of the other side of the creature's body. Looking like he was covered in flames and shooting up at blinding speeds, the flames burned the creature from the inside out as he made a long horizontal slash that completely split it in half before charging the other descending creatures. Swoosh. Swoosh. Feeling the wind push back against his face, his expression became harder and harder to read. Besides the smile he had, it almost looked as if he was expressionless. What focus? Swoosh. Swoosh. Weaving through the falling underworld monsters, the hue on his body rapidly changed colors as he shot past them and let his spells do the work. 8-layered slash. Crazy cutting. Flame tiger. Claws purifying winds. Destroying them as they came, the distance between him and the devil drastically shortened to the point that Zagard was starting to feel some pressure. I can't let that blade touch me. Clenches fists. Hell language. Using his word soul magic, a weird-looking trident manifested in his hands. Yes. With this trident that's capable of dismantling everything it touches, I should be able to kill him. Even his swords will be destroyed once they come in contact with it, and it'll be my victory. Thunderclap and flash. With flashes of lightning dancing across his body, Grim turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the devil. Feeling confident now that he had this trident, Zagard grit his teeth and shot downwards. I have a physical body, I finally have my own grimoire, nothing can kill me. Nothing can kill me. Bang. Clashing into each other head first, the smile on Zagard's face grew wider as he realized that Grim had defended with his sword. Unfortunately, that smile didn't last. Shatter. Impossible. While what he was using was an object that destroyed whatever it came into contact with, Grim's beast swords had the special properties that allowed it to cut anything made of magic. The moment both weapons clashed with the other, Zagard's trident began destroying the blades while Grim's swords began slicing through the trident, ultimately leading to the destruction of both weapons the moment they touched. He destroyed a weapon capable of distorting space and destroying everything. Grins. But I can just call forth another. Using hell language, once more, Zagard called forth another trident and struck down at the now defenseless Grim. Diee. Shatter. What? Although he had been right in his assumption that Grim was defenseless, he underestimated the speed in which he was able to materialize new swords. Again. Shatter. Again. Shatter. Again. Asterisk shatter. Asterisk. Again. Asterisk shatter. Asterisk. Clashing with Zagard's trident over and over again, Grimm subconsciously wrestled his fight with Asta in the witch's forest. Remembering this fight caused the smile on his face to widen to a scary degree that it made the literal devil in front of him uncomfortable. Crazy cutting. Since Zagard was capable of materializing weapons as fast he could speak, Grimm tried attacking faster than he could talk. Flowing dance. And since he still had to watch out for that trident, he used a spell that gave him the greatest maneuverability. With both spells blending into each other thanks to his extreme level of focus brought along by his ability, hyperfocus, he was at a completely different level compared to the time he fought Asta. No, 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 and no. This shouldn't be possible. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Arg. Heal. Feeling one of Grimm's beast swords slice him thanks to crazy cutting, Zagard wasn't able to hold back his screams as he was forced to heal for the nth time. My regeneration. It's getting slower. I have to run. Realizing that the tables were beginning to turn, Zagard did the smart thing and turned tail. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Executing the fastest speed he was able to produce, he ran. He ran as fast as he could. Get back here. Grimm roared using thunderclap and flash to chase after him. Get away. Get away. Get away. Rapidly spouting off the same phrase over and over again, Zagard prayed that it would slow him down long enough for him to escape. With nowhere else to go other than the lower levels he had escaped from earlier, he flew down towards the hole in the ground that had been covered by the purple underworld eating magic he had summoned earlier. Move. He screamed, forcing the underworld magic to give way. But just as he was about to re-enter the lower levels, Asta, and Patry, who was no longer in his dark elf form, burst out from the hole. We got you, you sleazy bastard. Asta yelled as the trio charged towards him. No. Why'd you appear now? Unfortunately, the surprises weren't over just yet. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What now? Exploding out from a large clump of the underworld eating magic, Licht finally appeared again. How is he still here? And why is it that only his clothes have taken damage? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. No. Why do more and more people keep appearing? Devil. An unfamiliar voice sounded through the area as a man made of stone and a black-haired girl with two small horns at the side of her head broke through chunks of underworld eating magic from above. Surrounded by light magic, they naturally caught everyone's attention, including Grimm's. TCH, and I was finally getting into it. Chapter 152, Let There Be Light. Lumiere POV. Sensing the devil's presence, Lumiere and Seeker broke into the Shadow Palace only to be gobsmacked by the sight in front of them. What the hell? Not too far away from the pair stood their 500-year-long enemy. But this enemy that had brought so much death and ruin in their time was actually running away from a teenage boy. Where are you going? The fun's just beginning. The boy laughed, chasing after the devil with a gleeful expression plastered across his face. Stay away from me. Watching this happening from above, Lumiere couldn't help but look at his companion in confusion and ask. Seeker. You're seeing this to right? The raven-haired girl nodded after looking away from the white-haired boy. That boy. He possesses demon-slaying magic. Demon-slaying magic. Lumiere's head snapped back in Grimm's direction. What cool magic! He yelled in amazement. He's also a magic knight of the current era. Seriously? He gasped. To think my kingdom could produce someone capable of causing a devil to run away like this. Just how much have I missed in these past 500 years? Your Highness. The black-haired girl called out. We should focus our attention on your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Looks up and sees Licht. Oh right. Let's go. Grabbing onto her hand, the two shoot up to meet the stationary Licht, whose hair was still giving gravity the finger. Do your thing, Seeker. Patry POV. What the hell is going on? After managing to break free of his dark elf state and reaching the highest level of the Shadow Palace with Asta and by his side, the sight of the devil running from Grimm's pursuit left him speechless. How's he doing that? And if that wasn't enough, the Prince of the Clover Kingdom who should have died out years ago had just appeared out of nowhere. Hey, you know. Asta called out. Isn't that? Yeah. Yuno nodded, seeing Lumiere. It's the first Wizard King. Eh? But how? Shouldn't he be like a bazillion years old or something? Hey. Patry interrupted and called for their attention. That Grim guy. What exactly is his magic? Grim POV. My body hurts. Diving into those purple tentacle things and blowing them up from the inside might not have been the smartest thing to do after all. Now I have a bunch of injuries on my body from where they touched me. Ice shards. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. But I can't stop. Storm of swords. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. I won't stop. Iron spears. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. ILL never stop. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Lumiere POV. What the? With Grim's body releasing so much mana, even Lumiere, someone who had not seen his friend for 500 years, had to turn his attention elsewhere. Such mana. Seeker, on the other hand, couldn't afford to lose focus as she on waking up the guy in front of her. Release. She yelled, finally undoing the spell. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive burst of light and mana exploded out of Licht's body as both he and his demon dweller sword began shinning. Licht. Lumiere whispered. Feeling like the fog surrounding his head had cleared, Licht took in a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Lumiere, eyes open fully, thank you. Hearing his friend's voice for the first time in 500 years, Lumiere was overwhelmed by his emotions. Licht. Arg. The devil's voice suddenly rang out, drawing their attention. Whoa. Lumiere exclaimed, seeing the devil grab onto the shoulder it had been cut on. Did you see that? He grabbed Licht's shoulder and pointed. MMM. The elf leader nodded and smiled gently. To think that even after 500 years had passed, our dream would finally be fulfilled. Our dream. You mean he's? MMM. Licht nodded. He's our bridge. Grim POV. Damn it. He's only using physical attacks against me now. Sigh, and his healing is really annoying. Hey. A voice suddenly sounded out next to him. Huh. He turned his head to the side only to see a stone Lumiere looking at him. Need a hand. Who the fuck are you? And why are you made of stone? Don't tell me he has his own version of Breath of Stone. Hee hee. Lumiere just laughed and ignored his question. Feeling a hand suddenly appear on his other shoulder, Grim's head snapped to the side. You. Flying next to his was a smiling Licht who was giving off a completely different vibe compared to what he had earlier. What the fuck? Did he use that weird mana melding technique to bypass my hyper-focus again? Wait a fucking minute. How did this stone dude get past it? Unable to hear Grim's thoughts, Licht merely patted his shoulder and said. You've done well, but we'll take it from here. The fuck did he just say? And since when could you talk like a normal person? Yep. Lumiere chimed in. Sorry for burdening you with our mess. We'll handle this now. Like hell you will. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Not waiting to hear his response, both characters sped past him and charged forward at a speed that surpassed his own. The fuck? How are they so fast? Zagerd POV. Flapping his wings aggressively, the devil of words raced through the area, putting as much distance between himself and Grim as possible. What the hell is wrong with that boy? He has a counter for every word I use. And he somehow destroyed my trident. How is that even possible? And what the hell is his magic? Unfortunately for him, the two mages from 500 years ago were beginning to gain on him. TCH, nuisances. Stop them. He commanded the underworld magic. Heeding his orders, the underworld magic struck. Light magic, mana zone, lamp of Avior Gloria. Sword magic, origin flash barrage. Not missing a beat, the two released their own spells. From Lumiere came a barrage of intense concentrated light blasts that bombarded the area while Licht unleashed several giant slashes that tore through the remaining underworld magic with ease. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What? They tore through magic that has the ability to devour the magic of this world. Oh, I see. Since he used forbidden magic to turn into the demon 500 years ago and the prince used his own magic to help absorb the negative mana that came from the demon's attack, they both have traces of negative mana in their systems, meaning that they can interfere with magic from the other world. Flashing in front of him, Lumiere manifested a giant sword made of light and stabbed it at Zagard. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Tilting to the side, Zagard watched as the giant sword blasted past him. Foo, did you really think you could beat me now that I have a physical bod? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Appearing behind him and absorbing the giant light sword with the demon dweller sword, Licht charged the blade with so much magical energy that it formed a giant light sword around itself. Then without any hesitation, he slashed down and hit Zagard with all he had. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. And to add insult to injury, Lumiere hit the falling devil with a giant arrow made of light. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Zagard hummed as he fell. It's as I thought, this magic can't hurt me. But that begs the question, what is that boy's magic exactly? It's over, devil. Lumiere screamed, flashing in front of him with another giant sword. Die. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Thrusting his hand forward, the giant sword shot forward and pierced straight through Zagard's chest. Yes. Lumiere cheered. Oh. Zagard muttered, realizing that he was still in a battle. Hell language, trident of destruction. Feeling that something was wrong, Licht suddenly yelled. Lumiere. Unfortunately, it was too late. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Thrusting the trident forward with enough speed that the air whistled, Zagard's all-destroying trident ripped through Lumiere's stone arm, tearing it off his body. My arm. Your Highness. Seeker screamed. Heh. Zagard grinned in a condescending manner. Die properly this time. Ignoring the Seeker's scream in the background, he thrust the trident at the prince's face. Have fun in the afterlife. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Seeing the trident approach his face, Lumiere realized that he didn't have enough time to dodge and was forced to accept that this was as far as he would go. Licht. Seeker. I'm sorry. Zagreed. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Speeding forward with all he had, Grim finally caught up with the Devi. Breath of the Beast. Raising his sword, the magic-destroying trident and magic-cutting blades came into collided once again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. And just like before, the affinity of both weapons caused them both to shatter. You. Zagard yelled, seeing the one person he didn't want to see arrive in front of him and shatter his trident. Chapter 153, The Oncoming Storm. With his trident now destroyed and the fact that Grim and his weird magic was so close to him, alarm bells went off inside of Zagard's head. After the sword and trident had met their mutual ends, Grim's arm was still in a downward swing and he took full advantage of this opportunity to counterattack. With the hue on his body turning from a light gray to a blazing blue, his flame sword manifested in his hand. Breath of Blue Flames, Third Form, Blazing Universe. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Emitting a high temperature, the sword had blue flames dance along its blade as it slashed vertically through the devil's shoulder and down the left side of its chest. Asterisk tear. Asterisk. Due to their distance being too close to each other, all Zagard could do was fall backwards in an attempt to avoid the blade cutting too deep. That being said, the flames still managed to seep into his body and burn him from the inside. Clenches teeth. Explosion. He screamed. Hearing his scream, Grim's eyes went wide as he too realized what would happen if he faced an explosion head-on at this distance. Shit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ugh. Blown back by the aftershock, Grim put his arms up to defend himself while Zagard flew up at his fastest speed. My heart. He grazed my heart. Heal. Despite healing himself, the flames that seeped into his body had left a scorch mark on the surface of his heart, causing him unimaginable pain. Combined with the pain of all the other attacks that he had healed from earlier on, Zegard realized that the only reason he was able to last this long was thanks to his ability to self-heal. If it were any other devil in his position without a healing ability, he didn't even want to imagine what would happen to them. But even with his healing ability active, the amount of pain he was going through was driving him crazy to the point that he was starting to lose it. Not to mention that he could feel his body breaking down. Whatever Grimm's magic was, it was killing him from the inside out. If it continued like this, his heart wouldn't need to be destroyed in order for him to die. For the first time since incarnating into this world, Zegard regretted having a physical body. Storm of blades. He screamed, realizing that the only way to stop the destruction of his body was to kill Grimm before his magic took him out. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Bring it. Grimm yelled, preparing to face the blades head-on. But before he was able to do anything, something else happened. Sword magic. Light magic. Demon light magic. Wind magic. Anti-magic. What the? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Flashing in front of him, Asta and the others took on the full brunt of Zegard's attack and dispersed it with ease. These fuckers just interrupted my fight again. Flying over to Lumiere's side, Seeker attached his arm back onto him and sealed the damage with her magic. Thanks, Seeker. Annoyed over the fact that more and more people were beginning to interfere with his fight, Grimm was about to pop off if it weren't for him sensing a familiar key signature from the black-haired girl. Oi, you. He called out to her. Who the fuck are you? And why the hell does it feel like we've met before? Focus on the fight. Ha 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 ha, phew, I must be mistaken. He laughed. Because if you truly knew me, stops laughing, you'd know not to order me around. After having his heart grazed and scorched, the pain in Zegard's body was becoming unbearable to the point that he actually began shaking. Hugging his body and digging his nails deep into his arms, he unleashed an ear-piercing scream that shook the entire area. Arg. Everybody winced, covering their ears. Erg. This sound. Ugh. Yummy POV. What the hell is that? Despite falling all the way down here with the elf in Charlotte's body and defending them from the underworld magic by hiding inside his black cocoon, Zegard's shriek had managed to reach here. The devil. Charla winced, covering her ears. Something happened to it. Something. TCH, it was probably that kid again. He's the only one I know who could piss someone off enough to scream like that. Upper levels. I'll kill you. 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 Bleeding black blood from his nose, ears, eyes and mouth, Zegard seemed to have completely lost his sanity as his magic power and voice started to distort. Damn, this guy is loud. Deep breath. Grimm. Licht suddenly called out, standing in front of the group. Huh. Wait. How does this guy know my name? I don't know what you've experienced in your life, or what it was like living amongst the humans. Raise his sword high, but as the leader of the elf tribe, it's my responsibility to show you your birthright. Your heritage. Sword starts glowing with magic power now. Grimm, witness the wrath of our people. The wrath of the elves. Gathering the power of all the elves in the Shadow Palace into his blade, he tightened his hold on the hilt and slashed down. Sword ultimate magic, Demon Dweller sword, conquering Ian. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Slashing down with all his might and unleashing all the power he had gathered from a bright light filled the entire room as a gigantic slash slammed into the crazed Zegard with enough force that his body was actively disintegrating before their very eyes. NGGKK. Ka. Zegard screamed as his body began breaking apart before their very eyes. Even the underworld magic that hadn't been destroyed yet couldn't withstand the overwhelming power of this spell as it began disintegrating. So. So bright. Asta and the others quickly shielded their eyes as the force given off by the attack was enough to push them back. Even Grimm was not exempt from this as he was finally witnessing the true power of the elf leader. Such force. Grins. I really want to fight him again. By the time the spell had ended and they were finally able to lower their hands, the only thing left in the entire area was the crumbling rubble from the collapsed walls and a massive hole that revealed the outside world. Damn. He destroyed a portion of something that exists in a space between the realm of the living and the dead. As expected of Licht. Patry said in awe. Never before had he seen Licht's ultimate magic, so seeing it now was truly a sight to behold. While the others were stuck in awe at the power of Licht's spell, scattered pieces of flesh began forming together in the area the devil was destroy. Phew 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 ha 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 ha. That voice. Impossible. Hearing the malevolent laughter fill the air once more, Grimm and the others froze as they all turned to look at the scraps of flesh fusing together to form a creepy-looking heart with black veins. Ha 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 ha. You didn't think it was over, did you? Impossible. Patry exclaimed in disbelief. That thing is the devil's heart. Forming a mouth across the heart's surface, the devil's voice rang out loud. Reform. And just like that, the devil's previously vaporized body began reforming itself once again. I thought I already told you, you can't kill me. Seeing the sight of the resurrected devil, everyone's faces turned serious, except Grimm. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha, yes, yes, yes. He broke into a fit of maniacal laughter. You didn't die. Now we can finally finish this one-on-one. Everyone looked at him strangely. Unfortunately, the devil did not share the same sentiment as he used his hell language to summon forth an horde of underworld creatures. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Bursting out of the ground, countless underworld monsters sprang to life. Not enough. Grimm shouted happily at the devil. Show me something better. Something scarier. This guy. He's insane. Patry realized. Arg. The devil screamed in response, summoning everything he could. Ha 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 ha. That's more like it. Grimm laughed, feeling his blood begin to boil in excitement. But while he was enjoying the situation, Asta was having a trial of his own. Ugh. He groaned, gripping onto the hilt of the demon slayer sword with both hands as streams of anti-magic flowed out of it. I can't control it, ugh. He said, gritting his teeth. With the sword turning completely black in color, he became overwhelmed by its power as it pulled him forward. Wah wah. He screamed. Luckily for him, the first Wizard King used his light magic to catch up and grab him. Watching all this happen from his position, the excitement Grimm was feeling simmered a bit when he saw Asta's figure. What the hell? Is his anti-magic going out of control? No. It's getting stronger. Asta. A calm voice rang out. You know. How long are you going to continue playing around? He smiled, taking a step forward. If you can't even control your own power. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. What the? His magic power is groaning. Then you'll never dash. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. No, it's not growing. He's gathering everyone else's scattered mana. Become the Wizard King. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Exploding out with immense power, all the remnants of everyone's dispersed magic that had vanished into the air started condensing into the form of wind and swirled around his figure. You know. Asta whispered. Amazing. Lumiere smiled upon seeing this. He's gathering the scattered mana from before and transforming it into a weapon that can work against the devil. To think he could grow this much since my battle with him. This kid. He'll go far. Licht muttered, seeing what Yuno was doing. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. With the wind revolving around him and drawing in more and more mana, his clothes started blowing as a long green blade began to form in his hand. I've said this before, Asta grins, but I will be the one to become Wizard King. Spirit wind magic, spirit of Zephyr. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Blown back by the wind coming off his body, everyone watched in amazement. Seeing Yuno's figure and hearing his words, Asta did his best to calm himself down and focus on the anti-magic that was leaking everywhere. Closing his eyes and taking several deep breaths, the rampaging anti-magic started to calm down and condense itself around his blade. "Yuno," he called out. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I've just figured out how this power works," and grins. "I'll be the one to become Wizard King." Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Exploding out with power of his own, Yuno couldn't help but smile. "Is that so? Anti-magic demon slayer sword, black divider." Seeing the two of them basically radiating with power, Grim began laughing to himself. "So you two still had something hidden away, eh? Well, I guess I should see if that thing works now that I have this elven enhancement." Grinning to himself, mana started swirling around his figure as he went, HAH. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Caught off guard by the sudden eruption in mana, Patry and the others couldn't help but lose their smiles when they felt the mana around Grim's body turn violent. "Don't tell me he's powering up as well." "Ha ha ha, the magic knights from this era are incredible." Lumiere. "Do hear that?" Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. It sounds like miniature explosions. The mana in his body is going berserk. He'll break apart if this continues. "What?" Asta gasped. "We have to stop him," he yelled, rushing forward. "Asta, stop!" Seeker screamed. "Get back!" Grim roared as a wave of ferocious wind hit him dead in the chest. "Arg! Asta!" Yuno charged. Whilst the two were dealing with Grim, Licht and Lumiere were forced to hold off Zagard and his underworld monsters. "They're targeting Grim," Licht yelled, slashing his sword. "I know," Lumiere yelled back. "We can't let that happen." Nodding their heads, the two friends charged up at the devil. "None of you will survive." Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. "Ha ha 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 ha, it works." Grim cried as the explosions of mana both in and around his body continued to explode. "I failed so many times before, but it's finally beginning to work." "To it would work in this form." Wiping some blood from their lips, Asta and Yuno finally had to admit that they weren't gonna get close. Rumble. "What now?" Feeling the ground beneath them beginning to quake and the air start to rumble, Yuno, Lumiere, Licht, and the others who could sense mana all looked in Grim's direction as if he was a monster. "This mana. I've never felt anything like it before." While Lumiere was in awe, the person most shocked by all of this was Licht himself. The mana in the air, the earth, and our bodies. He's making them all tremble. With the trembling of the mana around them, dark clouds began manifesting above them as the sound of thunder rumbled out loudly. Even those still fighting on the lowered levels could sense it. Noelle versus Fana. As the two continued to trade blows with each other, the sudden wave of violent mana caused both girls to stop as expressions of shock and disbelief settled on their faces. Grim. Both girls said in union for very different reasons. Nozel, Raya, and Mimosa. Feeling Grim overbearing mana press down on them, Nozel's face twisted as memories of Nebra submitting to him rose to the surface. Clench. Mimosa, on the other hand, was absolutely ecstatic and regretted having to take of Raya instead of being up there to witness what was happening in person. Marioliona versus Veto. After beating him to the point of near death and then proceeding to use him as a chair, the moment Grim's mana descended this far down, a sly smile emerged on her face as her eyes lit up with a mischievous light. Highest level. As his mana continued to run rampant, the clouds above them became more and more tangible by the second. The world's mana is reacting to him. Licht said in shock, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Such a scale, it shouldn't be impossible. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ugh. Everyone yelled as they were forced to cover their faces as violent dark winds began to surround Grim's figure, transforming itself into a giant typhoon and devastating the surrounding area, causing everyone retreat. Feeling the destructive nature of both the typhoon and his mana bubbling up to the surface, Grim opened his mouth and roared. Union magic. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, breaking through the upper levels of the Shadow Palace and striking the ground with enough force that the entire castle shook. So much mana. Lumiere gasped. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. With his last yell, the surrounding winds and mana started acting crazy, throwing everything into disarray and turning rampant. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Making out the lightning strikes from between the gaps in his fingers, Licht couldn't help but mutter. Is this the power of our species joining together? Gathering all the mana in his body and using the stimulation and resonance provided from the devil's presence, Grimm's grimoire started glowing so brightly that it became blinding. So bright. Asta said, shielding his eyes for the second time today. Flip. 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 Flipping through the already written-in pages, the grimoire finally settled on a blank page as words began to write themselves into existence. Breath of the Storm, Chapter 154, Last Stand. Serenity is not freedom from the storm, but the peace found within it. So that's what he became. Serene. And what happened next was truly extraordinary. By awakening the blessed blood of the children of mana and having the affinity for multiple different magic types due to the uniqueness of his demon-slaying magic, Grimm did something never thought possible. He performed a solo union of magic types. No, union magic wasn't the right term for this was more than that. Much more, it was a hybrid. Hybrid magic. Combining breath of wind and breath of thunder, something new was born, something spectacular. With the brightness of his grimoire beginning to die down and the violent winds rampaging through the area ceasing, the dust slowly settled as everyone, Zagard included, paused to witness Grimm's figure. And man, was it glorious. Walking out from behind the dust cloud, the first thing that caught everyone's attention was his skin. As if dark gray clouds had molded themselves onto his body like a second layer of skin, his entire face and upper body had completely changed color. That wasn't even mentioning the pulsing yellow lightning-like markings decorating its surface like veins. The pupils in his eyes had completely vanished and their place was nothing but glowing yellow light with flickers of lightning discharging out of them. Even his hair had changed. While maintaining its elven white color, it too was glowing and had spiked up. Forgetting his physical changes for the moment, even his clothes had a minor transformation. Now glowing with a dark gray hue and being ruffled by the dark gray wind swirling around his feet, visible particles of yellow mana were breaking off and ascended upwards. This was Grimm's Stormguard, an automatic form triggered upon the activation of Breath of the Storm. Amazing. Taking a step forward, the amount of mana oozing out of his body became suffocating as a katana formed in his hand. With a blade as black as ink, streaks of yellow lightning formed starting from the handguard all the way up to the sword's tip. A fitting sword that complemented Grimm's Stormguard appearance. The Storm Blade. Grimm's Mindscape/King's Realm. Standing in the infinite landscape of Grimm's mind, a distorted figure sat on a throne made of dragon bones watching Grimm's actions on what looked like a cinema screen. Ha 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 ha, took you long enough, kid. But this ain't your limit, is it? Nah. You're gonna get much stronger from here on out, aren't ya? Ha. I can't wait to see it. Incredible. Lumiere muttered. These kids are really incredible. By taking control of the overflowing anti-magic leaking out from his sword, Asta had managed to increase his power but also gained a third horn. Gathering all the scattered mana from the earlier battles due to his wind, shaped it all into a weapon capable of injuring a devil. Taking advantage of his huge mana pool, unique magic, untapped potential, and the benefits of his blood, Grimm blended two different magical elements together and achieved a form and power that gave him a meteoric rise in strength. Looking at the three magic knights from his kingdom, a sense of pride welled up in Lumiere's stone heart. If not for his current form, he wasn't sure he'd be able to stop the tears of joy that would be escaping his eyes. Even Licht couldn't stop himself from feeling a bit emotional from seeing the three of them. Feeling the power dwelling with his body, Grimm moved forward to join Asta and as all three of them stood together staring at a deteriorating Zagard. One hit. Grimm suddenly said in a voice that was quite a bit deeper than normal. All I need is one more hit and I can end this. One hit. I don't know how long I can maintain the stability between breath of wind and breath of thunder. But I'll at least hit that devil with everything I have before the connection breaks. One hit. Asta and Yuno looked at each other before nodding. Seeing the two agree with him, a huge weight felt like it had just been lifted off of his shoulders. While he was confident in beating Zagard, he knew that the devil would use his magic to drag the battle out and run the time on this form. And although he knew Zagard was living on borrowed time, he didn't want him to die due to the effects of his magic. If he wasn't the one to end him by using his sword, then he couldn't truly acknowledge this as a win. So as much as he hated to admit it, he needed someone to help out. "Hey Asta." Yuno spoke out. "Yeah." He answered. "That guy's probably gonna use that weird storm of swords move again." "Probably. Then I'll take care of the normal swords dash. And I'll take care of the magic ones. And we'll clear the path for you." The two said in union, smiling at each other. "Clear the path for me." Flashback to Mars fight. To think they're saying it this time. What reliable fellas. Smiles. "I'll leave it to you guys then." "Yep. We'll settle this in an instant," Asta said, full of confidence. "MMM." Yuno nodded. "We've got this, just end this bastard once and for all." Nodding his head, the three magic knights gripped their swords tightly and prepared for their last stand. "Damn them! Damn them! Damn them!" Zagard shrieked, sensing the three's increase in power. Even more so from Grimm's figure. Right now his alarm bells were ringing so loudly that it threatened to manifest in real life. Storm of swords. And just like they predicted, he used his most overt spell along with every other spell he'd used so far. So as the trio watched the spells descend down on them, a couple of smiles appeared on their faces as they turned to each other and said, "See you on the other side." Chapter 155, Final Word. I always wondered why I wasn't chosen by a 4-leaf clover. Why someone loved by mana could only use a standard 3-leaf. But now I finally know. I don't need luck. Unlike Asta, who needed to draw out his devil's power to fight, or Yuno, who had to gather everyone else's mana to create that sword, the power I achieved, the breath of the storm, was all my own. While those two relied on external support to power up, my power came from within. The overwhelming mana and potential housed in this body more than made up for anything else I was lacking. As for why I was able to perform solo union magic, the reason was actually quite simple. After Luck came back from their trip in the underwater sea temple, he told me about how he and Magna combined their lightning and fire attributes to form a new powerful spell that eclipsed anything they had individually. Since then I've been trying to gradually fuse two different attributes of my own magic together without success. But then everything changed when I awakened my dormant blood. Despite being loved by mana in my human form, I wasn't able to blend those attributes together, but once I achieved my elven form I understood everything. And while it took some getting used to, it became obvious that in this form mana no longer loved me. It worshipped me. And what do you do when something worships you? You take advantage of it. Having mana basically bending over backwards for me, I forcibly fused the two elements together and achieved this new power. Unfortunately my body wasn't strong enough to house the violent nature of the storm. This led to the creation of the Storm Guard, a form that augments my body into a state capable of utilizing Breath of the Storm without it tearing me apart from the inside. Watching Asta and Yuno's figure flash through the sky to block off the descending storm of swords, I breathed in deeply as memories of the past flashed through my mind. Surviving the witch's forest. The daily spars with Sister Teresa. Working with Rebecca in the restaurant. Meeting the Black Bulls. Everything I'd ever done involved training in one form or another. And now I'd meet the very thing my magic was made to fight again. How could I not feel excited? But now that very same enemy was going to die as a side effect of my magic. I should be proud. Overjoyed. But why is it that I feel disappointed? I'm winning, aren't I? But do I want to win this way? Yeah, he might die because of me, but could I really say I killed him? If anything, the thing that ended him would be my magic and not me. And I refuse to lose to anything. Even my own magic. A/N, Grim-based AF. You hear me, King? If the devil is gonna die, it'll be because of my blade. Not the magic you chose for me. Crackle. I will win this. Crackle. I will beat him. Crackle. So keep sitting there like you always do. Crackle. And watch me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Whoa. What the? With wind and lightning crackling and swirling around his figure, like the calm before the storm, everything turned silent then. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. He unleashed the storm. Crossing the threshold of his own speed, the world shook and rumbled as this new power dissipated of his any form of air resistance, allowing him to easily surpass a non-charged up, thunderclap and flash, and reach a whole new realm. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. He's dodging everything. Combining the speed of breath of thunder with the agility of breath of wind, and his hyper-focus, watching him weave and swerve through the storm of swords was truly a sight to behold. Coming up to Asta and Yuno's figures, the two sensed his approach and put everything they had in creating an opening. Knowing that time was running out, the two rapidly slashed their swords until they had formed a small gap for Grimm to slip through. Go! They yelled. Turning into what could only be described as a blur, he broke through the gap in the storm of swords and flashed right in front of the bleeding devil. Time's almost up. If I don't hit him now, then my magic will kill him. Watching the black-colored blade pulse out lightning and gray winds, the devil knew its time was up, but even if that was the case, he wouldn't let Grimm humiliate him by cutting his body. If he was gonna die, he'd die knowing that in his final moments, nobody could touch him. In that regard, although he knew it was pointless and would be shrugged off, one more word would be enough to delay Grimm for 1 second and let him die peacefully. I will have the last laugh. But just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, it was as if an invisible blade appeared out of nowhere and cut into him, causing him to scream and waste what little magic was left in his voice. No. My magic. This key. It's YAMI's. That son of a bitch is trying to steal my kill. Realizing that his time was up and his magic had all been used up, the devil revealed his final cry. This wasn't part of my plan. Everything was supposed to fall into place. The elven extinction. The age of humans. The rise of the eye of the midnight sun. I planned for it all. This world was supposed to become my playground. So why? Why did you have to appear? Hearing his pitiful cries, a smile formed on Grimm's face as he held his sword with 2 hands and raised it high above his head. That's the funny thing about plans, Zagerd, until they actually happen, they're nothing more than childish delusions. Who are you? Grins. I'm a demon slayer. And with that, Grimm brought his blade down. Breath of the storm, first form, heaven's fall. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. To lose to a child of 2 inferior races. How? Humiliating. Feeling the sword cutting through his body, violent winds descend down on Zagerd's body, cutting him to shreds, while flashes of lightning turned whatever was left of him into ash and scattered him through the air. Chapter 156, A Desperate Escape. He did it. Feeling the devil's mana slowly begin to vanish, Asta and the others standing below watched as Zagerd's ashes scattered through the winds and eventually disappeared with no traces of him left in this world. It's over. Seeker was the first one to speak. Our 500-year-long fight. It's finally over. For the lone girl who had endured living alone for 500 years, watching as different eras of the Clover Kingdom passed by, she was finally able to let her emotions out as she looked up at the white-haired youth surrounded by black winds and flashes of yellow lightning. Thank you. So this is what it feels like to kill a devil. Clench his fist. How amusing. Grimm grinned, basking in the light of his victory. It was only when Asta screamed, "Grimm," that he realized that Zagerd's underworld magic hadn't vanished and was continuing to spread at an unprecedented rate, destabilizing the Shadow Palace. Shit. He cursed, looking around for an exit. Unfortunately, no such exit existed. And while he didn't doubt he would somehow survive being swallowed by this underworld magic, he couldn't say the same for the others. But more importantly than that, even if he did somehow manage to survive, he didn't want to be trapped in a dimension between the living and the dead. Fuck. Gripping his sword tightly, numerous thoughts raced through his head as his brain went into overdrive. And that's when it suddenly clicked. Hey you. He turned to Licht. Elf leader dude, or whatever your name is. Where's the exit to this place located? Huh. Licht looked up at him, confused to whether he was talking to him or someone else. Yes, you retard. Where's the fucking exit? Not understanding what his words meant but realizing that he was asking him for where the exit was, it took a moment for Licht to search through his memories and find the closest exit. Below us. He yelled. The bottom floor is our only hope. The bottom floor. Feeling his eyes flash with golden light, Grim looked at the previous hole in the floor that had been covered by the underworld magic. Deep breath. Not knowing how long his elven state or storm magic would last, Grim bit his lip and decided to risk it all. Feeling the magic around him begin to fluctuate, everyone couldn't help but slightly move away as stray bolts of lightning began firing off in all directions. Having only attained Breath of the Storm recently, his control of it needed some refinement. But with time running out, he could only trust himself to not fuck it up. Okay, Grim, you can do this. Worst case scenario, you escape and everyone else dies. Or is that the best case scenario? Grim, is it? Licht's voice suddenly sounded out as he appeared next to him. I don't know what you're planning, but whatever it is, you need to do it fast. I know, stop pressuring me, damn it. This shit ain't easy and you're not helping. So do me a favor and shut the fuck up while I try to save us. Taken aback by his sudden outburst, Licht looked over at a crumbling Lumiere who merely shrugged his shoulders. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling the entire structure shake and knowing that their time was basically up, the black wind around Grim's body began to speed up as the flashes of lightning became more frequent. Gritting his teeth, his head snapped in Lumiere and Patri's direction. Use your light magic to create a whip or rope or whatever and tie it around my legs. What? Now. He ordered. Not understanding what exactly he planned to do, the two light magic mages did as they told and created their rope. Seeing both strips of rope tied around his ankles, Grim nodded. Good. Now everyone hold on tight and do your best not to let go. Not giving them a chance to question him, as soon as everyone had grabbed hold onto a part of the rope, Grim's magic once again flared up as he shot downwards, pulling the various elves and magic knights along with him. Wah! Having combined both Breath of Wind and Breath of Thunder into Breath of the Storm, through the use of solo union magic, Grim put all his faith in the belief that Breath of the Storm had the strengths of both styles and not their weaknesses. Okay, let's fucking go. As if sensing the massive amount of mana descending towards it, tendrils of underworld devouring magic suddenly shot up at them. Grim watch OU. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. To everyone's surprise, instead of facing it head-on in the usual Grim fashion, he agilely evaded the underworld magic in a way that was reminiscent of how he used wind magic. The only difference was that he somehow managed to keep his lightning-fast speed steady. Fast as lightning, as free as wind. So this is what the magic knights of this era are capable of, incredible. Lumiere's eyes shined. Continuing to race downwards towards the giant blob of underworld magic blocking the hole in the floor. Grim focused all his attention on that one area as he condensed the storm blade in his hand once more. Without any hesitation in his movements, he grabbed hold of the hilt of the sword and like a javelin, he threw it towards the center of the underworld magic with enough force and ferocity the wind had no choice but to whistle and scream. Breath of the Storm, first form, Heaven's Fall. Bellowing out the name of the spell in his mind, an unknown bolt of lightning tore through the sky above. Shooting past Grim and the others, it slammed itself into the butt of the blade, causing its speed to accelerate to a whole new level and effortlessly tear through the underworld magic without any chance of resistance. What? Everyone's eyes widened. And to add more insult to injury, the moment the tip of the blade touched the blockade, a current of violent black wind exploded out, causing the surrounding underworld magic that was beginning to regenerate to be shredded into pieces. Faced with such a devastating combo, it was only natural that a massive hole big enough to fit Grim and his burdens was formed. What the hell just happened? Patri screamed internally as he watched Grim descend into the hole. Such raw destructive magic. No, I can't even call that thing magic. It was like watching a force of nature at work. As beings beloved by mana the most, elves were naturally sensitive to its changes. So for someone like Patri to equate heaven's fall, to a force of nature, it showed just how impressive the spell actually was. Even Licht couldn't help but mentally compliment it. While the others were in awe of the spell, Grim had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of the burdens he lugging around as he continued racing after the storm blade, while doing his best to maintain his speed and keep the effects of heaven's fall active. To think Zagard's underworld magic had spread this far already. Devils. I can't wait to fight even more of you. Surrounded by the fleshy purple underworld magic on all sides, Grim couldn't help but think positively about Zagard as he soared downwards. In fact, despite the storm blade creating a tunnel for him to fly through, the underworld magic was continuing to regenerate at an astonishing speed. If he slowed down for too long, there was no doubt in his mind that he and the rest of the magic knights would be devoured. Maybe it actually would be better to cut these guys loose now. For the greater good and all that. No point in all of them dying, right? Guys. Asta's voice suddenly sounded out. Is it just me, or is the tunnel behind us beginning to close faster than before? Hearing Asta's words, everyone besides Grim turned their heads to look back. The space above us has already been devoured, causing the rate of the underworld magic's growth to accelerate. Licht explained, looking towards Grim, whose face was starting to show signs of fatigue. Chapter 157, Temple Run. He's beginning to reach his limit. Seeing the sweat begin to form on Grim's face and feeling the random drops in speed, Licht realized just how bad things were beginning to look for them. With the space above them devoured and the sudden increase in the underworld magic's regeneration exposed, any drops in speed could prove fatal. Elf leader. Grim suddenly called out. How much more floors to go? Looking at his sweat-covered face, Licht had no choice but to harden his heart and place his faith in the young half-elf. 3. He responded through grit teeth. 3. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I can make it through 3 more floors carrying your fat asses? Shit. At the rate I'm losing speed, it won't be long before the underworld magic's regeneration catches up with us. Not to mention that I'm burning through this elven power just trying to maintain Breath of the Storm. Feeling the effects of having his mana run out for the first time since reincarnating into this world, Grim began to seriously weigh the pros and cons of cutting these guys loose. Having just fought for an entire day against the Eye of the Midnight Sun, an army of reincarnated elves, an elf leader whose power rivaled the first wizard king, and a devil, the fact that he was capable of carrying Licht and the others while keeping Heaven's Fall active for this long could already be considered a miracle. By now everyone else had begun to notice Grim's failure to maintain his speed and began to panic. Damn it. Patry cursed, seeing the underworld magic only a couple of feet away from them. Is this really the end? Feeling the atmosphere around them beginning to darken, Grim turned to look at the 2 strips of rope tied around his ankles. I can't die here. Not now that I've discovered that there's a whole world of powerful beings for me to slaughter. With a sharp glint flashing through his eyes, Grim hardened his heart as he came to a decision. It's not personal, it kinda is, it's just bus. But just as he was about to do something, a sudden gust of wind caught his attention. Why, Asta stuttered as Yuno's figure began to be surrounded by a spiral of wind. What's this pretty boy think he's doing? Everyone. Release as much mana as you can spare. We need to supply Grim with enough to make it to the bottom floor. Supply me with mana. Mana transfer. Understanding Yuno's thoughts, no one held back and squeezed out as much mana they could. Even the first wizard king, whose body was already on the verge of collapse, wasn't holding back. Fortunately, everyone's condition wasn't too bad as a result of Grim being the main one to fight Zagard. Using his wind magic to collect all the scattered mana being released by everyone, Yuno directed everything towards the faltering Grim. Feeling everyone's mana flow into him, Grim couldn't help but release a monstrous roar as he pushed his body to the absolute limit, and with a burst of reinvigorated speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. He broke through another floor. Hell yeah. Asta cheered. Just a little further. Licht encouraged. You can do it. Lumiere incited. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. He broke through another floor. Only one more to go. Come on, Grim. Clenching his teeth tightly, he broke through the last floor, blocking them from the bottom floor. That's it. We made it. I can see the exit. Huff huff. Hey, damn it, I can't maintain this magic any longer. Feeling his grip on, breath of the storm, about to end, Grim suddenly turned around and grabbed hold of the 2 strips of rope. Grim, what are you, Arga? Using the last bit of storm magic he had, Grim turned his body into a cyclone and used the rotations to fling the others towards the stone exit below. Grim! Asta screamed as he and the rest helplessly looked at the descending underworld magic about to swallow Grim. The fucks is he yelling for? Does he really think I'd save him and not myself? Using some quick thinking, he disengaged, breath of the storm, before all his mana could completely run dry. Good thing too, because those glowing eyes and white hair of his vanished. Now if this was a normal situation, Grim would have cut Asta and the others loose and escaped by himself. Luckily for them, when he starts using his brain there is little that can stop him. Watching the purple flesh blob about to devour him, a dark grin spread across Grim's face as he stretched his hand out towards it. Breath of wind. Eat shit you purple fuck. Air grenade. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Using the shockwave created by the air grenade explosion to put some distance between him and the blob. He hurtled back first towards Asta and the others, and considering how little mana they had left, he prepared himself for a hard landing when suddenly. The hell do you think you're doing? Something grabbed onto his arm. Why Yami? Yep. It was Captain Yami. And not just Yami. Elf Charlotte, Fana, Marioliona, Noelle, Charmy, and much more. How the hell? Then he saw the spatial mage from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Ghostface. That's not my name. As touching as this is. Someone started. That weird purple blob thing is getting closer. Oh right. Seeker, a little help please. Lumiere asked the horned girl who Grim still couldn't recognize. Listening to her prince's orders, Seeker touched the exit and used what was left of her sealing magic to unlock the door. Now then. Lumiere turned to face the rest. Let's go ho. Not letting the prince finish his sentence, Grim, who was still conscious of the descending underworld magic, pushed the talkative prince aside and rushed through the exit while screaming, "Move bitch." Chapter 158, Revelations. It's beautiful. While everyone stood in awe at the sight of William Vangeance ethereal, world tree magic, and the demon destroyer sword, slowly drawing the elven souls towards them and undoing the reincarnation magic, Grim comfortably sat on a piece of destroyed wall and chowed down on Charmy's mana recovery food whilst being spoon-fed by an overly happy Mimosa Vermilion. Hey cub. A voice suddenly sounded out next to them. Even without turning his head, Grim already knew who it was and was able to keep his calm. Mimosa on the other hand. Marioliona. Grins. As helpful as ever Mimosa. She grinned seeing her holding Grim's spoon for him. Turning bright red in the face, the young Vermilion girl started stuttering her words as a feeling of embarrassment took hold of her. I. Smiling at the sight of her stuttering younger cousin, the temporary captain of the Crimson Lions returned her attention back onto the unusually quiet Grim. Heard you went pretty crazy in there. Flashback of Zagard screaming. Normal Tuesday. He shrugged, looking over at Fana, Raya, and a weirdly young Veto. Who the hell is that guy? A/N, LOL, Grim and Veto really need to meet. Something on your mind? Marioliona asked, crossing her arms and taking a stand next to him. Slightly turning his head to the side, for the first time today he finally saw what this captain stand-in looked like. Whoa, you look like shit. Pthahahahahahahahahahahaha. She suddenly burst out into a fit of laughter, drawing a couple of people's attention their way. Oh man, I wasn't expecting you to say that. With her face caked in dried blood and her clothes basically in tatters, Grim's description was pretty accurate if not a bit crude. Ignoring the wondering eyes of the others, she wiped away a tear and carried on with a bit of laughter still in her voice. You really don't hold back, do you? She laughed and leaned back on the wall. Shrugs. If you couldn't take this much then you wouldn't be worth my time. Oh. A surprised expression appeared on her face as she did not expect that kind of response from him. So I'm worth your time, am I? She grinned. Taking a moment to touch his hair, he fell silent before nodding. Yeah, you are. At least until I figure out a way to get that form again without needing a catalyst. Then I'll crush you like all the other men and women around me. Shit. I'm starting to get excited. You know, now that my brother is awake and all that, the Crimson Lions no longer need me as their captain. So I was thinking about leaving the kingdom for a while. Oh. A curious expression appeared on his face. What for? After fighting against those elf guys, I realized just how much higher I can climb. And this journey will help with that. She nodded, suddenly recalling that overwhelming magic she felt from inside the Shadow Palace. Was that really his magic? Looking closely at his face, an unknown warmth began to spread through her chest as she felt her heart skip a bit. Hey cub. Did you become handsomer? What? Calling out one of his swords, he looked at himself in the blade's reflection and was shocked by what he saw. Did I retain some of my physical elven traits? While he lacked the ethereal beauty brought along by his elven state, his current appearance was definitely much better than it was before. His eyes looked shinier, his skin was smoother and his teeth were straighter. A/N, our boy went from a 6 to 8. Now if that ain't magic, then I don't know what is. The only problem was, this was all he retained from his elven state. Some of the looks, none of the power. Motherphew. Grimm's always been handsome. Mimosa suddenly snapped, waking up from her embarrassment. Caught off guard by her sudden declaration, both Grimm and Marioliona to look at her with very differing gazes. Yes, Noelle. Coming. Faced with the stares of two of the most volatile people within the Clover Kingdom, Mimosa panicked and made up an excuse before running off towards her less violent cousin, much to the amusement of the two. Unfortunately for her, her sudden departure caused her to miss out on an opportunity to get closer to Grimm. I forgot to squeeze her tits again. Next time. So then. Marioliona continued, ignoring the previous Mimosa incident. Wanna come on an adventure? Finishing up his conversation with Marioliona and agreeing to stay in contact with her during the duration of her training, he walked over towards the elves. Grimm. Licht spoke up in a soft voice after noticing his approaching figure. Unfortunately, out of all the elves here, only Licht looked at him with such gentle eyes. GG Grimm. Fana shivered and took several steps back, clearly still traumatized by their last encounter. Raya, on the other hand, frowned. While he could sense that the elven power that Grimm once had was no longer powering him, the memories of their battle stopped him from confronting the young half-elf. While the three of them stared at him with differing gazes, Veto stood confused by the yellow-eyed boy's presence. Who the hell is this guy? Fana, Raya, Veto, I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is Grimm, a member of our tribe. What? Both Fana and Veto's eyes went wide in shock. That's impossible. The humans killed all of us. Veto adamantly denied, refusing to believe that a member of their tribe could survive that hellish ambush. Apparently not all of us. Licht smiled and stared at Grimm. Isn't that right, Grimm? The hell if I know. Grimm frowned. I'm only here to tell you that you shouldn't let the results of our previous fight go to your head. Sooner or later I'll trample on you like that what's-his-name devil. Licht nodded with an unnervingly happy smile spread across his face. Did this fucker hear a thing I just said? Carrying on his conversation with Raya and the others, Licht's next words caught everyone off guard. The elf blood in his body is extremely pure, almost like he was a pure blood. In fact, if I'm not wrong, then that white-haired form of yours should be your natural state, and this he paused to look at Grimm's black hair. Should be a regressed form. A/N, Revelation MF. Chapter 159, 500-Year Dream. Feeling like he had just been struck by lightning, Licht's words echoed in the depths of Grimm's mind. A regressed form. As in inferior. Ha, ha, ha 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 dash. Hearing those words, time and space seemed to come to a halt as Grimm took a moment to digest this new information. But contrary to expectations, unlike his normal reaction, Grimm's current state was calm. Uncomfortably so. In fact, he wasn't enraged by this revelation at all. Rather than erupt with rage like he usually would, he suddenly burst into a fit of extreme laughter. Sensing something mixed in with that laughter, Fana and Raya looked at each other from the corner of their eyes before choosing to take several steps back. It was that god. That damn fucking god. Putting all the pieces together in his head, it wasn't hard for Grimm to deduce that this was all a part of that bastard god's plan to fuck him over. First he dropped an inexperienced / grimoireless Grim inside a forest infested with a shit ton of magic beast that could easily kill him if he made a mistake, then he saddled him with a weakest body that was weaker than the average person's, then he only gave him 5 years to train and catch up with the people of this world who had an entire decade more of time on him. And now you're telling him that the state he's in is a form that wasn't even his original. How much more does he have to be nerfed before that God is happy? To go this far? What the hell did King do to earn this much vitriol from a god? He was genuinely curious at this point. But ignoring that for the time being, didn't this revelation make his achievements seem even greater than before? To have essentially fought so many battles with one hand tied behind his back the entire time. Just what did that mean? Killing top-level humans, fighting elemental spirits, slaughtering elves. To do all of this without the use of his true form, wasn't this basically slapping that god in the face? And to do it without even realizing it. Fuck me, I'm good. First some nobles, then a king of a nation and now a god. I really am just that guy. Seeing Grim suddenly freeze up and then erupt with uncontrollable laughter moments later, Licht couldn't help but feel lost at such a development. Grim. He started. Are you Oka -. Before he could finish his sentence, Grim's head snapped in his direction. Placing his hands on the elf leader's shoulders, he showed him a dazzling smile so bright that it threatened to blind him. I'm great. No. I'm better than great. I'm fucking ecstatic. He laughed, sending out nothing but weirdly positive vibes that, well, unnerved the other elves. Having thought that he had gotten a good grasp of Grim's personality from seeing the way he acted towards the others inside the Shadow Palace, Grim's current condition confused him greatly. Fana and Raya on the other hand couldn't help but raise their guard once they saw the smile on his face. Having experienced Grim's smiling face before, the two felt anything but calm when seeing it. To put it into simple words, that smile of his, it was uncomfortable. This was especially true for Fana. Just the memory of what he did to her in the witch's forest was enough to drench her back in cold sweat. Having your soul forcibly pushed out of your body by having mana violently forced into you through the process of someone bashing your face in was something that was kind of hard to forget. No, not again. I don't want to remember. I don't want to remember. Unaware of the mental breakdown starting to emerge in Fana, Licht decided to take Grim's positive attitude in stride. That's good. He smiled and began to talk to him about what some of their customs. No. He suddenly interrupted before Licht could go any further. Listen Licht, I'm not gonna bullshit you. But I couldn't give less of a fuck about elven customs even if I tried. Hell, I barely give a fuck about human customs and I've lived with them for far longer than you guys. That's fair. Licht nodded, understanding that despite Grim's good mood, he was still grim underneath all of that. Hopefully Raya and the others will have a better time teaching him than me. Hey Lumiere. He called over his best friend. Hearing his name being called, the decaying king quickly went over to his friend's side. Yeah. He answered. Seeing his friend again, even in this statue-like state, Licht couldn't help but feel a well of emotions gather in his chest as he introduced Grim to him. I know. Lumiere put his hand up and stopped him. Looking at the bored-faced Grim, he smiled and said. He's our dream. The one you, me, and Tesha had all those years ago. The one who bridges our two worlds. Saying these words aloud for the first time since their resurrection, a floor of memory spawning from 500 years ago flashed through the minds of the two kings. Memories that hit them like lightning. Memories of Tesha, the elf tribe, of their wedding, and of his unborn son. To see the future that we wished for and all the possibilities that come with it. Sniff, I couldn't be happier. Licht. Lumiere spoke softly. Unable to hold it back any longer, a stream of tears began flowing down from Licht's eyes as he pulled a surprised Grim into a hug. I'm sorry we weren't there for you. I'm sorry that as your leader I couldn't protect you or watch you grow. But seeing you here today, fighting against that devil, protecting your friends, defending both humans and elves alike, you've made us proud, Grim. You've made us all so proud. I guess now would be a bad time to tell him about the elves I killed. Suddenly feeling the pull of the reincarnation magic wanting, Licht slowly released the confused Grim from his grasp and looked up. And with a gentle smile on his face, he said. It looks like my time is up. As he said this, his spirit began to leave his artificial body and slowly began to rise. Looks like I'll be leaving first, Lumiere. I've kept Tesha waiting long enough. Yeah. He nodded. I'll see you soon, Licht. MMM. He nodded back and turned to look at his elven friends. Licht. A teary-eyed Fana mumbled, doing her best to hold back her tears. Seeing the sad looks on her and the others' faces, a warm smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry that our reunion was so short. Shaking his head, Raya stepped forward and spoke, unable to hide both the happiness and sadness in his voice. It's fine. Just being able to finally say goodbye is enough. Smiles. Knowing that his time was quickly running out, he said what he could to them. I'll leave Grimm's education to you guys. As his seniors, please teach him well. Huh. Wait, what? Licht carried on. And you, Grimm. Thank you for fulfilling my greatest wish. Thank you for being born. Turning to Asta and Yuno, Licht said a few more words before ascending with the rest of the reincarnated elves and vanishing from sight. Chapter 160, Signal. While Grimm and the rest of the Clover kids were dealing with Licht's departure and Lumiere's body breaking, over at the Heart Kingdom, Queen Lalapeka sat upon her royal throne watching the scene with teary eyes. Dressed in a manner unbefitting of a ruler, the spectacle-wearing young woman bawled her eyes out while her guardian and mother figure, the water spirit Undine, held a handkerchief to her nose. There. She comforted. It's just sniff, so sad, sniff. Smiling at Lalapeka's compassionate heart, it took a minute for Undine to calm her down and move the conversation onto a more serious topic. Do you think they stand a chance? She asked, looking solely at Grimm and Asta. I sniff, I don't know. She said, wiping away her tears. After spending several months spying on the Clover Kingdom, Lalapeka had gained a good understanding of the Black Bulls and the kingdom's current magic knights. But out of all of them, only Asta and Grimm were able to grab her attention. The magicless boy who humbles the magically gifted and the battle-driven commoner who makes those bow to him through charisma or force. Both extraordinary in their own ways. And both capable of killing devils. What do you think of the half-elf one? Lalapeka asked. Is he arcane? Staying quiet for a minute, Undine thought about the question before eventually shaking her head. Honestly, I don't know. Looking at it from a normal perspective, his magic is definitely weird but not really arcane. But then, knowing the name of his magic and seeing what it did to that devil, it obviously has some arcane qualities to it. I think it'd be more appropriate to say that his magic borders between arcane and the normal stages. You mean he's half arcane? I guess you put it like that. But what worries me isn't his magic nature. It's his actual nature. He's way too volatile for us to deal with. There's a high chance that he'll attack us just to see how far he can go. I know. Lalapeka nodded before smiling and bringing up a live video of someone else. That's why we'll have Gaja suppress him. Looking at the image of their kingdom's 0-stage mage, Undine made a surprised sound. Gaja. But with his current rate of growth, Gaja won't be able to keep. I know. She interrupted. But putting all our trust into Asta isn't a smart choice. Even with anti-magic abilities, it isn't guaranteed that we'll win. At least with Grimm on our side, our chances of winning are much higher. Besides, that rate of growth is what I'm counting on. Back at the Clover Kingdom. Well, that was anticlimactic. Grimm yawned impolitely after Licht's figure vanished. Seconds after saying those words, the eyes of the remaining elves locked onto his figure with a not-so-friendly look to them. What? He tilted his head and looked at them. You want me to help you join him? Despite losing his elven form and returning to his normal state, Grimm's arrogance didn't diminish in the slightest. Angered by his words but remembering their promise to Licht, the 4 reincarnated elves clenched their fists tightly and held themselves back from saying anything. Forced to swallow this indignation and keep quiet, it was only when Asta stood in between them and their half-elf junior that they felt slightly better. Pussies. Grimm mocked before suddenly feeling a sharp pulse of familiar mana emerge in the distance. Eyes widening, his head snapped in the direction the mana was pulsing from. What the hell is that? Seeing as how no one else besides the elves were reacting, a particular thought started to form in his head. Is something targeting those with elven blood? Feeling the pulse again, Grimm realized they weren't being targeted for an attack. No. They were being called. Summoned. And whatever it was that was doing it was sending out a signal. Seeing the faces of the other elves all turn to look over in his direction as if to probe him, he couldn't help but smile in their direction and let them know that they weren't special. He got it too. Understanding the meaning behind that smile, the curious faces of the elves fell. That's right, you fuckers, you weren't the only ones to get it. Grim. Asta suddenly spoke up. Are you okay? You're smiling weirdly. Huh. Am I? Unable to hide it, he simply said, ignore it, and carried on. Oh, okay. I was just surprised is all. Surprised? Yeah. He nodded. I thought you'd be angrier since you can't fight Licht anymore. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm obviously gonna fight him again. Clearly not understanding what he meant, Grim explained it as best as he could. Sooner or later I'm gonna leave this world and go to the realm of the devils. I'm guessing that by that point I'll possess the ability to freely travel between realms. So going to afterlife shouldn't be that much of an issue. Besides, if I can't do that I'll just force that necrophilia guy to resurrect them somehow. Necrophilia guy. Pointing his finger at raids from the eye of the midnight sun, he explained what necrophilia was. In short, the creep likes to stick his junk in cold crusty corpses. E.W. Grim. Tuning him out, for the life of him Grim couldn't remember the necromancer's name no matter how hard he tried. But then again, why would he? After all, Raids was just a small fry that he could crush without the use of magic. Guys, our ancestor is saying his final goodbyes and you're kinda being loud. Seeing Lumiere looking at the two boys with a kind smile on his face, Asta and Grim quickly apologized to Noel and Mimosa. Oh shit, sorry Noel. Grim said looking sorrowful. Here, take this. I hope it's enough to convey my apologies. He held his hand out towards her. Stretching her hand out to take the object, a confused look surfaced on her face as she raised her head. There's nothing here. Sure there is. Look closer and you'll see the amounts of fucks I give. Chapter 161, Respect. Grinning at the stunned look plastered across Noelle's face, Grim basically grabbed the front of her face and pushed her aside. And you? He turned to face the black-haired girl standing next to the stone prince. You're Asta's weird bird, right? How'd you turn into a human? Weird bird. Seeker sounded offended and tried to understand how she came across as weird. Yeah, you kept following us around and watched us whenever we bathed. Wait, what? Noelle and Mimosa's head snapped in Seeker's direction. But seeing you now looks her up and down. I'm kinda glad I didn't eat you back then. Practically teleporting behind her, he pulled and rubbed the little horns attached to her head. Whoa, they're real. Hey, stop that. Seeker moaned, turning red in the face. Watching Seeker getting teased by Grim and his descendants, Lumiere couldn't help but break out in harmonious laughter at the heartwarming sight laid out before him. Looks like you'll be fine even without me. Your Highness. Seeker called out with tears in her eyes. Stop playing with her horns, Grim. Noelle snapped, feeling a pang of jealousy well up in her chest. Yeah. Mimosa jumped in. If you want to play with anyone's head it should be mine. Unfortunately for them, Grim shut them both down with a simple sentence. But y'all are hornless. Realizing that the problem was something that they couldn't compete with, both girls of royal blood held their heads low while a look of dejection appeared on their faces. Okay, I'm bored now. The moment he let go of her, Seeker jumped away with both hands on her head covering her horns. Combined with the fact that she was a bright shade of red and that she was hiding behind the prince, the glare she sent Grim's way came off looking more cute than threatening. So wizard key. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence and challenge the first wizard king to a spar, several cracks began spreading throughout the prince's stone body. Oh. The prince looked down at his body before smiling. Looks like my link to this body is weakening. Your Highness. Seeker whispered, understanding that her reunion with the prince was coming to an end. Seeker. Lumiere said her name softly and gently stroked her cheek. I know I have no right to ask this of you. Not after the last 500 years you spent watching over the kingdom in my place. But please, guide them towards the future we strive for. I sniff I don't want you to go. Smiling and caressing her face, he turned to look at Grimm and the others. 500 years ago when I expended everything I had, it should have been it for me then and there. But thanks to you I was not only able to protect the future, I was able to see a world where my descendants are happy, a commoner boy who has the potential to be the next wizard king, and the manifestation of mine and Licht's dream standing next to all of them. Turns to look back at her. All of this, it was all possible because of you. Smiles gently. Thank you, Seeker. I was so happy to be able to serve you for so long. I was truly happy. As was I. The prince smiled as the sound of his body breaking became more and more audible. I guess it's time for me to go. I'll leave the future of the Clover Kingdom in your capable hands. Smiling one last time, he left a single sentence behind before turning into dust and scattering with the winds. I know you'll make me proud. Falling to her knees, it took everything Seeker had to hold back her tears. Your Highness. She mourned. Sigh. Using what little magic he had recovered, Grimm walked up next to kneeling Seeker and turned on, Breath of the Wind. With that familiar green hue surrounding his body, he held his arm out and used his magic to create a gentle stream of wind that would help scatter the Wizard King's remains all over the Clover Kingdom. Grimm. She raised her head and looked up at him. Don't think about it too deeply. He waved her off. I'm just paying my respect to the strongest mage of his time, nothing more. I thank you. A/N, probably the nicest thing Grimm has ever done. Without saying anything in return, he stuffed his hands into his pocket and turned his back on her. Jumping off the edge of the platform they were standing on, he floated down to the ground. Man, how long has it been since I properly walked on the ground? With his mana still in the recovery phase, he didn't want to impede its speed by wasting it on him levitating off the ground. Speaking on recovery, he was in desperate need of rest. Looking at the destroyed city ahead of him, he couldn't help but wonder how much of it was due to him. His battle with elf luck stretched throughout the entire capital. Not to mention the amount of random elves he encountered and killed off. Thinking about it now, he was probably responsible for a lot of collateral damage. Most of which could have been avoided if he wasn't power tripping on his newly awakened elven state. Shrugging his shoulders, he figured he could just blame it all on needing to protect the kingdom's citizens. After all, there were plenty of people who saw him fight. Even if his hair was a different color and he was somewhat better looking, there was no way that the grim-loving commoner populace wouldn't recognize him. It's almost too easy. Laughing to himself, he walked into a destroyed pastry shop and raided the food that hadn't been crushed or covered in dust. As for payment, saving the kingdom should be payment enough. And if they disagreed, he didn't mind introducing them to one of his many swords. Chapter 162, Moving Forward. 3 days after the fight with Zagard ended, Grimm finally awoke from a long slumber. Due to having drained his mana so much for the first time in his life alongside the huge amount of stress accumulated within his body, he fell into a coma that had Asta and the rest of the Black Bulls worried for days. Luckily for them, when he finally woke up there seemed to be nothing wrong with him physically or mentally. Outside of his usual grim-like attitude, he seemed perfectly fine. Even the doctor attributed it to him being highly fatigued. Outside of that though, the entire kingdom was up in arms over the Magic Knights attacking the people they were sworn to protect. Of course none of them knew that the Magic Knights were actually being possessed by a race that had been wiped out 500 years prior and forgotten in the annals of history. Not that any of this mattered. People would only believe what they could see after all. And what they saw wasn't pretty. For the first time in the history of the Clover Kingdom, the popularity of the Magic Knights had hit an all-time low. The citizens were on the brink of rioting. Widespread destruction throughout every corner of the kingdom, unknown number of deaths and hundreds of children made orphans. Right now the kingdom needed someone to blame. Someone to receive the public's anger. Someone to be their scapegoat. On the other hand, Grimm's popularity was soaring like never before. Ignoring the giant glowing tree that everyone recognized as Captain Vengeance Magic, news of Grimm's exploits in defeating the rogue Magic Knights and bravely defending the innocent quickly spread throughout the nation. It had reached that his initial fan club had evolved into something akin to a cult one that was dedicated to spreading his name far and wide and preaching his glorious deeds to all those capable of understanding. And so, the cult of Grimm was created. What the actual fuck? Grimm thought to himself as he read the newspaper. Just how much has happened in these past 3 days? They're even speculating on the real color of my hair now. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but be amused at the fact that they were calling him a hero. If only they knew how many of those families had been indirectly killed by his actions. Not like it mattered to him though. Those people weren't even an afterthought in his mind. The word guilty was practically foreign to him. Laughing at the situation he had found himself in, he looked down at the silver-haired woman whose head was bobbing up and down between his legs. I wonder how many nobles were injured. He muttered, thinking of the many noble ladies he had shared a night with. It'd be a shame if some of them died. Looking down at Nebra, who was still busy working her mouth, Grim closed his eyes and checked his body again. Ever since waking up, he had found it hard to believe the amount of changes that had happened in his body while he was asleep. It looks like fatigue wasn't the only reason I slept for 3 days. Compared to how he was prior to the elf invasion, it seemed that his elven state had left a qualitative change in his body. While he had not retained any of the amps from his true form, the breath of the beast magic he had in his base form seemed to have seeped deep into his bones, making it so that even Asta's anti-magic abilities would have trouble reaching it. And according to Nebra's words, several magic knights who had their bodies possessed by elves managed to retain a small amount of the elves' mana, increasing their power. Unfortunately, that increase wasn't enough to grab the attention of someone like Grim. Compared to the devil who fought on equal footing with both Licht and Lumiere, what could a bunch of random magic knights with a slight boost in mana do? Just the thought of them trying to fight him made him feel disgusted. Besides, he had more important matters to think of. I need to reactivate my elven powers again. After conversing with King about this issue, the main soul laughed in his face, gave him the finger, and told him to figure it the fuck out by himself before kicking him out. Apparently even telling Grim how to regain power he already owned would make things boring. It was much more entertaining to watch him bleed and struggle to achieve it by himself. Of course Grim cursed him out with every swear word under the sun. But in front of King's laughing face it didn't seem to mean much. This left him with one option. Looks like I need to talk to my seniors. Imagining the look on Raya and the other elves' faces when he showed up in front of them and asked them to help make him stronger in accordance to Licht's final words caused him to burst out in laughter as he exploded in the unprepared Nebra's mouth and nearly choking her. Oh. I forgot she was here. Having Nebra clean him up, Grim rewarded her by allowing her to play with her kitty while he was away. If he was being completely honest with himself, she was way too fucking obedient. It was to the point that it made training her incredibly boring. What he thought would be a fiery and proud noble turned out to be nothing more than a paper tiger that would crumble with a simple blow. It was almost like she was made for this. Fortunately for him, he had still had another Slav maid. Who are we kidding? He had another slave to train. Recalling Serena, woman he had gotten his divination magic from, he couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of their first meeting. He knew that she hated and wanted nothing more than to see his body turn into a corpse. Too bad the contract between them made her ability to that impossible. Nebra. He suddenly called. Yes, master. She stood up with a lowered head. Yeah, she adapted way too fast. Go to Serena's shop and get me as much wearable mana limiters as possible. Chapter 163, Compensation. Honestly, who gives a shit? Ignoring the shocked stares of Asta, Yami, Noel, Mimosa, and Seeker, Grim's eyes lay flatly on the young wizard king. Younger or not, you've lost the power that made me interested in you in the first place. Grim, what are you? I'm done. What? Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he stared solely at the wizard king with a dull expression. After my fight with the devil, I realized that I had already surpassed the power level of a captain. All that was left was you, the wizard king. The strongest being in the entire kingdom, you were my last benchmark. But now, you're not even worth me using my swords against. So yeah, I'm done. This kingdom no longer has anything worth staying around for. So deuces. Throwing up 2 fingers and flashing them a smile, Grim turned on his heels and left the room. Unable to understand what had just happened, Asta, Noel and Mimosa stood in stunned silence while Yami intentionally stayed quiet. As the person who probably understood Grim the best out of everyone in the room, he knew that the only thing Grim really wanted was strong opponents to face off against. Despite losing that overwhelming power that Asta had reported to him about, there was no way that someone as arrogant as Grim, who had once surpassed the level of a captain, would put a captain, himself included, in his eyes any longer. Besides that, the last thing Yami would ever do was restrict the freedom of his squad members. What a troublesome brat. Wait. The Wizard King suddenly yelled. Huh. Grimm paused and looked back. What? He asked. Deep breath. You're right. Wizard King. Putting his hand up, he shook his head at Noel. As I am right now, there's no possible way that I can live up to your expectations. But I believe that what I'm about to say next will make you reconsider leaving the kingdom. Oh. Pretty confident, ain't you, you damn catfish? Catfish. After getting the report from Asta about Grimm's fight with the devil, him leaving the kingdom at this time would put them at a huge disadvantage for what was to come. For the future of our kingdom, I can't let someone capable of fighting a devil go like this. Right now our kingdom is facing a crisis like never seen before. With the loss of many of our magic knights, partially Grimm's fault, and without the power of the Wizard King backing us, we're now open to attacks by foreign nations. Foreign nations. Grimm frowned, remembering the Diamond Kingdom dregs he fought in the past. Yeah. The Wizard King nodded. With our defenses as weak as they are right now, it's only a matter of time before we're attacked. Aha, still don't see how that's my problem. You're a member of the Clover Kingdom, aren't you? Don't you feel even a shred of compassion towards it? Nope. He laughed. Besides, after finding out what the Clover Kingdom did to my people 500 years ago, I'm even less inclined to help out. What happened to the elves was a terrible incident where the Clover Kingdom was definitely in the wrong, but that was 500 years ago, Grimm. Still doesn't erase what happened. Grimm said flatly. In all honesty, Grimm couldn't give less of a damn about the elves or their destruction. The only reason he brought it up was to see the guilt-stricken look on the young Wizard King's face. Not giving the Wizard King the chance to rebuke him, he carried on playing mind games with him. You were jealous, weren't you? What? You humans, you envied the power and affinity the elves had towards mana. You understood that no matter how hard you tried or how much effort you put in, your species was simply inferior to theirs. So what did you do? You let a devil manipulate you and wiped out the peaceful elves who had never lifted a finger against you. To get rid of that inferiority complex of yours, you genocide an entire species. And now you're asking me to defend that very same kingdom. Are you out of your fucking mind? Shut the fuck up. Grimm yelled, making the Wizard King take a step back and forcing him into silence. The nerve of you to ask for my help. The moment I killed the devil, my debt to the shitty kingdom had already been repaid. I no longer owe you guys shit. I didn't mean it, Lee. Like what? A human? 'Cause it sounds like you were about to make someone with elven DNA work under you again. As the only two individuals in the room being directly related to the people who ordered and took advantage of the elves' destruction, Noel and Mimosa felt that Grimm's words were being targeted towards them. As for Asta, he was trying to think of a way to calm his friend down. But the more he heard, the less confident he felt in being able to help positively. Seeker, on the other hand, had nothing to say at all. Everything Grimm said was right. Having been there 500 years ago and having worked in the castle, she knew better than anyone the royals' feeling towards the elves. Grimm himself was living proof of that. Using only his human side, he was able to rise through the ranks of magic knights and could directly challenge several magic knights and defeat a vice captain. But the moment he had gotten access to his elven side, his power superseded that of a captain in an instant. In the face of that kind of power, it was no wonder that the royals felt as threatened as they did. Grimm. I can't change the past. But I can promise you that the future doesn't have to be that bleak. Got him. Oh. What do you mean? Grimm asked, hiding the traces of a smile threatening to surface on his lips. Full tax exemption. I pay taxes. Rise in magic knight rank. Ooh, more money. A fully furnished private estate in the capital. More maids. And I'll give you a one-time only free pass to do whatever you want within the confines of this kingdom. And a get-out-of-jail-free card. Looks like the Wizard King's starting to realize my value. Unable to hold it back any longer, a wide smile broke out on Grimm's face. Well, Julius, you've gotten my attention. Chapter 164, Judgment. What the heck is this? Handcuffed and standing in front of the entire noble parliament with Seeker at his side, Asta yelled in indignation over the treatment they were receiving. Sigh. I thought something like this would happen. Watching all of this take place with a blank expression on her face, Seeker sighed lightly and closed her eyes. What are you doing? I thought we were only here to tell you about the devil. Devil. A voice sounded out, forcing the entire hall into silence. What nonsense. Listening to the sound of light footsteps echoing out, the figure of a man dressed in exquisite clothing and holding up a golden scale appeared before the eyes of the accused. Now then, Asta of the Black Bulls, I Damnatio Kira, chairman and speaker of the house, will pass judgment on you. Ignoring Asta's pleas, Damnatio began to read out the fabricated crimes for the rest of the nobles to hear. Filthy peasant scum. How dare he breathe the same air as us? What else can you expect from garbage from the Forsaken region? All sorts of murmurs began to echo out from the noble stands as Asta felt things were turning in a direction that he had no control over. This is bad. If I let things carry on like this, me and Nero will be the ones in trouble. I'm telling the truth. He screamed, causing the nobles to look at him in disgust. It was all that devil's doing. We're in it. Are you sure you want to say that? Huh. Without even realizing it, Damnatio had closed the distance between the two and was now standing so close to him that he could whisper into his ear. You still don't get it, do you? From the very start, this trial could only end one of two ways. You would either shoulder the blame and admit to being the devil that plunged the kingdom into total chaos, accepting execution and ending the incident right here and now. Or it would be the fault of several rogue magic knights that tried to rebel against the kingdom of Clover, performing treasonous actions as a result. Unable to believe what he was hearing, Asta felt his mouth turn dry as the gears in his brain worked themselves to the limit. Even a commoner like you should understand what happens to traitors of the crown, right? Execution. So what will it be, Asta of the Black Bulls? How do you plead? Just as he was about to speak up, a sudden interruption destroyed all the tension that Damnatio had worked so hard to build up. Well, if it isn't a bunch of money-hungry pigs all gathered in one place. If I arrived any later, I might even see y'all gorging yourselves on each other's shit. How dare you? Who said that? Show yourself. Death. I demand such a person be executed. Upon hearing someone refer to such noble beings as themselves as pigs, the nobles in the stand stood up in protest and started demanding the individual to reveal himself. This voice. Frowning at the sudden interruption of the mysterious voice and the angry yells of the nobles, Damnatio lowered his hands to quiet down the raging nobles and looked towards the direction the voice was coming from. Who are you? He asked cautiously, readying his scales. Me. Heh, I'm the motherfucker who saved all your worthless asses from having to face reality by killing the devil you're too chicken shit to admit exists. Now who the fuck are you? I'm just kidding. The voice suddenly laughed as a cloaked figure walked out of the same entrance Damnatio used to enter. I don't give a fuck. Grim. Asta exclaimed in shock as the cloaked figure pulled the hood down. What's up? He grinned, shocking every noble in the room with his appearance. Grim. It's him. The disrespectful commoner. The one who, where'd His Majesty go? Huh. Turning their head towards the main seat, they all suddenly realized that His Majesty was nowhere to be seen. While everyone was busy looking for the king, a deep frown settled on Damnatio's face as his eyes stared fixedly on Grim's figure. Or more accurately, on his cloak. Looking at his family's insignia sewn onto the breast of the cloak, Damnatio did his best to remain calm as he asked in a dark voice. Where'd you get that cloak? This. Grim pulled on the cloak and answered. I kinda just found it. You found it? Damnatio's frown deepened. Yep. He nodded before ignoring him and turning his attention back onto Asta and a shocked-looking Seeker. Sorry about coming so late. Needed to take a dump and couldn't hold it. But look, I got this sweet-looking cloak out of it. Upon hearing those words, the rage simmering in Damnatio's heart began to flare up as he realized that the last place he had left that particular cloak was in his office. Unfortunately, it wasn't over yet. Luckily there was a bunch of paper lying around that I could use as toilet paper. Unfortunately there was no actual toilet around, so I kinda just left the mess on the desk. But this cloak though. Ignoring the myriad of facial expressions Damnatio was currently making, Grim walked up to the two and using a single beast sword he removed their handcuffs. "But what are you doing here?" Asta asked, rubbing his wrists. "I got a tip that some shady shit was going down. And since I had nothing better to do I came to check it out." "Oh right. Marie," he yelled. Running out of the entrance, Gauche's sister ran up to Grim and hugged his leg. "Wait, what?" Asta gasped upon seeing her. "What's Marie doing here?" "Who knows?" Grim shrugged, trying to push the little girl off of him. "Found her surrounded by a bunch of extras and decided that I'd take a picture with her to piss Gauche off." "Oh." Asta accepted the explanation and ruffled the girl's hair. "So what now?" he asked, looking up at Grim. "Wanna come check out my mansion?" Chapter 165, Absolute. Halt. Huh. Turning his head to look at bloodshot-eyed Damnatio, Grim cocked his head to the side and sent him a playful grin. "Were you talking to me?" Doing his best to keep his rage under control, Damnatio grit his teeth and calmed the flustered nobles and brought peace back to the parliament. That wasn't to say that he himself could endure what was happening. He had heard rumors about this so-called Grim before and knew that he was not someone easy to deal with. If he wanted to regain control of the situation, he couldn't allow the other party to derail him any further. Even if did take a dump on his desk and used several legislative documents to wipe his ass before blatantly stealing his cloak. Yes. I can't allow myself to get swept up in his pace. Ahem. He cleared his throat. "Where do you think you're going with the prisoners?" Damnatio asked in an authoritative tone. "Oh. So you were talking to me then?" Frowning again, Damnatio nodded. "I am." "Buffed, then I don't need to care." Throwing his arms over the shoulders of Asta and Seeker, he continued to head towards a wall. Grim, where are we going?" Asta asked, feeling that things had taken a weird turn. Even Marie was looking at him with a massive on her face. "To the exit." Grim laughed. Holding his sword tightly, he swung it down at the wall and opened up a huge hole big enough to fit the four of them. Feeling a massive amount of mana suddenly crash down on them, Grim, Seeker and Marie stopped for a moment as Damnatio's voice rang out again. "If you dare to take another step forward, the council will have no choice but to see you as an accomplice of the accused." The council. Standing quietly for a moment, Grim raised his head to look at the nobles, most of which turned their head away as to not meet his eyes. Seeing that most of them didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye, how could a threat from some random noble he had never met before scare him? Turning his head back to Damnatio, he let out a mocking smile. "And who's gonna stop me?" "You." Grinning at the thought, Grim's beast magic exploded out of his body, causing the mana in the air to fluctuate wildly and caused a major disruption in the Congress as several noble ladies clenched their legs together tightly and started to pant heavily. "Go ahead and try in the..." "What was his family name again?" he asked Seeker. "Kira." "MMM." He nodded and continued. "And the Kira house will become history before the day's done." "Is that a threat?" Damnatio frowned and asked in a dark voice. "No." Grim shook his head. "A threat implies that there's a way to avoid it. This is a promise. In fact, why wait? I might as well slaughter everyone in this room just to show you how fucking useless you all are." "Treason." One of the braver nobles stood up and yelled. He immediately regretted it moments later as Grim appeared on the stands and picked him up by the neck. "Sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. Mind repeating that?" Smiling at the man's choking sounds, Grim released a chilling wave of powerful mana tinged with hints killing intent at the surrounding nobles, grounding them to their seats and forcing them to tremble and perspire heavily as a feeling of fear and helplessness overwhelmed their privileged little minds. Some of the weaker-minded nobles even ended up making a mess inside the pants, creating a nauseating stench that spread amongst them. But how could they feel embarrassed at a time like this? With the sight of a fellow noble on the brink of death, for the first time in their lives these haughty nobles realized just how insignificant they were. "You think that just because you have some fancy title that you have power?" Grim spoke down to Damnatio without looking at him as he squeezed the noble's throat even tighter. "I'm getting tired of telling you nobles this, but the only thing in this world that is absolute is power." Hearing this, Damnatio's figure shook slightly as he held the scales in his hands up. Stop this right now, he said in a dark voice. You've already broken the law by forcing your way into this sacred parliament, but now you want to add insulting and harming a noble on top of the dash. Kiru, Dammy or whatever the fuck your name is, Grim interrupted. You seem to be misunderstanding something. You're not the one in control. Here. I am. And as for that little trinket you're holding up dash. Turning his head to look at the scales in Damnation's hand, Grim squinted his eyes and a moment later. Clink. It's an eyesore. The chain holding up the pans suddenly broke, causing the pans to fall and clang on the ground. If one took a closer look, they'd see that the snap that broke the chain was to clean. Almost like it had finally cut. A little trick Grim picked up after digesting the changes in his body left over from his elven form. While he didn't retain any of the power from that form, he became much more in tune with his magic, allowing him to do things he never even imagined before. One of those things being forcing mana in his eyes to activate a pseudo-spell. Compared to how he was before he unlocked his elven form, he was far stronger. Hearing the sound of his pans clang against the ground and feeling the now lighter weight of his scale in his hand, Damnation's mind went blank. Ignoring the frozen Damnation and dropping the noble whose life or death status was unknown, Grim gently floated down from the stands in such a leisurely way that one wouldn't think he had just held the entire magic parliament hostage moments before. Walking past the temporary mind-broken Damnation and arriving in front of a blank-faced Seeker, he reached into his new cloak and pulled out a neatly folded Black Bull's magic night robe. Is that? Without letting Asta finish his sentence, to Seeker's surprise, Grim pulled it over her head. There, now it's official. This. Unable to understand what was going on, Seeker made a confused face that looked unexpectedly adorable. You were with Asta all this time, right? In my mind that makes you as much as a member of us as him. But Yami. Looking at the embarrassed look on her face, Grim couldn't help but place his hand on her hand and grin like an idiot. Don't sweat it. What happened here? Finally recovering from having his scales severed, Damnation realized that Grim and the accused were nowhere to be seen. Instead, two Magic Knight captains stood before holding a parchment with the Wizard King's seal, Chapter 166, The Problem Solver. I am Speed. A/N, Cacho. Watching as several arcs of lightning crackled around Grim's body, Seeker couldn't help but shake her head as she watched him use Thunderclap and Flash to mow through a horde of magically enhanced bears covered in stone armor. He's not even using his swords anymore. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Slamming his palms into the center of one of the bear's stomachs, a cruel smile spread across his lips as his lightning-coated palm cracked through the bear's protective stone armor and blew its organs out through its back. Unable to even let out a roar in protest and without the slightest hint of grace, the bear's body fell forward, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. Sidestepping its falling body, Grim's head snapped in the direction of the other stunned bears who had halted their assault after seeing the gruesome end of their comrade. Grin. Turning on Breath of the Beast, and focusing the gray aura on his body around his hands, he shaped it into the form of tangible claws. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Shooting forward like a speeding bullet, wherever his claws flashed, fountains of blood erupted, dyeing both him and the sky a deep red. Chasing after the fleeing animals, he took immense glee from their pained screams and terrified faces. Moving in an almost animalistic-like manner, he butchered them one by one, not allowing a single one of them to die easily. By the time he was done, a mountain of corpses with his blood-soaked figure standing above them was all that was left. If one looked closely, they could even see his incredibly sinister and villain-like grin. Nothing like a good slaughter to start the day. Now then, dash. He looked towards Seeker, who was standing at the side. What's next? A couple hours later. Really? Is this it? Days after throwing the Clover Kingdom's parliament into chaos, in order to give the noble faction some peace of mind, Yami was ordered to assign Grim to do a couple of missions outside of the capital. Having nothing else left to do in the capital for the time being, it wasn't hard to convince Grim to go somewhere else. Especially if the place he was going to meant he could relieve his growing bloodlust. So he packed a bag, burnt a couple of noble houses down, reintroduced them to the world of NTR, and left the capital with a certain pep in his step. Having dealt with the bear population threatening nearby settlements, Grim's next task was to wipe out a group of roaming bandits who had been reported to be terrorizing some random village out in the boonies. What a piece of shit. Hey Seeker, what's this place called again? Hage Village. The pale-faced girl answered. Staying in bird form, she flapped her wings and eventually settled on his shoulder. Hage Village. Why does that sound familiar? Erg. Remembering that there was still a couple of bandits left alive, he let go of the crushed throat of some goon he was holding up. Mare. Sigh. Kneeling a bit a ways from both Grim and Seeker, the leader of the bandits held his severed arm with his one working hand. Mercy. Cocking his head to the side, a confused expression settled on Grim's face before slowly turning into a deeply disturbing smile. Where's the fun in that? What do yo? Crouching down in front of him, Grim's beast aura claws manifested as he put a finger to his lips. Shoo. He smiled as he placed one finger on the bandit leader's forehead. Don't ruin this for me. Moments later, the finger touching the bandit leader made a weird noise as it pierced through his forehead and dug its way into his brain. Watching the bandit leader's face spasm before his eyes rolled into the back of his head, Grim pulled his finger out of the guy's brain and watched his body hit the floor. How disappointing. He mumbled, cursing Yami in his head. But look at this place. He whistled, taking a look at the village off in the distance. Why the hell would anyone want to make this shithole their base of operations? This shithole, as you call it, used to be the home of the elf tribe 500 years ago. Transforming into her human form, Seeker, who had heard Grim's mumbling, explained the significance of the area to him. Seriously? This place? Taking a second look at the area surrounding him, he found it increasingly harder to imagine those arrogant elf bastards living in such a desolate place like this. Well, whatever, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Maybe it was because he had faced off against several dozen elves and even a devil at the time, but when comparing the strength of each race, humanity seemed to fall short by a large margin. Even the random beasts he had taken care of back when he lived on the outskirts of the witch's forest were stronger than the average human. He didn't know if this was because his standards had risen, but as more time passed he started to wonder, what would happen if I just killed them all? How many of them could actually make him break a sweat? 100? 50? Honestly, he doubted the number even reached 20. But wouldn't it be fun to find out? I really need to find a way to enter the underworld. As for Seeker, using the excuse of honoring Lumiere and Licht's dream, she's decided that she would watch over him and guide him to the best of her ability. Unfortunately, that plan hasn't really been working out well so far. For some unexplainable reason, wherever Grim went, trouble seemed to follow. And worse yet, he solved all these problems using violence. The thing Licht and Lumiere wanted to use the least. According to him, if violence didn't solve the problem, then you just weren't being violent enough. And seeing the results, she couldn't even argue. What she experienced after spending only a couple of days with an unrestrained Grim had left her completely desensitized to the horrors of mankind. Even the corpse of the bandit leader who had a hole in his head couldn't make her blink twice. Late night. Hey Seeker, be honest with me. Between the current me and the Wizard King who fought demonized Licht, who's strong? His Highness. TCH, goddamn dick rider. Sitting in silence and enjoying the weird atmosphere between them, Seeker couldn't help but think back to the way Grim had carried himself in front of the whole magic parliament. The way he walked with such confidence in the face of the kingdom's supreme authority. It was honestly kind of awe-inspiring. And the way he put that black bull's robe on her angry face. Looking at the blush appearing on Seeker's face illuminated by the light of the campfire, Grim couldn't help but wonder if she was catching something. Since she can seal damages, can she seal illnesses too? Ever wonder what's out there? Seeker suddenly asked. Laying down next to each other under the blanket of the night sky, the sound of the crackling campfire echoed out in the background as the duo stared up at the starry sky. Aliens probably. Ollie what? Little gray people that piss out of their fingertips and sell Filadio. You say the weirdest things. Shrugs. You just can't understand the profoundness of my words. Having grown used to his tone, Seeker could only smile. Meanwhile in the Clover Kingdom. Outside of a drear and creepy-looking house, Asta and friends prepared their hearts to meet Gordon's family. Chapter 167, Acknowledgement. I'm back, bitches. Inhales deeply. It's good to be back. Standing atop the walls of the kingdom's capital with his arms spread wide, much to the annoyance of the magic knights guarding the city's entrance standing below, Grim loudly announced his return. But what could these average magic knights do? It was better to be annoyed than grab the attention of this noble-defying lunatic. Puffed, pussies. He laughed, not giving a damn if they could hear him or not. You shouldn't tease people weaker than you. Sighing again and transforming into her human form, Seeker stood next to him and tried her best to educate him once again. I'm not teasing though, he said innocently as a smile slowly began spreading across his face. Having dealt with him long enough, the only thought that came to Seeker's head when she saw that smile was, oh no. Not giving her a chance to react, he let gravity do its job. Falling backwards with his arms still spread wide, a thin layer of green surrounded his body as he landed in front of the two blue rose magic knights guarding the gate in a manner that could only be described as majestic. Now then. Raising his head slightly, he flashed Seeker another innocent and mouthed the words, this is straight-up bullying. Grim dawn. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Placing two fingers in front of the foreheads of the two magic knights, a surge of wind gathered on his fingertips as he compressed a large amount of wind magic and night. Released it all at once. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. After checking on the two girls and making sure that they weren't suffering from any long-term damage, Seeker contacted the closest magic knights and flew after the disappearing Grim. I really need to find a way for him to focus all that energy into doing something productive. Locking onto his mana signature and following it as closely as possible, she was surprised to see him heading towards a small church. Grim. Seeing a small army of children rushing towards him with a look of both surprise and joy on their faces, Grim couldn't help but match their energy. Miss me. Seeing a familiar figure walking out from the church entrance, he flashed a smile in her direction. Finally here to repent. Nope, if God wants to judge me he has to come down here and do it to my face. As arrogant as ever. Although she was sighing, the relief on Sister Teresa's face couldn't be hidden. I'm glad you're okay. After playing with the kids for a while and helping a bit with the reconstruction of the church, the two finally had a chance to sit down and talk. So that's what really happened. Hearing the full story from Grim, Teresa couldn't help but feel like the world had suddenly become a lot bigger. And poor Asta, to think that the nobles would pin everything on him. I'll make sure to include him in my prayers tonight. Not sure if that'll do anything, but if that's what you want to do then I won't stop you. Grim. You've changed. Yeah, I guess I have. It wasn't just his appearance that had changed. Outside of looking a bit more handsome than before, his connection with nature's mana had been enhanced to the point that even without being in his elven form people could tell that there was something different about him. You can come out now, Seeker. Hearing the familiar beat of flapping wings, Grim called out to the newest member of the Black Bulls. Gliding down from on high and transforming herself into her human self, the black-haired Nero bowed to the nun in front of her. I didn't mean to intrude. Oh heavens no, dear. Getting out her seat, the woman pulled Seeker into her embrace. What? Caught off guard by her sudden actions, for the Seeker, who hadn't had any true human contact in centuries, her body could do nothing but stiffen at such an unfamiliar feeling. Thank you. Teresa started. Thank you for watching over the children of this kingdom for these past 500 years. Hearing those words, a surge of emotions welled up in her heart as the memories of her lonely past began to surface. For all those years, alone she flew, waiting for a day that was never promised. Without friend or family to stand beside her, she had abandoned her life, her happiness, her body, all for the sake of her duty. Feeling the tears run down her face, for the first time in what felt like forever, she let out her emotions in an ugly display of tears, snot, and quiet screams. Although she never did it with the expectation of being recognized or even thanked, in this moment, right here and right now, someone had acknowledged her. It wasn't the Wizard King, a magic knight, or even a royal, it was the thanks of an ordinary citizen. As for Grim, who was sipping on his tea and watching from the sidelines, he couldn't help but find the situation comical and over the top. But it was unknown whether it was out of respect or simple disinterest. He decided to stay quiet and let her have this moment. Chapter 168, Thorns. Departing from the church and heading towards the Black Bull's base, it didn't take long for the two to reach their destination. This key. Grim. Suddenly bursting out from the inside and surrounded by a group of familiar-looking people, Asta and the rest of the squad greeted the duo with a face full of smiles and cheers. Blue Rose Base. Who did this? Standing in the doorway of an elegantly designed room, Charlotte's eyes rested on the bodies of two unconscious female magic knights. Reporting, according to eyewitnesses, the perpetrator was a member of the Black Bulls. Black Bulls? Her eyes hardened. Which one? She asked. It was. Upon recalling the name in the report, the voice of the Blue Rose Magic Knight faltered for a moment as she struggled to say the name. Noticing the girl's hesitation, the gentleness in Charlotte's voice suddenly vanished as she turned to face the Magic Knight and hit her with a bone-chilling stare. Who was it? She asked again. Faced with such a gaze, the Blue Rose member felt her mental fortitude collapse as she lowered her head and said, "Grim. Anything interesting happen while I was gone?" After eating a meal and catching up with the others, Grim finally got to the main topic at hand. Remembering that he hadn't been around for the last week or so, the group told him about their recent discoveries involving the Heart Kingdom, curses, and the fact that they had to hunt down a devil in order to satisfy Parliament. A devil cursed being in the Heart Kingdom. Does that mean that there are devils outside of the one I fought roaming this world? And if so, are they in the Heart Kingdom? Even if they're not, if I go there I might find traces of how to enter the underworld. No longer paying attention to the conversation going on, several thoughts raced through Grim's mind as he determined his next course of actions. When do we leave for the Heart Kingdom? He finally asked. Huh? What? You want to join us? Not expecting Grim to be the one to take the initiative, everyone's head snapped in his direction as the group was taken aback by his sudden interest. From what they knew about Grim, he definitely wasn't the type to help someone out of the goodness of his heart. Even his clash with Parliament could be taken as him just wanting to bully the nobles, again. This guy, Vanessa sighed before asking the question on everybody's mind. Why do you want to go anyway? To that he could only shrug. You said that there was a devil-cursed being living there, right? Who's to say that the devil who cursed them isn't still there? Wouldn't it make more sense for someone with my magic type to go as backup? You know, in case something devil-related happens. Waves Grimoire in front of them. Better safe than sorry, right? He smiled. He's not wrong. Finding herself at a loss for words, Vanessa had to admit that what he said made sense. What you're saying is true, but why do I feel that you going will only make things more complicated? Tomato, tomato. He brushed her off and immediately turned to Noelle. So when we leaving? Yeah, about the... Before Noelle could tell him that they still needed to talk to Mimosa about gaining access to the kingdom, the wall behind her suddenly exploded, causing her hair to flutter wildly as a pissed-off Charlotte followed by several members of her squad stormed in holding her vine whip and exuding a dangerous amount of murderous intent. Captain Charlotte. The others gasped, not expecting that the one to break into their base would be her. Ignoring the looks of surprise on their faces, there was only one thing in this room that her eyes were stuck on. Graham. She seethed. You're much slower than I expected, Blondie. Unlike his squad mates, Charlotte's appearance was something he had saw coming from the moment he injured the members of her squad. In fact, the only thing he hadn't expected was the amount of time it would take for her to get here. You. Charlotte's eyes widened in anger as her grip on the whip tightened. You'll pay. Really now? Grim chuckled at such a statement. Just try it. Walking past the confused-looking Black Bulls and standing adjacent to the Blue Rose captain. He tapped his cheek and with a playful grin on his face he said, take your best shot. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Without wasting any words or acting under false pretenses, Charlotte's arm flew in the air as she swung her whip down with the force to split the base in half. But who was Grim? Faced with the threat of the descending whip, with the power of breath of wind, and the outward force generated by compressing and releasing large amounts of wind on his side, deflecting such an attack was child's play. That's your opening. Let me show you how it's done. Crackle. Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap and flash. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Turning into a bolt of yellow lightning and flashing past a group of Blue Rose magic knights. Moments later, the scene of several bodies hitting the floor caused everyone watching to stop moving. Grim. Charlotte screamed, seeing the fall of her comrades. While all this was going down, the rest of the Black Bulls stood there in both shock and confusion, not understanding what was happening. It was only after seeing Grimm start fighting that Luck broke out of this stupor and joined in. This is why you need to stick around more, Grimm. It's much more fun here when you do. Lightning magic, thunderclap, crumbling orb. Breath of thunder, third form, thunder swarm. Stay away from them. Watching the flashes of blue and yellow lightning tear through her squad members, a panicked Charlotte dove into the skirmish. But would Grimm allow her to interfere? Hell no. Wanting to see how much angrier he could make her, he purposefully avoided facing her head on, choosing only to focus on her comrades. Watch, Charlotte. Watch as those precious comrades of yours fall. Watch as you fail to protect them. Watch and realize your powerlessness. Enough. Briar creation magic, corpse hunting briar tree. Corpse hunting briar tree, vine whip transforms into several prickle-covered vines, which extend to considerable length as they surround the user. These prickly vines actively hunt the user's targets. Once these vines have caught them, they converge together and rise to create a tall trees of briars while the targets are still trapped between the prickles. Additionally, the user can create multiple trees at once to defeat a large number of opponents. These prickles are sharp enough to shred the targets that are trapped within the vines. Seeing her comrades helplessly falling to the combined might of the Grimm Luck duo, Charlotte's rage-covered mind was instantly swept away as she realized just how much danger her squad members were in. Thus she activated this spell inside the cramped space of the Black Bull's base, determined to end things now. Breath of blue flames. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Impossible. Watching with disbelief in her eyes as Grimm's blue flames swept through her newly created vines, a shock ran through Charlotte's body. Wanting to move by finding her feet rooted to the ground, for the first time since starting this fight, she realized the folly of her actions. He has fire magic. How could I forget? It's as I thought, even though I no longer have access to my elven power, my control on mana has become much more exquisite compared to before. If it's like this, I don't have to worry about accidentally burning this place down. Having rendered Charlotte's magic powerless and ineffective, Grimm let the flames do their job as his focus shifted back onto the scrambling members of the Blue Roses. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. Repeatedly punching a female magic knight in the face until it was unrecognizable and his fists were bloody, Grimm soon dropped the mage and walked towards the teary-eyed Charlotte while a certain proverb replayed in his head. A punch to the face puts a bitch in their place. Seeing the bloodied fist and amused expression, what was left of Charlotte's rational mind completely crumbled as she summoned as much magic power as she could handle and launched her briar magic at him. But just like before, Grimm effortlessly burnt them into a crisp. Honestly speaking. Grimm's voice echoed amongst the sound of crackling flames. It's a bit disappointing to win like this, but I never took you seriously from the start. After all, other than Marioliona and Yami that one time, no other captain has made my heart race. As for the state of your squad members, well, you can only blame yourself for that one, really. I mean, what kind of retard would bring such a small amount of magic knights to invade another squad's magic knight base? It's like you wanted them to be crippled. Oh well, better luck next time, right? Standing in front of the Blue Rose captain, he looked into her eyes and waited for her response. If you want to continue, now would be the best time to attack. He whispered. What are you doing? Suddenly jumping in between the two of them, Noelle pushed the two away and sent a questioning gaze Grimm's way. What? You saw it yourself. She came here and attacked me. I'm completely innocent. Frowning at his use of the word innocent, she used her water magic to extinguish the remaining flames and eventually settle the matter. Chapter 169, Heart of Power. Forced to put the needs of her squad first, Finral opened up a portal to the closest healing mage facility and allowed Charlotte's squad to leave. Sending one last hateful glare Grimm's way, she picked up an injured magic knight and walked through the portal with the rest of her squad members in tow. You're letting her go just like that? That's not like you. Giving Seeker a sideways glance, Grimm shrugged his shoulders and answered in a bored manner. I no longer have any interest in someone who can't make me use more than one magic attribute. Hopefully the Heart Kingdom has more to offer. GG Grimm. And no one told me you were coming. Seated outside a popular cafe in the capital, Grimm tagged alongside Noelle to meet Mimosa and learn about how she gained entry to the Heart Kingdom. What's up, Mimosa? Been a while. Flashing her a cheeky little smile, the poor girl nearly had a heart attack. He's as handsome as ever. No, he looks even better than before. Quietly fangirling to herself, it took a while for the three of them to get to the heart of the matter. The Heart Kingdom. Yeah, I need to know how to get there. You mean we need to know how to get there, right? Noelle corrected. Ignoring her, Grimm's eyes lay solely on Mimosa. Aye. Feeling the intensity from his gaze, Mimosa's heart was practically somersaulting itself as her legs were squeezed together tightly. Realizing that something was wrong with her cousin, Noelle looked at her with eyes full of concern. Mimosa, are you feel? I can help. She suddenly yelled, catching the two off guard and drawing the attention of the public. Realizing what she had done, her face quickly turned beet red as she sat herself back down and buried her head in her hands. Stupid. Ahem, sorry about that. I seem to be a little under the weather. Finally calming down and regaining the confidence to face the two again, Mimosa got back to the topic at hand. After explaining about how her brother and her were able to reach the Heart Kingdom through a contact that allowed them to study there abroad, she went into detail about what to expect if they managed to get there. But out of everything she said, only one thing seemed to get reaction out of Grimm. The Queen of the Heart Kingdom. How strong is she? This. Biting her lip, Mimosa chose not to answer straight away. I didn't meet her personally, but I'd estimate that she's on par with the combined power of our kingdom's magic knights. Grins. So she's Wizard King level. Practically buzzing with anticipation, the mana in the area started to vibrate as if responding to his feelings. Grimm. Noelle said his name shakily. A fight. Batum. A good fight. Batum. A bloody fight. Asterisk Batum. Asterisk Batum. Asterisk Batum. Asterisk. I can't take it anymore. I want to fight. I want to fight so fucking bad. Grimm. Noelle yelled, snapping him out of it. Huh. Regaining his clarity, he suddenly realized that the people around him were grasping their chests and breathing heavily. Depending on their mana levels, some were even kneeling on the floor. Even Noelle and Mimosa, who had royal levels of mana, had their faces flushed red. Did I do that? Oh. I get it. It's not just my control of mana that has increased as a result of tapping into my elven power. Even my sensitivity to mana seems to have grown. Understanding what had happened to him, Grimm calmed his emotions and reined in the out-of-control mana. So it's my mana control, mana sensitivity, and connection to nature's mana that has all been enhanced. If I can master this new state completely, my base power will be incomparable to what it was before. I might even surpass the power I had in my elf form. But if I regain access to my elf form on top of that. Just imagining what he could do with all that power, it almost made him salivate and cause another mana disturbance. Leaving the two with a promise that she'd get in contact them once she had gotten in touch with the Heart Kingdom, Mimosa reluctantly left. Seeing her leave, Noelle looked at Grimm and said, I guess we'll wait for now. He nodded. I need to start training. 1 week later. So I could have just broken into the country any time. Standing on a ship alongside Asta, Mimosa, Noelle, and Finral, he suddenly realized that he could have just flown into the country. No way, that's illegal, you know. Batting Noelle a certain look, he wondered if there was something wrong with her brain. Why would she ever think that something as weak as legality could stop him? Why does it feel like she's gotten dumber since getting that water armor of hers? You wouldn't be able to even if you tried. Mimosa suddenly spoke up, catching everyone's attention. He raised an eyebrow, indicating for her to continue. See. She pointed ahead. Fog. Whoa. Asta gasped. The fog is rolling in. Mimosa continued. In order for someone to pass through this fog, they need to possess a permit approved by the Heart Queen. Without it, you shouldn't even think of getting in. What? Seriously? Isn't that like totally amazing? To think the Heart Queen could do something like that. While everyone was gushing over the Heart Queen's ability, Grimm couldn't help himself as he said. Is that it? Huh? What do you mean? Mimosa asked. Does he not understand just how impressive such a feat is? You guys do know that I have access to misattribute type magic, right? Does he? I don't really remember him using it. To prove his point, he activate Breath of Mist. See. If I can handle this, I can definitely handle a bit of fog. After all, mist is more dangerous than fog. In fact, grins I could probably enter without even been noticed. Moments later, Grimm's figure disappeared as he raced towards the fog with mist surrounding his body. Chapter 170, Stage 0. Heart Kingdom Throne Room. Fufufu, it seems that not everything is going to plan. Standing behind a plain-looking throne, a woman whose body was largely made up of flowing water chuckled in a playful manner. The woman seated on the throne on the hand sighed heavily. With what we know about his personality, we should have seen this coming. So, what do you want to do? Falling silent for a moment, the woman suddenly looked up and said, have Gaja engage him. If we want his help, then we're gonna have to show him that what we're made of. What about the others? Send another spirit guardian to test them. Sigh, if that's what you wish. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Soaring through the air without a care in the world, Grimm felt the wind brush against his skin as he took in the natural sights of the Heart Kingdom until he was well above it. The mana in this place feels way cleaner compared to the Clover Kingdom. Closing his eyes and taking it all in, he suddenly felt the corner of his eye twitch. Let me guess. He smiled and turned around. You're a magic knight of the Heart Kingdom. Behind him, a tall man with a lean body and a large scar running down from his left cheek to neck floated silently. The most striking thing about him was definitely his black hair with a striking patch of white at its center. We're called spirit guardians here. Is that so? Grimm smiled and looked at him up and down while nodding. He's floating without using magic. Wearing sleeveless loose-fitting clothing, from his aura alone he could tell that this man was no stranger to combat. Heh. I guess I can play with you a bit before I go and step on that queen of yours. Having the queen's face flash through his mind, the blank look on the spirit guardian's face suddenly turned stern as he stretched out his right hand and said, you won't get the chance. Lightning magic, Tengiolia. Tengiolia, upon activation, the caster holds out their right hand and releases a lightning bolt from their palm. This spell is incredibly fast. Watching without his eyes doing so much as twitch, Grimm's body leaned slightly to the left and let the long stretch of yellow pass by him. He dodged. Frowning at the ease in which Grimm avoided his magic, Gaja fired the spell off again in short bursts. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. It's fast, but not particularly difficult to avoid if I know the trajectory. Reading the flow of mana through his hyperfocus ability, he noted that evading such attacks wasn't really that hard for the current him. Hyperfocus, a combination of Grimm's mana sensing, key reading, see-through world, beast instincts, and divination magic rolled into one. While it takes a toll on his mental strength the longer it is in effect, when utilized properly nothing can escape his perception. Growing tired of dealing with such trivial magic, he was about to complain until he saw some weird runes begin to swirl around the hand Gaja was using to discharge his magic. What is the asterisk zoom? Asterisk. Suddenly the speed of Tengiolia skyrocketed. Even managing to outpace the processing speed of his hyperfocus and brush against his arm causing a splurt of blood. Oh. Grimm's eyes widened slowly as he turned to look at his bleeding arm. Asterisk grins. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling a sudden sense of oppression bear down on him, the expression on Gaja's face turned serious for the first time. To think that he could provoke such a reaction from the world's mana by merely opening his grimoire. Smiles. So that's what you saw in him. Slowly raising his arm into the air, the runes around his arm began their ascent and formed a giant mana circle. You are strong, Grimm of Clover. But dash. Black storm clouds begin to gather. In front of the vast amounts of power found in nature's mana. Humans don't stand a chance. Faced with the power of nature itself, for the first time in his life Grimm felt insignificant. But if he just gave up because things weren't looking good, would he still be Grimm? Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Staring down the storm clouds above and feeling the insane amounts of mana it was gathering, his body began to tremble in excitement as his heartbeat quickened and the mana in his own body began to rise at a dangerous pace and caused the mana around him to fluctuate. You said that humans can't match the power found in nature. Crackle. Then it's a good thing that I'm not a human. Breath of thunder. Heart Kingdom throne room. Wah. Swept away in a violent current of water, the recently kidnapped Asta, who had been forcibly separated from the others and forced to fight against a small army of knights made of water, transformed into his black form and wielded the demon dweller sword while trying his best to resist against the whirlpool of water that was dragging him down. The negation of magic. A gentle voice suddenly echoed out all around the room. That's the power of your devil, isn't it? This voice. Where's it coming from? As unpleasant as it may be, it seems you're quite adept at using it. Unfortunately, a person without magic can only be a stage 9 at best. Stage 9. What the hell is that? Pushing his head out of the water, Asta finally got a glimpse of the owner of the voice. What the dash? Seeing the owner of the voice, Asta was left speechless. Towering over him and possessing a near ethereal level of beauty, a pale-faced woman whose hair and dress was made up entirely of flowing water looked down on him with an expression that could only be described as compassionate. Greetings, devil possessor of Clover, I, Undine of the Heart Kingdom and one of the 4 great spirits, humbly welcome you. This doesn't feel like much of a welcome. Asta yelled while straining to keep his head above water. And what the hell is a stage 9? Oh right. Undine hummed, almost ignorant to the fact that Asta was on the verge of drowning. I forget that your kingdom doesn't use a magical stage system. But simply put, in this kingdom magic is ranked by ability and prowess. Ability and prowess? The lowest stage being 9, then 8, and so on. Whilst the highest stage and only belonging to those whose magic stand above all others is Stage 0. Above the Heart Kingdom. Having finished gathering a sufficient amount of nature's mana and ready to activate the spell at a moment's notice, Gaja gazed down at a trembling Grimm who was discharging a large amount of lightning magic. To not back down in the face of overwhelming power. It's a praiseworthy quality. But ultimately futile. Closing his eyes and then opening them, he lowered his hand, causing the storm cloud to rumble. True lightning magic, Unrivaled. With an open grimoire, the user holds their right hand up and draws a magic circle in the sky. Storm clouds gather around the magic circle as it focuses natural mana, 1, and a large lightning bolt crashes down on the target. Chapter 171, Right of the Strong. Gaja POV. This is the end. No matter how much potential or strength you may possess, in the face of a stage 0 spell, even stage 1's like you can do nothing more than bow your heads. Grim POV. Badump 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 badump. Facing the wrath of Gaja's true lightning magic, Grimm felt the blood in his body begin to boil and his heart beat in anticipation as he confronted the large stretch of lightning descending from the sky head-on. Without my elf form I can't access my union magic, and none of my demon-slaying spells are strong enough to deflect, counter or block this attack by themselves. Honestly speaking, I have no way of defending against this. But this was perfect. Grins. To think I'd get the opportunity to fight someone this strong the moment I entered the Heart Kingdom. What a fucking jackpot. I couldn't ask for a better situation. Run away. Why would he run from a fight that could force him to surpass his limits and get stronger? Wasn't this what he wanted? To put everything he had on the line. To push himself to the very brink of destruction. To prove that no matter who or what he faced, that he was the strongest. If he ran now, could ever call himself the strongest even if he reached the top. Win or lose, the moment you turn your back and run away from an enemy, that's the moment you lose the right to look down upon the world. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. He's laughing. Hearing the sound of Grimm's voice ring out from below, a small frown crept its way back onto Gaja's face. Was seeing a stage 0 spell too much for him to handle? Watching as the gigantic bolt of lightning was about to reach him, Grimm's laughter abruptly stopped as his mind drifted back to the mana training he had done a week prior. The 3 cores of beating any opponent in a one-on-one. Power. Speed. Technique. As long as you are better at 2 of these things compared to your opponent, your chances of winning will be close to 100%. If I can't him beat with power, then I'll crutch him with speed and technique. Closing his eyes and taking up a familiar stance, the lightning crackling around his figure suddenly began to slow down and travel in reverse before eventually converging into his sheathed sword. Inhales. Using his current level of mana control, he governed the flow of lightning into the sheath. With his newly enhanced mana sensitivity, he controlled the compression and quality that entered. And with hyperfocus active, none of the extra lightning magic seeped out or escaped his perception. With all three abilities working together in tandem, for the first time since entering this world, Grimm's mana wastage had dropped down to 0 as he performed a dramatic unsheathing and unleashed his spell. Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash, Raikiri. Gaja POV. This is impossible. Watching as his Stage 0 spell was cut right down the middle and split into two at the hands of a Stage 1 mage. Gaja couldn't believe his eyes and was rendered speechless. Dodging his Tengiolia. Acceptable. But this? What the fuck was this? He had no way to explain this. Since when were Stage 1 mages capable of this? Did he get it wrong? Was Grimm actually at Stage 0? No, while he definitely had the potential, his spell clearly wasn't at the level of Stage 0. Then was it affinity? He quickly denied that one too. They were both using lightning magic. Hell, he was even using true lightning magic, for God's sake. So what was it? What allowed a Stage 1 like him to break a Stage 0 spell? 1. Grimm's voice suddenly sounded out, grabbing Gaja's attention. 1. Not understanding what he meant by that, his eyes suddenly focused on Grimm's figure only to be taken aback by the view. Breathing heavily and clearly exhausted, the smile on Grimm's face couldn't be hidden as he stared up at the heart mage and raised his middle finger. If I'm a 1, then I'm a 1 above 0, you salt and pepper-haired bitch. 1 above 0. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly throwing his head back and unable to hide his smile, the usually stern-faced Gaja couldn't help but let out a heartfelt laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. How long has it been since someone has managed to truly surprise me? Finished laughing, he looked back down at Grimm with a certain level of respect. Okay, I admit it. Out of all the Stage 1s I've seen, you're the strongest. Heh, obviously. Unable to hold on any longer, Grimm's vision began to darken before his consciousness completely shut off. But even as he fell out of the sky, his smile persisted. What a handful. Gaja smiled before racing down to catch him. Throne room. Grimm. Seeing the unconscious Grimm being carried in Gaja's arms, the Black Bulls and Mimosa raced over to check on him. What happened to him? Noelle questioned, sending a look of accusation Gaja's way. Following her lead, both Asta's and Faneral's grimoires opened up as the two got ready for battle. Ignoring them, Mimosa's sole focus lay on Grimm as she began casting her healing magic. Realizing that things were about to get out of hand, Smirik, the spirit guardian of wind and the one who tested the others on their magic stages, did his best to calm the Clover kids down before looking at Gaja for an explanation. He's fine, he just exerted himself during our fight. Looking at each other, the Clover kids thought about before suddenly coming to a silent agreement. It definitely sounded like something Grimm would do. Seeing that things had calmed down, the queen, now dressed in her royal garb, called Gaja over. My queen. He got down on one knee and lowered his head. So. She smiled. How was he? He was more impressive than you described. Oh. For Gaja to give someone such an assessment. I wonder what Grimm did to impress him. As if reading her thoughts, Gaja's next words caused Smirik, Queen Lolpeka, and the water spirits' faces to change. He broke my Stage 0 spell. Chapter 172, Heart Problems. Grimm's Mindscape. Ah, so close. Sitting on the floor and complaining, King had to watch Grimm whine about passing out after cutting through Gaja's Stage 0 spell. Give it a rest already, would ya? So what if you passed out? If you feel that annoyed by it, then train your mental strength up so that hyperfocus doesn't shut your brain down next time. Hearing that, Grimm's annoyance seemed to jump up a few notches. This is all your fault, you bastard. Me. Yeah, you. If you would just tell me how to activate my elf form, then I wouldn't have this problem. Seriously. You're asking me for a freebie. You disappoint me, Grimm. Oh, fuck off. I ain't asking for no damn freebie. I'm just saying that you could at least give me a hint. Amused by their conversation, King looked at him with a playful glint in his eyes. But wouldn't you feel more satisfied discovering it by yourself? God damn it. Pthahahahahaha. This 17th incarnation of mine is definitely a fun one to watch. Ahem, don't be so down, Grim. Considering that all your base mana abilities have been enhanced and that you've only had a week to understand them, not even master them, you breaking a stage 0 spell is a feat that would be near impossible for anyone else in this world to replicate. As for that, Raikiri, of yours. Hoo boy, that was something. I was banking on you trying to do something stupid like cutting through it with Breath of the Beast, or overpowering it with Rengoku. But look at you creating a variation of the Thunderclap and Flash to completely break it. If it wasn't for it being the first time you used that move and putting too much of a strain on your hyperfocus, you probably could have continued fighting afterwards. And while I can't say that you won that fight, saying that you lost also wouldn't be accurate. At the end of the day, it wasn't Gaja's attack that beat you after all. But because you're unrefined, Raikiri also couldn't reach him either, it clearly wasn't your win. If I had to be honest, I'd say you two drew. Thunderclap and Flash, Raikiri, by compressing and storing all the lightning magic normally built up to reach the insane amounts of speed via the Thunderclap and Flash spell, Grim condenses all that power into his blade and unleashes it through a singular destructive slash similar to Iaido. Now that I think about it, him being unable to injure you despite borrowing nature's mana and using a stage 0 spell makes you look even more impressive. So congrats, Grim, you've got something else to brag about. Why would I brag about a fight I didn't win? He cocked his head and said as if he was talking to an idiot. Smiles. But thanks, King. Even if you call it a draw, not winning means I lost. But that's fine. It just means I still have a ways to go until I'm the strongest. Heh. King smiled back. You've grown up well, Grim. I hope the next time we meet you'll be far stronger than you are now. You betcha. Heart Kingdom Throne Room. You've been cursed. Hearing the story from the Queen themselves, Asta and the others were surprised to find out that the devil-cursed being that they had been searching for all this time was actually standing in front of them. She nodded. At the current rate of the curse's progression, I'll be dead in a year's time. That's why I need your help. Our help. But with Sir Smurik and Mr. Gaja on your side, what could we do? You may not know this, but anyone below stage 1 can't fight a devil. But when it comes to killing a devil, even a stage 0 mage isn't enough. That's why we need power that cannot be completely understood through normal means. Power that can completely ignore the stage system. Nero, who uses forbidden magic and sealing magic. Asta, who possess no magic power but can use anti-magic, and Grim, a true son of mana and the wielder of the versatile demon-slaying magic. Alongside people like the time magic wizard Julius Novacrano and the dark magic captain of the Black Bulls Yami Sakiro. For you who possess incomprehensible magic that can slay devils, I shall call you arcane stage mages. Arcane, huh? That sounds pretty funny. Hearing the familiar and mischievous voice of their sleeping companion sound out behind them, the Clover kids all turned around at the same time and yelled. Grim. Sending a friendly smile their way, he eventually got to his feet and walked towards the Queen. Seeing this, the others panicked and were about to introduce her. No need, I've heard the situation but dash. Now standing completely in front of her, Grim's yellow eyes gave off such a feeling that it made the Queen feel like she wasn't being looked at by a human being. What exactly do you want to do with us? He asked. About to step forward, Lalapeka raised her hand to stop Gaja from taking any further actions. I want you to kill the devils in Spade Kingdom. Spade Kingdom. Interesting. But that's not all, is it? No, there's no way you'd go out of your way to do something like fight devils without wanting something in return. So tell me, Queenie. What is it that you really want? I dash. Activating the minimum amount of hyperfocus needed to monitor her heartbeat. Grim didn't take his eyes off her for a second as she lowered her head and bit her lip. I don't want to die. She whispered. What was that? I don't want to die. She screamed, clutching her chest with tears welling up in her eyes. I'm scared, I'm scared of dying. Lolo. Feeling the despair in her voice, Undine wanted nothing more than to pull her into her embrace. But she held back. If Grimm was really as important as Lolo believed, then they had to acquire his help no matter what. So please sniff, please kill Magicula. Magicula. Noelle recoiled upon hearing the name. Magicula. Grimm repeated before looking back at the teary-faced queen. Is that the name of the devil that cursed you? Yes. She nodded and tried to dry her eyes. One more question. Are the devils in the Spade Kingdom strong? This was the question on everyone's mind. If even stage zeros couldn't beat devils, then just how strong were they? I believe they're stronger than the devil you fought in your kingdom. Oh. Grimm's eyes flashed. If they're stronger than the devil that I needed my elf form to beat, then I need to be 10 times, no, 100 times stronger in order to secure a victory. The scar on Gaja's face was also left by the devil that cursed me. They even managed to injure someone who I couldn't even touch. Magicula, Magicula. You're becoming more and more interesting by the minute. So please. She suddenly bowed. Please gather all the people in your kingdom capable of fighting and killing a devil, and train with the spirit guardians her. I refuse. Chapter 173, Success. I've seen the way you people fight. Relying on nature's mana to fuel your spells with those weird runes of yours. I don't like it. A warrior should rely on nothing but the skills and techniques that they've developed. Placing all your hopes on external factors instead of improving your own abilities. Just the thought of doing that shit makes me sick. Grimm. Noelle yelled. Ignoring her sudden outburst, he continued on. If the elves attacked this place instead of the Clover Kingdom, with their natural ability to disrupt mana and make it harder to condense spells, you guys would have been fucked within a day. And now you're asking me to learn from the very same people who are unable to fight properly without using a crutch. Are you fucking stupid? Training here would do nothing more than hinder my development. But the Devil's Dash, Lalapeka started. Will fall to my blade. He grinned and clenched his fists tightly. Thanks to that battle I had with your spirit guardian earlier, I'm already stronger now than I was yesterday. I've even gotten a hint of what I need to do in order to grow even stronger. So yeah. I'll fight those devils. But I'll do it my way, with my own power and for my own satisfaction. If I can't beat them with my own power, then there's no point. A/N, Grimm's thoughts are similar to Goku's when he achieved SSJ God through the ritual. Having finally said his piece, he turned away from the young queen and began to walk away without giving the others so much as a glance. But before leaving, he shot another look in Gaja's direction. I'll be back for a rematch. Wait, Grimm. Lalapeka yelled. What now? He paused. How did you do it? Huh. Gaja said you broke a stage 0 spell. But with your strength that should be impossible. So how did you do it? How did you overcome such a difference in power? Are you dumb? What? Do you know who I am? I'm Grimm motherfucker, ain't no such thing as impossible for me. And with that, he left the Heart Kingdom, leaving the entire room in shock. Unable to bear the awkward silence any longer, Mimosa tried her best to bring the atmosphere back to what it was before Grimm left. Your Majesty. She began. He said he'd fight. What? He said he'd fight. Lalapeka suddenly burst out into joyous laughter and high-fived Undine, who was also smiling back at her. Hey. The Clover kids were all taken back in surprise. Why, Your Majesty, aren't you disappointed that Grimm didn't agree to be trained by you? Finral asked. What? Of course not. She quickly shook her head. While it would have been nice to have him train here so that we could determine how strong he'd get, our main objective in all of this was securing his help. Now that he's said that he'd fight the devils, I consider it a successful negotiation. Is that so? Finral laughed nervously. I don't remember you negotiating though. In any case, she continued, he's bound to get stronger whether he trains with us or not. But what about us? Mimosa suddenly asked. Will we still be trained here? Of course. Lalapeka immediately agreed. While he might have been a bit crass in the way he said it, Grimm was right when he said that our way of fighting didn't suit him. You guys on the other hand will definitely benefit from it. So for the next 6 months we'll train you as hard as we can. And then we'll launch an attack on the Spade Kingdom together. Oh. And don't forget to pass that on to Grimm. It'd be really bad if he attacks prematurely. Beyond the Heart Kingdom's border. I should have made Finral teleport me back. Flying high above the clouds and zooming through the sky. Grimm quickly made it back into the Clover Kingdom's territory with tons of time to spare before sunset. Stage 0 ha. If my power estimation is right, then I already reached the level of Stage 0 back in my fight with Zagard. But if these new devils are even stronger than him, then I'll have to obtain the power of a Stage 0 mage without the use of my elf form. Damn, just the thought of this is making me buzz. While flying, a subtle but discernible flow of mana suddenly dragged him out of his thoughts. Oh. He raised an eyebrow and slowed down. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, a group of black hooded figures using several magic tools to fly suddenly appeared all around him. Now who would you be? Staying silent, the hooded men were about to make a move until they saw Grimm hold out his hand and shake his head. No. Don't tell me, you're my fans, aren't you? No. He quickly rejected that notion. My fans wouldn't hide their faces from me. Then could it be that you're some battle-hardened sexy ladies who've heard of my sexual prowess and are here to challenge me? Ah, shakes head, but looking at your physiques it's obvious that you guys are men. Unless you knew that and still came after my body. Aggressively shaking his head and waving his hands in front of his face, he ruthlessly shot them down. If that's the case, then I should let you know summons beast swords I don't roll like that. Suddenly vanishing from sight and appearing in front of one of them. He grabbed onto one of the hooded men's heads and squeezed. Asterisk splat. Asterisk. Bursting the man's head like a watermelon, he suddenly vanished again only to appear in front of another hooded man. Repeating this action over and over again, he finally stopped once he held the last one up by the neck and had his sword sticking out of their abdomen. Making use of the transparent world to look through the man's body, he stabbed his sword into one of the points where mana would usually flow, causing the men to feel an excruciating level of pain. You know, twist sword, while I wouldn't put it past you for going after my body. Now that I think about it, I think it's more likely that you guys were actually hired by those cucks calling themselves nobles. Why, you knew. The assassin in his hand struggled to say. Of course. He nodded. The artifacts your little group are using are way too shiny to be used by your everyday assassins. Now if it was only one of you that had it, then I could understand that. But all of you. PSH, only those wastrels would throw away brand new artifacts away like they were nothing. If you knew who we were, then what was that nonsense you were spewing earlier? Oh, that. I was just felt like playing around with you guys. Better to think you died because of your preferences than profession, right? Isn't that worse? Shrugs. Think it over in hell. Removing the artifact that allowed him to fly, Grimm released his grip on his throat and let gravity do its job. I guess it's time I make use of Nebra, Chapter 174, Unbloomed Threat. After summoning Nebra and ordering her to investigate which nobles played a hand in hiring the assassins. Without saying much, Grimm went to a mountainous region far from the Clover Kingdom to focus on his training. Now standing in a cave that he had carved out in the side of one of the mountains, he looked out at the horizon and let his thoughts wander. In order to reach Stage 0 in my current state, I'll first need to improve my hyperfocus and stabilize my enhanced mana skills. If I'm lucky and able to utilize my hyperfocus properly, I could potentially use it to shorten the time needed to master my mana skills and solidify my existing foundation. Gazing at the distant mountains, Grimm couldn't help but marvel at the floating rocks swirling through the air. Looks like I was right to choose a grand magic zone for training. The closer I am to its center, the harder it is to control my mana. If I can make use of my time here to its fullest extent, then who knows how strong I'll be by the time I leave. Fuck. I can't wait to start. Too bad I need to head back to pick up some supplies first. Clover Kingdom a couple of days later. I have to get stronger. At this rate, you know, and Grimm will always be one step ahead of me. Sitting outside the Black Bull's base, Asta, who had long since returned from the Heart Kingdom with the others, was focused on completing his own exclusive training. Performing an unknown amount of muscle exercises, he was currently doing 8,003 sit-ups with the goal of reaching 10,000. Unknown dungeon. Luck, who had also returned from scouting out the Diamond Kingdom with Magna and Vanessa in tow, couldn't forget that scene from before. Of the black-haired man with the symbol of spade on his jacket. Stronger, stronger, stronger. I have to get even stronger. With that singular thought driving him, he went to as many dungeons as possible in order to get stronger and trigger another manic mana state similar to the one he and Magna had back when they were looking for ways to treat Asta's arms. Black Bulls HQ. So that's the servant of the devils, Asta of the Black Bulls. He looks just as devilish in person as he does in the newspapers. Hidden away in a shrub of bushes, a small group of people wearing white robes and devil-themed masks stared at the exercising Asta with malice in their eyes. The one who had spoke suddenly turned to look at another member of their group, who clearly a female. The next part relies on you, Bao. Nodding her head, the woman walked forward slightly and intentionally stumbled out, catching both Asta's and Seeker's attention. Huh? Who's that? Seeing the stumbling woman, Asta's righteous heart forced him to halt his training so that he could go and check up on her. Hey! He yelled and ran over. Are you okay? Watching all this happen from a branch on the tree, Seeker, who was in her bird form, couldn't help but sigh and curse grim in her head. Why did you leave me here? Flying down and turning into her human form, she too went to check out the situation. Struggling to move, the woman in white robes raised her hand up as if begging for help. Please take this. She struggled to say, pushing a vial filled with blue liquid in their faces. Using her thumb, she suddenly popped the cork off the vial, causing the liquid to turn bright red and explode into a pink-colored gas when it came into contact with the air. Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of unknown gas invading their lungs, the two began to cough aggressively while more and more white-robed people began to walk out of the surrounding bushes. Impressive. The men leading the group complimented. I didn't think your potion would be this effective. Thank you. The woman who played decoy replied and rejoined the others. Nodding his head, the leader stared at the two. Oh. He raised an eyebrow upon seeing the black-haired girl with two horns on her head. It seems that luck is on our side today. He smiled. Not only do we get the devil-possessed boy, but even the girl who's used forbidden magic is by his side. Hearing that, the others also focused their attention on Seeker's head. So this is Nero. A black-haired woman whispered. Those horns. She a devil. Get her. Kill her. Destroy her. All sorts of opinions began circulating throughout the group before the leader put his fingers to his lips and shushed them. Don't let your hatred cloud your judgment. These sinners will die. But not before they've played their part. Remembering their purpose for coming here, the rest of the group reined in their emotions and proceeded to continue with the plan. Seeing that everyone had more or less settled down, the leader of the group nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now capture them. Seeing the approaching figures and fighting the weight of her heavy eyelids, Seeker looked at the collapsed Asta. Damn it. But just as they were about to capture the two, a sudden voice from above caused them to stop. I go away for a couple of days and all of a sudden you've become weak enough to get taken out by a group of nobodies. It'd be sad if it wasn't so funny. Hearing the voice, the leader of the group suddenly froze. This voice. It can't be. We were told that he had left the kingdom. Feeling his back suddenly covered in a layer of cold sweat, he could tell that the rest of his compatriots were experiencing the same thing. Despite the masks covering their faces, it couldn't hide their trembling legs. It's over. It's all over. Not him. Oh God, anyone but him. Descending down from the sky like a god, a shiver ran down the spines of everyone present as he walked past with sparing them a single glance. Having read the profiles of everyone in the Black Bulls in preparation for this mission and remembering his actions during the Royal Knight exams, meeting Grim here was the last thing that they wanted. Not only did he possess the power to use multiple magic attributes, but the amount of brutality highlighted in the reports was enough to deter them from attacking the base directly. In fact, it was only when they heard that he had left the kingdom for a couple of days that they had decided that now would be the best time to attack. But who would have guessed that he would appear right as they achieved their objective? Fate was a funny thing. Knowing that it was pretty much the end for him, the leader of the masked men drew out his grimoire and thud. Ended up losing his head. Chapter 175, Rescue. We were wrong. We were so wrong. Forbidden magic. Devil possession. This thing here. It's the real devil. Staring at the red-covered Grim, who was once again coated in several layers of blood and surrounded by several bloody body parts. Dazu, the last surviving member of the Devil Banishers and secret leader of the Devil Believers, did her best to crawl away despite the futility of it all. And where do you think you're going? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling a massive amount of pressure suddenly crash into her, Dazu felt like her insides were slowly being grinded into a mush as a torrent of tears and pained grunts escaped her. She wanted to scream to the high heavens to end this pain. Anything would be better than this. But every time she opened her mouth, the only thing that came out was an efflux of blood and bile. In his presence, she didn't even have the right to scream. Did you know? His voice echoed out, driving her further into the depths of despair as his steps grew closer and closer. The bodies of people with low amounts of mana can't handle a sudden influx of a large amounts of mana. Their bodies just weren't built to handle such quantities. From what I've heard, all that excess mana trapped inside of them will want out by any means necessary. And since they aren't used to dealing with so much mana at once, much less controlling it, the mana inside of them will devour them from the inside out, putting them through a hellish experience until they, well, pop. Realizing what Grim meant by that, Dazu's eyes went wide as she felt another influx of his mana pour into her body. Grrrrrrr. She dug her nails into the dirt, doing her best to endure the pain. So Miss Devil Mask crouches down. I wonder what sound you'll make when you pop. Continuing to pour mana into her body, a sudden thought occurred to him. Will she make a loud noise when she pops? If she did, then wouldn't that attract the attention of the other Black Bulls? And if they saw this scene looks at the severed limbs, they'll make a big fuss. Deciding to get rid of the evidence, he began cleaning up the scene. Switching to Breath of Flames, he incinerated the remaining body parts. Changing to Breath of Water, he washed away all the blood on both himself and the ground. Then he used Breath of Wind to dry off the wet parts and sweep away any of the remaining ash. Weirdly enough, the scene looked so immaculate you'd think he'd done this kind of thing before. Perfect. He concluded before turning back to the dying Dazu. Kill me. She finally managed to say once he had deterred his attention to cleaning. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. You still have the strength to speak. How interesting. Using the transparent world to observe what was happening to the inside of her body. He was quite surprised to hear her speak, considering that most of his mana had filled up her body. Please kill me. She begged again. And why would I do that? It'd ruin my fun. TT the G girl. Girl. Marie A. Adley. Adley. Do I know an Adley? I think I know a Marie, but why would they dash? Looking over at the passed out Asta and Seeker, it suddenly hit him. Oh. So that's how it is. Staring down at the crying Dazu, the corners of Grim's lips began to rise as he crouched down and raised her chin. So you had someone who saw the trial on your side, huh? Random village. Where are they? They should have been back by now. You don't think they got caught, do you? No way. Standing in a partly destroyed house in the village of Taiyuyu, a group of 5 Devil Banishers stood over the unconscious Marie and discussed the tardiness of their other members. Something must have delayed them. Why, yeah. There's no way they'd be caught. While no one wanted to say it aloud, the truth was if their comrades had been caught, then it was only a matter of time until they were caught too. -10 minutes later. They're taking too long. Something must have gone wrong. Nodding in agreement, one of the other 5 Devil Banishers asked. What do we do now? The girl. Should we just kill her now? Falling into silence, the group began to pace the room until one of them eventually shook their heads and spoke up. We can't. Right now we're just speculating. What would we do if we find out we were wrong and that the others come back and see what we've done? It'll ruin everything. Hearing that the other members nodded. He's right. She can't die yet. I agree. Me too. Me 3. Me 4. Suddenly hearing an extra voice that wasn't there previously, the group swiftly turned around only to abruptly freeze when they saw who it was. GG Grim. Standing in the middle of the doorway with a decapitated head in his hand and smile on his face. Grimm slowly stepped into the room, causing everyone's voices to get stuck in their throat. What? He tilted his head to the side. Weren't we just talking about murdering a child? Why did you stop? While they were all busy panicking, Grimm used his hyper-focus to check on Marie. Once he had made sure that she was okay, he got down to the main reason for his arrival. So then, he started. Are you gonna show me the power that made you confident enough to a Magic Knight squad? Hearing no response, he called out one of his swords and smiled widely. So you're the type that has to be forced to show your power. That's fine by me. Chapter 176, Training begins. After defeating the rest of the Devil Banishers/Believers, Grimm returned an unconscious Marie back to the church and quietly disappeared before anyone had realized that he was there. Grabbing the rest of his supplies and a few trinkets from the artifact store that belonged to his ex-wife/slave, he left the kingdom with a single thought in mind. Unrivaled strength. Month 1. Breathing heavily and training his physical strength alongside his hyper-focus. Both Grimm's body and mental strength increased by leaps and bounds, quickly adapting to the tyrannical mana in the Grand Magic Zone. Focusing mostly on increasing his use of hyper-focus so that he could improve his other magical abilities faster, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his body was slowly becoming accustomed to withstanding the immense magical pressure within the Grand Magic Zone all by itself. Is this due to fusing Breath of the Beast into my base? Have I gained the adaptability of a beast? Month 2. Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash Raikiri. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Releasing a large amount of his magic power outwards and attracting the floating rocks in the air, a bare-chested Grimm dodged the large boulders hurling towards him with ease as he fired off several attacks of his own. Raikiri. 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 Slashing his way through several rocks faster than the eye could see, he slowly sheathed his sword back in and opened his eyes up. Breathing out lightly and looking over at the slashed rocks in the distance. He nodded his head in satisfaction after seeing that they had all been perfectly split down the middle. Taking note of the increased range of his attack, he looked down at his clenched fist and smiled. I'm finally able to use my mana freely in this place. Having finally gotten used to enhanced mana abilities as well as being able to use his hyper-focus in such a mana-sensitive region without any interference or overdrawing on his mental strength, he concluded that he had reached the first goal in his training regime. Month 3. Having completed his first milestone and exhausted his use of the area, he quickly left the Grand Magic Zone behind in order to advance to the next stage of his training. Journeying through a thicket of wild trees and vegetation, Grimm crossed a large amount of land in record-breaking time. Almost there, he whispered as he closed in on his destination. Now that he had solidified his foundations and strengthened his control on his own mana, it was time for him to reawaken the powers he had lost. Ascending through the trees and hovering high above the canopies, the fresh scent of pines filled his nostrils as he stood facing a large wooden gate that just so happened to be the entrance to the witch's forest. I'm finally back. Pulling his arm back and igniting it with breath of flames. The thought of burning down the gate brought a huge smile to his face. But just as he was about to do his version of a knock, the gate suddenly began to rumble and open up by itself. Not too long later, he appeared before the Witch Queen and gave her a single phrase to explain why he had sought her out. I've come to bargain. In exchange for her using her knowledge on blood magic to guide him on how to activate the mana in his blood and trigger his elf form, every night Grimm would provide her his seed through the process of natural insemination. Unfortunately for the Queen, she underestimated how much he didn't want her to have his child. Making use of hyper-focus, every time he blew, he'd use Breath of the Beast to destroy the tails and nucleus of his swimmers the moment they left his body. Sitting cross-legged and using his hyper-focus to find the traces of mana hidden in his bloodstream, day after day and night after night, the color in Grimm's hair slowly began to change from black to white. It was only during the last week of the month that it had fully changed and he had truly regained his elf form once again. Wind x Thunder. Breath of the Strum. Outside. Why did it get cloudy all of a sudden? Ugh, the wind. It's getting stronger. What's with the weather? Throne room. Natural mana reaction. Having her eyes snap open and standing up from her seat, the Witch Queen felt her entire body tremble as she realized that he had succeeded. The true son of mana has awoken. Following his second awakening, Grimm spent the rest of the week practicing turning his elf form on and off until he had gotten fully comfortable with it. During that time, he learned that the elf form itself was completely different to what he thought. Unlike the first time he activated the power by devouring the soul of another elf, by activating it himself he learned that he wasn't actually triggering his elven power. He was suppressing the human blood in his body, which allowed him to go full elf. So that's how this works. He grinned. Month 4. Having regained his power from his fight with Zagerd on top of everything else he had achieved since then, Grimm realized that he could no longer gain anything by staying here any longer. Packing his bag and giving the Queen a final quickie in order to exhaust her, he flashed through the sky and headed towards the next training area. Closing his eyes and recalling the signal he felt right after Licht descended, he triggered his elf form and let nature's mana guide him towards his destination. Having gotten a grasp on his enhanced mana, hyper-focus, and the reawakening of his elven form, the next logical step in his training was to learn how to maximize the elven power to its fullest potential. And who better to teach him than the elves themselves? Heading towards a specific direction at high speeds, it was only once he sensed 3 familiar mana signatures approaching him that he began to slow down and eventually stop. Moments later, Raya, Fana and Patri appeared before him. Grimm, they all said in a neutral tone. Noticing the mana around him, a look of surprise crept onto the elves' faces as they felt aura was somewhat different to what it was before. His increase in strength was quite evident and caused them all to recall their traumatic experiences with him. For Fana it was the fight against him in the witch's forest. The humiliation, brutally and fear she felt had left her with lingering mental scars that she had only recently began to recover from. For Raya, it was his and Lyra's, elf Rill, battle against Grimm when he first achieved his elf form. His savagery and the sadistic nature he possessed in that fight left him feeling deeply disturbed and distraught. As for Patri, it was the elation he had for his fight with the word devil. The glee he showed in tormenting Zagerd was otherworldly. Not to mention the recklessness in his actions. While everyone was sweating and treating the situation with the utmost severity, Grimm acted like a kid in a candy store. If anything, the entire experience left him feeling confused and quite concerned. Signaling each other with their eyes, the 3 elves came to a silent agreement. Get him out of here as quickly as possible. Chapter 177, Alicia. To think you'd travel through a grand magic zone all by yourself, sigh, you're as impressive as ever, Grimm. This damn monster's gotten even scarier than last time. Keeping a smile on his face, Patri and the others led Grimm through a forest-like area on their way to their destination. Looking at the scenery, he noticed that the greenery here was much brighter and vibrant compared to that of the witch's forest. Even the mana here feels warmer. Hearing Patri's previous comment about the Grand Magic Zone, Grimm couldn't help but laugh and scratch the back of his head. Hee, this much is nothing. You should have seen the Grand Magic Zone I was training in for the last 2 months. The mana there was wild as fuck. Getting here was a cakewalk in comparison. Smiles. 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 Did he just say he spent 2 months training in a mana zone? It had to be said that traveling through a grand magic zone was no easy task. Even Patri and the others had to exhaust quite a bit of energy before they were able to get here. But to hear Grimm describe the grand magic zone that they were in now as a cakewalk in comparison to the one he had spent 2 months training in, well, it almost felt like he was attacking their pride. Just how much more monstrous had this bastard become in the last 2 months? Why, you are unbelievable, Grimm. Fana stuttered, trying not to draw too much attention to herself. Discreetly looking him up and down, the amount of mana gathering around Grimm left Raya feeling speechless and regretful as to what they had to do for him. If he had gotten this strong just by training by himself, should we really be trying to make him stronger? Walking deeper into the forest, the trio eventually began to slow down and push Grimm to the front as a worried look flashed across all of their faces as they said in union. Welcome home. Please don't destroy it. Standing before a grassy plain and hit with a rush of gentle wind that ruffled his hair, Grimm found himself whistling at the sight of what lay before him. Groups of animals casually strolling around, large and small trees scattered all over the place and many little houses stationed everywhere. If he had to describe the scene before him, the only thing he could call it would be harmonious. Even the mana felt like it was in harmony with everything else. It almost felt like he was watching a scene straight out of a Disney movie. While Grimm was admiring the view, the three elves were quietly kicking themselves for promising Licht that they'd look after him to the best of their abilities. With how strong and unstable he was at the moment, wouldn't making him any stronger threaten the safety of their village. Are those? Focusing his attention on the distance, Grimm saw a couple of children running around and playing. But their ears, they were almost like his. The descendants of Licht and Princess Tesha. Patry answered with a smile as he looked at them from afar. Welcome to Alicia Grimm. The New Elf Village. New Elf Village. He repeated as the words settled with him. Is that why the mana here feels purer than at the Heart Kingdom? So this is what it's meant by having the blessings of mana. He muttered. Indeed. Raya nodded, guiding Grimm forward. Wherever elves gather, mana will follow. We are loved by this world and its mana. Didn't stop you from getting wiped out though. He quietly laughed. Now that brings us to the reason you've come. Walking past several descendants of Licht, Grimm was greeted by a bunch of smiles and friendly waves. Weird. The matter of devils pouring into this world and your need to get stronger. We're aware of all of it. Devils pouring into this world. I don't remember the Heart Queen mentioning that. Wait. Does that mean I don't even need to go to the underworld? I could wait here for them. Digesting that new piece of information, he did his best to keep his face neutral and fish for more information. How do you know all of this? Did someone from the Clover Kingdom contact you? No. Patry shook his head. Then the Heart Kingdom. You'll know soon enough. He answered, trying to sound mysterious. Why do I have the sudden urge to stab him? Walking deeper into the forest, the group eventually arrived in front of a large tree with a small entrance carved into its trunk. Standing next to the entrance was a skinny blonde-haired elf that Grimm hadn't seen in a while. Veto. TCH, took you long enough. He said, kissing his teeth. She hasn't stopped talking since she found out he was coming. If you don't go in now, I'm scared that she'll throw a tantrum. Smiling lightly, the others ushered Grimm forward. We'll wait for you here. Because we don't want to be with you more than we have to be. Frowning slightly, Grimm paused for a moment before heading in alone. If they were going to attack me, they wouldn't have brought me this deep into their territory. Walking up the steps and through the tree's entrance, he was immediately taken back by what was waiting for him. So you're Dryad? Yep. And you have the gift of prophecy? And you know all about devils? Aha. Chilling out on the tree floor and speaking to a large woman whose wavy green hair matched her plant-like green dress. Grimm grilled the cheerful woman about everything she knew relating to himself and the underworld. From what he was able to gather, devils were split into 4 different rankings. The lowest being low-ranking devils, mid-ranking devils, high-ranking devils, and finally supreme devils. Finding out that Zagerd would be considered high-ranking left him feeling disappointed until he found out about the supreme devils. Not too long after that, he learnt about the 3 rulers of the underworld, the Tree of Cliffeth, and what would happen if they appeared in the living world. He was even told about how the elven apostles of Sapphira and the Tree of Life were the reflection of the Tree of Cliffeth and the supreme devils that dwell in each level. Unfortunately, the majority of the apostles of Sapphira had died, with only Patry and the other 3 elves being what was left. And since they had all died early due to Zagerd's plan, they never managed to reach their full potential and wouldn't be able to oppose the devils. Licht was the leader of the elves as well as the one standing on the highest level of the Tree of Life. Are you telling me that he could have been strong enough to contend with the one who dwells in the lowest levels? The king of devils, Lucifero? Of course. Dryad enthusiastically confirmed. With Licht's talent, he would have been more than enough to rival Lucifero if he stayed alive and was allowed to grow. What about me? Could I beat Lucifero? No. She immediately shut that down. While your talent is better than Licht's and your magic is the bane of all devils, if Lucifero appeared right now, you'd only be able to offer him your life. But there's no need to worry. Your kinfolk will help you prepare. As if on cue, Patry and the other elves walked in, with Patry taking the lead. Nodding towards the Dryad, he looked at Grimm and stepped forward. While you may be strong right now, you don't know how to properly use that power of yours. So from now until you leave, the 4 of us will be charged with helping you learn how to utilize that power to its fullest. Chapter 178, The Final Months. Month 4 and 5. For the next 2 months, Grimm's entire life revolved around his training with the elves. Learning how to fully maximize the elven power within him and bring forth its full might, his speed, strength, and techniques increased at a rate that left the other elves stunned. Combined with the beast physique that toughened his body, increased adaptability, and sped his natural healing ability, he was able to push himself to the limit on several occasions. Now decked out in an outfit similar to what Patry wore during his time as a dark elf, he'd spend his mornings maximizing his combat ability by having daily sparring matches with Veto and Raya. In reality, he was just letting them hit him with their magic in order to grow the number of spells in his grimoire before beating them down. And thanks to Raya's copy magic, he had essentially found a way to glitch the system. In time, the descendants of Licht caught wind of the training and came to watch the matches themselves. Having never actually spoken to this new half-elf that had recently arrived, they were quite curious as to what he could do. In the evenings he would train with Fana on how to fight like an elf and deepen his understanding of his own spells. Having spent his time around nothing but humans, Grimm's application of magic was very basic and straightforward. The closest he had ever gotten to fighting like an elf was against Gaja, where he created his own variation on the Thunderclap and Flash spell. But even Fana was surprised to learn that his mana wastage could drop to 0 and that the power of his spells stayed consistent without deviation. Even Licht wasn't fully capable of that. By the time night rolled around, he'd train with Patry and got used to fighting someone who possessed negative mana. Although he was no longer a dark elf, Patry still retained the power and spells from the form. Sitting on a large branch and ignoring the children below, Grimm's body was brimmed with strength and vitality. Compared to how he was 2 months prior, the current him felt much more in tune with both himself and the world. It was to the point that unless someone was paying close attention to him, they wouldn't be able to sense any mana fluctuations at all. It was almost like he had completely become one with nature itself. And as a result of daily muscle training with Veto, his muscles had become much more defined despite his overall figure not changing too much. Breathing out lightly, he played with his hair that had now grown long enough to reach his shoulders. I should cut this when I get a chance. Unlike Licht and Patry, who seemed to have a fetish for long hair, Grimm found it quite annoying and messy for his liking. Standing up and stretching, he looked beyond the horizon and towards to Clover Kingdom. It's about time I return. Month 6. After bidding his farewell to Dryad and the others, Grimm packed what little luggage he had and raced towards the Clover Kingdom. Returning to his black-haired state, he marveled at how fast he had become in his base form. He was even faster now than back when he was using Thunderclap and Flash in his battle against Elf Luck and Zagard. Flashing through the Clover Kingdom's territory. Instead of heading towards the Black Bull's base, he chose to go towards a different Magic Knight base entirely. Using his newly improved relationship with mana to hide his mana signature, he passed through several restricted areas and appeared in a lavish-looking room. Looking down at the sleeping woman in bed, he closed his eyes and raised his sword up high. But just as he was about to slash down, he suddenly found that his surroundings had changed. Attacking a sleeping captain. I heard you were reckless, but I never expected this. Hearing a chipper voice echo out behind him, Grimm sheathed his sword and turned around. Dorothy Unsworth. Sitting before him on a large pillow-like object, the lilac-haired sleeping captain gazed down at him with a flash of cheekiness crossing her eyes. Oh ho ho. She covered her mouth and giggled. You're much more handsome than the posters make you out to be. And you're even more youthful than I expected. Oh. Grins. Melting out of existence and appearing behind him, she stood on her tiptoes and gently blew into his ear. Is that a compliment? She whispered. An observation. He replied without turning to look at her. Disappearing and reappearing back on her pillow, she laughed in a playful manner and proceeded to lay down on her front. You're much more interesting than Charlotte described. Then again, her head is only filled with yummy after all. But that's not what you're here for, is it? Sneaking into my base, trespassing into my room and even attacking an official Magic Knight captain. If you wanted my attention, then you've definitely got it now. Nodding his head, Grimm looked around, Glamour World, before focusing his attention back on the young-looking captain. I want to borrow Glamour World. Oh. She raised an eyebrow. I heard from Vanessa and the others that in this world we're able to manifest anything we can imagine. She agreed. I want to borrow this place to train my abilities to their peak. Is that so? She said thoughtfully before shaking her head. And what do I get out of this? Before you came in I was happily training by myself in order to get strong enough to trap a devil here. What you're suggesting would mean that my own training would be halted. Yeah. He agreed before slowly taking to the skies. That's why I want to give you something in return. You want to trap a devil and I want to kill one. As someone who beat one previously, fighting against me should give you some inkling of what sort of strength you'll need in order to contain one. If you're satisfied by the end of it, I only ask that you let me train here for 1 month. 1 month. 1 month. Did you know that in 1 month's time the 6-month deadline for attacking the Spade Kingdom will be up? Are you preparing for that? 6-month deadline. I think Noel mentioned something about that a while back. I probably should have listened. Well, whatever. It's been a while since I had a fight with anyone anyways, Boowoot. Grim, you should know that I'm quite hard to satisfy. Heh. Summons beast swords. Trust me, I've never disappointed a woman. Chapter 179, Enemy of the World. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Crackling with electricity and zooming around Glamour World, explosions erupted all around Grim as Dorothy manifested everything from giant flaming snakes, huge boulders and faster-than-light speed level lasers in order to chase him down. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dodging left and right, not a shred of panic could be seen on his face as he gauged just how real Dorothy's creations were. Are you just going to keep avoiding everything? What happened to you satisfying me? Dorothy yelled. We're getting there. Breath of the Beast. Sudden throwing strike. Changing attributes and now possessing 2 jagged twin swords, he hurled both blades towards the distant witch. Humph. Disappointing. Stretching her palm out and letting it glow with mana, the space in front of her began to twist as a giant one-eyed cyclops manifested itself in front of her. Commanding it to stop the blades from reaching her, a look of shock spread across her face when the swords carved their way through the cyclops's neck and headed towards her at a dangerous speed. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Suddenly dodging to the side, a trickle of blood flowed down the side of her cheek as the swords disappeared into the distance. He cut me. Breath of Flame, 3rd form, Blazing Universe. Blazing Universe, igniting the blade with flame magic, Grim performs a downwards vertical slash. Osher dash. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Appearing above her without any notice, Grim didn't give her a chance to react as he bypassed the decapitated Cyclops and slashed down with enough to force to break her newly created shield and cause the air to whistle as she was sent flying downwards. Take that, you narcoleptic little bitch. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Barely managing to create a giant bed to cushion her landing, she was unable to disperse the power behind the attack, causing the bed to cave in upon impact. Cough, cough, cough. Landing on the bed with enough force to break it, Dorothy pushed herself back onto her feet and wiped away a trace of blood that had appeared on her lips. Not bad, boy. But you're forgetting something. Oh yeah. What's that? Grins. This is my world. And in this world, I am God. Asterisk boom. Spreading her arms out wide, a large amount of magic power suddenly erupted out of her, causing the air behind her figure to shimmer and ripple like it was made out of Watergate of Babylon style. What is that? As if to answer that very question, out from within the ripples stepped several pairs of boots. He. Bet you never expected this. Dorothy laughed as several replicas of the Clover Kingdom's captain stepped out from the ripples. Howdy doody. Several clones of Yami saluted in a cringy manner. Okay, what the actual fuck? I'll cut you up. The clones of Jack all said in union, while the other cloned captain said something similar. Oh. Grim raised a brow before eventually turning to look at Dorothy. You know what, I take back everything bad I've ever said about you. This may actually be quite cathartic. You said bad things about me. Breath of Flames, Grim Style 1st form, Unknowing Fire. Grim Style Unknowing Fire, By using reinforcement magic and combusting a large amount of fire magic beneath his feet, Grimm is able to achieve a tremendous level of speed as he charges forward and unleashes a singular horizontal slash that removes the heads of anyone unlucky enough to be standing in his path. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Stomping down hard and making use of his enhanced physique, he compressed and detonated the fire magic beneath his feet. Bursting forwards at blinding speeds, neither Dorothy nor the cloned captains could react as a flame-covered figure slashed through the necks of several replicas and left a line of scorched earth behind him. What? Dorothy stumbled back in shock and disbelief. This is impossible. While I may not have their exact strengths down properly, these clones should be roughly as strong as the captains were during our Captain versus Captain tournament 5 months ago. For them to be unable to react. Just how strong has this boy become? Exhaling lightly, wisps of flames clung to Grimm's clothes as he lowered his sword and slowly turned to look at the remaining clones. Asterisk grins. Asterisk. Seeing that smile, a sudden chill went down Dorothy's spine as she looked at the remaining clones and yelled. Attack. Fire spirit magic, salamander's breath. Mercury magic, silver bullet. Briar magic, scarlet braided beautiful battle spear. Slash magic, death scythe, lunatic slash. Painting magic, phantom dragon Vuivra's shout. Dark magic, dark cloak dimension slash. Vortex magic. World tree magic. Facing the combined attack of all the Clover captains, the grin on Grimm's face began to widen as he took a step forward and. Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap and flash Raikiri, eightfold slash. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Clashing with the physical attacks, Grimm dived headfirst into the chaos. Using his heightened perception via hyper-focus, even the cloned Yamis, dimension slashes, weren't able to touch him. Breath of the Beast, fifth Fong, crazy cutting. Ascending high into the air and then activating the spell, a bright gray hue coated his figure as he didn't hesitate cannonball himself into the crowd and create pure pandemonium. Afa. Argagig. Gaja. Yes. 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 Unleashing this spell to its fullest extent, several curved arcs made out of sharpened gray mana revolved around his figure at high speeds fast enough that it lacerated and mutilated the captains in spite of any defenses they put up. Erg. Unable to keep her food down, the sight of her comrades' disfigured faces and limbless bodies was enough to make Dorothy puke her guts out. Standing in the middle of all this carnage, Grimm ran around slashing his swords in every possible direction as he let the shower of blood soak his figure and dye his hair red. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Hearing the bona fide joy and jubilation in his voice as he slaughtered the rest of the captains, for the first since leaving the witch's forest, Dorothy felt true terror. This boy. He's a monster, Chapter 180, Dream's End. Standing in front of a grounded Dorothy, the sound of her comrade's blood dripping down Grimm's bloodied sword echoed loudly in her ears. Looking at the bloody remains of what used to be her fellow captains, it took everything she had to not throw up again. But while she was busy trying to keep her food down, Grimm felt nothing but satisfaction over his actions. Although he didn't know how strong the captains that Dorothy created were in comparison to the real things, outside of Charlotte. The fact that he was able to unleash himself on them was very therapeutic. For a long time he had strived to reach the level of the captains. Excluding the first time he entered his elf form, he finally felt like he had surpassed them. And best thing yet, he had done it without needing to transform. These 5 months weren't spent in vain. Solidifying his foundations in the grand magic zone. Reawakening his lost power in the witch's forest. Learning how to properly wield that power alongside the elves. It had all meant something. Now all he needed to do was develop his power in a way that suited him best. And Glamour World was the perfect place to do it. So after getting Dorothy to admit her loss, he had her teach him the basics of how Glamour World worked. Remember not to fall asleep. If you do, you'll die. Rolling his eyes, he quickly ushered her out, impatient to get started. Okay, I'm going. I'll be back to check on you in a couple of days. Snapping her fingers and vanishing from sight, Grimm was left all alone in Glamour World. Using his hyper-focus to confirm her departure, He looked off into the distance and closed his eyes. Moments later he opened them back up and came face to face with 5 copies of himself. Grins. Let the training begin. -3 weeks later. Hey Grim. Entering Glamour World for the first time since their battle, a mentally recovered Dorothy expected to see a sleep-deprived Grim either on the verge of passing out or already dead. But nothing could have prepared her for what she saw next. Crack. Cracks. Cracks all over Glamour World. What is this? Glamour World. It's falling apart. And in the center of it all stood a silent white-haired Grim whose hair was slowly returning back to its original color. Surrounded by mountains upon mountains of white-haired clones of himself, if one looked closer they could even see a graveyard of swords scattered all over the area. Flame swords. Beast swords. Thunder swords. Mist swords. Wind swords. Storm blades. And many more. What do you want, Dorothy? A deep voice emanated from him as he stood with his back turned to her. He's tired. Glamour World. She began. Glamour World. He paused and looked at the cracked sky. He nodded and continued. They started appearing last week. Seems to be related to the amount of power I output. Wasn't too bad at the start. But it became quite annoying during this past week. Couldn't even complete my original training because I had to restrain my power too much. Restrain his power? Are you telling me that Glamour World can no longer contain him? It was just as she thought. The more power Grim unleashed here, the less stable the space became. It got so bad that he couldn't use his solo, union magic, or else the space would completely collapse. Alas, he went back to mastering his basics. Realizing that this was a problem for her, Dorothy wanted to hurry and fix Glamour World as fast as she could. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it with him in here. With no other choice, she had to convince him to leave. Knowing that he would protest by saying that his training hadn't finished yet, she told him that he wouldn't be able to continue his training if Glamour World completely collapsed. But before letting him go, she gave him an offhand suggestion. The triumph is gonna start in a couple of days. Why don't you compete? Triumph. He frowned, finding the name unfamiliar. What's that? Hearing that, Dorothy was momentarily stunned as she looked at him with doubt in her eyes. You don't know about the triumph? Are you sure you're from the Clover Kingdom? Seeing that he wasn't going to reply, she sighed and continued. The triumph is a fighting tournament held every 10 years. With your strength, winning shouldn't be too hard. Pass. He immediately rejected. What? Why? Are the captains gonna compete? No. Then it's a waste of my time. I'd rather sleep instead. Remembering that Grim hadn't slept in 3 weeks and had only survived off Glamour World's ability to conjure up food and water, she understood that the temptation of rest far exceeded what the triumph could offer him. How long have I been in here? He asked. 3 weeks. Almost time for the 6 months deadline to end. He nodded, remembering his original intention for training in the first place. Having gotten the information he needed, he prepared to head out. But before he left, he took advantage of Glamour World's unique laws to spawn out a set of clothes. Taking inspiration from his fractured memories of Earth, he had Glamour World conjure up a modernized Japanese ex-Western outfit. This consisted of a short black jacket decorated with golden kanji on the right sleeve and a gold-colored black bull on the back. A lightweight ragged purple coat underneath and black underarmor. By the time he was done, he left Glamour World and headed towards the nearest inn. Luckily for the owners, he had also conjured up some money before he left. Entering his room, he let out a loud yawn. Time to get some sleep. After 3 weeks of consistently fighting against his own clones, the fatigue had finally caught up to him and forced his eyes closed the moment his head touched the pillow. Chapter 181, Triumph. The Triumph Arena. And the first mage to step into the arena is the newly crowned Vice Captain of the Golden Dawn. Please give a warm welcome to the one and only YUNO. Ho. We love you, YUNO. You're the best. Go go go. Walking out from his corner of the arena and decked out in a longer Golden Dawn squad robe. The light of the sun bathed Yuno in its warm rays as he approached the tournament stage. Paying no heed to the cheers coming from the audience, his focus laid solely on participating in the triumph. "Come on, Asta, I know you wouldn't miss this for the world." What a reaction. Up in the audience, Luck, Vanessa, and a couple of the other black bulls watched the stage with varying degrees of interest spreading among them. Well, what would you expect from everybody's pretty boy? Most of the people in the audience only came because they heard that he was participating. If only Asta was here. Noelle sighed. Yeah. Magna agreed. Too bad he's still exiled because of that magic parliament crap. Speaking of people not being here. Have any of you heard from Grimm yet? Vanessa popped up. It had been close to 6 months since the group had last heard from him. The only thing they knew was that he had rescued Marie from a group of masked weirdos before completely vanishing from the face of the planet. The only person who didn't seem to be worried about his sudden disappearance was Yami. According to him, Grimm would show up when he felt like he was ready to. And that was the end of that. Sigh. Where did you go, Grimm? And in the next corner and facing Yuno in the first round of this triumphant tournament is the masked man. Walking out from the opposite end of the arena, a masked figure covered in a hooded brown robe approached the stage and only stopped when he stood face to face with Yuno. Hey. The two gave each other a knowing smile. And now. Klaus began. The triumph will officially commence. Our first round is Yuno versus the masked man. Begin. Ding, ding, ding. Once the go-ahead had been given, Yuno didn't hesitate to open his grimoire and wrap his hand in a whirlwind of strong wind magic. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Firing it off at the masked figure, the speed of the attack caused a loud boom to ring out as the masked man lowered his stance and tucked his hand into his robe. Asterisk swing. Asterisk. Moments later, a large black sword appeared in his hand as he slashed it up towards the sky and split the whirlwind in half. Gasp. That sword. Asta. Whilst the crowd had completely immersed themselves in the battle taking place below, on one of the many pillars overlooking the triumph, 4 hooded figures appeared out of the blue. It seems they've started without us. One of the hooded figures muttered as he pulled out a golden key. Pointing it in front of him, the key seemed to have been inserted into a keyhole that had manifested itself in the air. Twisting it to the right, the sound of something being unlocked could be heard as an ethereal door appeared behind him. The time has come, Julius. Minus 30 minutes later. Sniff sniff. Is something burning? While Conrad and the other wizard kings were busy defeating the current magic knights and draining the mana from the kingdom's citizens, Grimm was peacefully sleeping in the inn's bed, completely ignorant to the mana being stolen from him. If it weren't due to the smell of smoke wafting in from his cracked window, he probably would have slept through the entire ordeal. Center of the capital. Standing on a destroyed piece of rock and overlooking the burning city, the pink-haired wizard king known as Princia Funnybunny commanded her near-infinite number of legion magic soldiers to roam the streets and round up any of the scattered citizens. In order for them to turn their dream of a world free of class and oppression into a reality, the mana of the kingdom's citizens was a must-have. All for the sake of a better tomorrow. Comforting herself with that thought, she used a magic tool to project her voice throughout the entire kingdom and address any groups who had yet to be captured. Citizens of the Clover Kingdom. She started. Surrender at once and offer up your magic power as tribute. Resistance is futile. My legion magic soldiers will keep on fighting till their last bit of energy is spent. Anyone found resisting will be punies. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before she was able to finish her speech, the sound of an explosion going off in the distance cut her off and caught her attention. Following the sound of the explosion, a high-pitched whistling noise began reverberating above her. Raising her head slightly, when she saw what was causing the noise, she was left stunned. What in the dash? Her legion soldiers, they were falling from the sky. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dropping from the sky like they were meteors, with every soldier that hit the ground a mini crater was formed in its wake. Even Princia had to be mindful to avoid getting hit. So you're the one behind this, huh? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar voice echo out from behind her, Princia's head snapped in the direction it was coming from. Yawn. Chilling on the roof a destroyed building, a yawning Grimm looked down at the flabbergasted Princia with a playful smile. A teenager. She frowned. "What's up, Esteth?" He smiled, finding her appearance bearing a striking resemblance to a woman from his fractured memories. "Esteth." Princia repeated, finding the name unfamiliar. But what was even more surprising than finding out that someone had managed to sneak up on her, was the fact that she could barely feel this boy's mana. Different from the boy with the black swords who had defeated her soldiers in the triumph, this one clearly had mana. But why couldn't she sense it properly? Wiping away any unnecessary thoughts from her mind, she turned to face the unknown boy and asked, "Your mana, why can't I sense it?" "Oh." He raised his eyebrow, realizing what she was talking about. Yawning again, he decided to humor her while his energy slowly returned. "Due to some special circumstances, my body has a really good relationship with the world's mana." While it wasn't at the level of Licht's mana melding technique, Grimm was able to passively blend in with the surrounding mana. A good relationship with mana, you say? Sounds like something Conrad would be interested in. "What's your name, boy?" "Boy." Frowning at her disrespect, Grimm finally decided to sit up from his laying position. It's impolite to ask for someone's name without introducing yourself first. "Is that so? Then I apologize." Taking her hat off and bowing slightly, she finally introduced her. Princia Funnybunny, a former captain of the Blue Rose Magic Knight Squad and the 11th Wizard King of the Clover Chapter 182, Legion. Suddenly entering into his elf form, Grimm activated Breath of Thunder, and with a single step forward he appeared in front of a motionless Princia. "Oh." Crackle. Raikiri. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Compressing all that lightning into his sheath and then releasing it in a single slash, he felt his sword meet some resistance as it tore through his target in a single stroke. Or so he thought. Legion Magic, Blink Castling. Blink Castling, when activated, Princia can instantly switch places with one of her magic soldiers, enabling her to dodge attacks and to place herself in a more advantageous position. And moments before Grimm's sword had cut through her, Princia had activated Blink Castling and swapped places with one of her many soldiers. Grins. So that's how it is. Seeing one of her soldiers in place of the female Wizard King, Grimm immediately located her with his hyperfocus. Magic Tool Research Lab Branch 0. After beating Asta, Noel, and Finral upon their entrance to the deepest part of the research facility, Conrad began using Marx's memory magic to list off their identities and magical attributes. Memory magic, it makes it quite easy to see what other people have experienced. Now invading another person's privacy is a bit distasteful, but it did allow me to locate this place, so I guess I can ignore that bit for now. As for how to use this magic properly, let me show you. Almost catching the words in his mouth, Conrad opened up various screens displaying what was currently happening in the capital in real time. But what he didn't account for was seeing a certain someone. Grimm of the Black Bulls. He muttered, seeing a familiar face from Marx's memory magic. Although the hair color was different and his eyes were glowing, there was no way he'd confuse that face. A troublesome boy indeed, but nothing that Princia can't handle. Capital. Blink Castling. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Blink Castling. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Blink Castling. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. As the two engaged in a game of cat and mouse, their battle had taken them all over the capital, as many of Princia's legion soldiers were placed all over the kingdom. But what she couldn't figure out was how he was able to find her so quickly. No matter how far she went, he was there moments later. If it weren't so intriguing, it'd be creepy. While your response may be fast, you'll never be able to catch me with that level of speed. Is that so? He grinned and started raising his mana output. Then try this out for size. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling a sudden change in the world's mana, the sky seemed to grow much darker as a bunch of storm clouds began gathering above the two. What in the world? Breath of the storm. Suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, Princia was forced to jump back as a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and slammed into Grimm's figure. Breath of the storm, fourth form, storm chaser. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Bursting out of the dust cloud that had formed after being hit with lightning, Grimm, now bearing his storm guard, flashed above Princia and slashed down. Breath of the storm, first form, heaven's fall. Storm guard, an automatic form activated upon using Breath of the Storm. By grafting black storm clouds and vein-like lightning onto himself, Grimm is able to protect and utilize this power to its fullest without it wrecking his body. By combining the speed of Breath of Thunder and the Breath of Wind ability to negate air resistance and its enhanced agility, Grimm gained a level of speed far beyond that of a regular thunderclap and flash. Blink castling. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Like I said before, with that level of speed you'll never. Clink. Before she was able to finish that sentence, she realized that her Wizard King medal had been scratched. When did he? Looks like my speed is beginning to catch up after all. A mere fluke. She replied. We'll see. Storm Chaser. Blink castling. Storm Chaser. Blink castling. As the two continued their game, more and more cuts began appearing on Princia's clothes as she was forced to finally unsheath her own sword. Clashing their blades against the other in a flurry of high-intensity collisions, the pure amount of force produced from their swings were strong enough to create shockwaves and enough to blow away the crumbling houses around them. More. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. More. Asterisk clang. Muri. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. With each strike he made, the power behind Grimm's swings seemed to increase as he slowly got faster and faster. Tchhhhh. Princia gritted her teeth, feeling a slight numbness begin to spread through her arms. What monstrous physical strength! More. But this. More. Is. More. Exciting. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Casting, blink castling, while using her swordsmanship to fend him off, a sense of anticipation began welling up in her heart as she slowly eased up on using the spell. In the short amount of time she had been using it, not only had he adapted to her casting speed, but with his weird ability to grasp her location, using it any longer was just a waste of time. Even if she did have near infinite levels of mana due to Elstotia, there was no need to pointlessly waste it. Condensing a large amount of storm magic around the blade, dark winds began swirling around Grimm's figure as he held the sword high above his head and slashed down with a heaven's fall that surpassed all the previous. Take this. He yelled, putting everything he had into this attack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Watching as the sword descended upon her, a strange light flashed through her eyes as she realized. It's too fast for me to dodge. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Unable to hold it back any longer, the feeling of this incoming slash was enough to uncap the real Princia. With her grimoire spread wide open, the book started flipping through pages at an impressive speed as his sword finally reached her. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. But instead of the usual feeling that came from slashing someone, a loud metallic noise rang out as Grimm looked at Princia with wide eyes. Impossible. Standing before him and dressed in a full suit of armor, Princia's hand clamped around the storm blade. She stopped it. Even Zagerd was unable to bear the full brunt of this attack, and yet. You said your name was Grimm, right? Hold sword up high. I admit that you're not bad, grins, but you're still too green to fight me. Asterisk slash. Asterisk chapter 183, were clued. Ha. Ha. Covered from head to toe in blood and bruises, Grimm's injury-riddled body slumped against the wall of a destroyed house. Ugh. He grunted, raising his head up to look at just how far Princia had sent him flying. Damn. Touching the large gash running down from his chest to his torso, his entire body tensed up from the pain as he tilted his head back and went. Phew, that hurts. He winced as the memory of Princia's sword tearing through his flesh replayed itself through his mind. Smiles. So this is the level of a Wizard King. It's even better than I imagined. Grabbing hold of the broken sword laying beside him, he struggled to his feet as another rush of blood spurted out of his mouth. Ha, ha. He clutched his chest and grinned. Yeah, if you weren't at least this strong, then this wouldn't be fun. As if sensing his actions, Princia's figure started coming into focus in the distance. Walking between the broken houses and burning ground, the sound of her armored footsteps echoed out aloud. Heh. She grinned upon seeing him standing. Heh. He laughed back. Wiping the blood away from his mouth, the mana in his body began vibrating with excitement as a crazed smile crawled onto his face. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Round 2. He yelled, unleashing an ungodly amount of energy and summoning out another storm blade. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Exploding out with an unimaginable amount of mana, both the air and mana in the area began vibrating as his grimoire started pulsing with an ominous black light as its pages started flipping at a worrying speed. Feeling an itching sensation creep up on the surface of his skin, more and more black storm clouds began condensing around him and obscuring his figure. Princia Funny Bunny. A deep voice resonated out from within the dark clouds. Step. You're good. Step. Worthy of taking on the full power of the storm. Step. Now I hope you're ready for me. Step. Because from this moment onwards. Step. I won't be holding back. What the dash? Speed blitzing the former Wizard King and appearing in front of her with a fist wrapped in a chain of extreme lightning. He pulled his arm back and with a grin spread across his face, he buried it deep into her gut and unleashed the power within. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Sent flying backwards and crashing through the same set of buildings that she had sent him through earlier, Princia dug her heels into the ground and gripped her stomach as she forcibly came to a stop and dropped down to one knee. Ha 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 ha. Having feeling the wind being knocked out of her for the first time in years, the pink-haired Wizard King couldn't help but revel in the feeling as she threw her head back and laughed in delight. Walking through the wreckage that he had just created, Grimm's figure could finally be seen. Walking out from the black clouds that desperately tried to cling to his body, the dark storm clouds that had once obscured his figure had actually solidified itself and grafted itself onto his outfit. Fitting itself onto him in the form of a hooded black light armor with various lightning-like patterns spread all over it. He walked towards the distant Wizard King oozing nothing but pure, undeniable arrogance. Breath of the Storm, 12th form, Warclude armor. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Ugh. Raising her hands to protect her face from the torrents of dark winds rushing out of Grimm's body, the insane amount of pressure he was emitting just by standing there left her feeling both confused and full of expectations. So that's how it is. She laughed, feeling her own body slowly being pushed back. More. She growled. Show me more. Legion magic, endless domination. Losing herself in the throes of battle, her grimoire responded to this abrupt level of stimulation as it flipped to a specific page and manifested another circular chessboard followed by an army of magic soldiers manifesting besides her. By sheer numbers alone, there was enough soldiers here to wipe out an entire Magic Knight squad. But not even a second after they had been summoned, a black tornado filled with vicious swirls of lightning ripped through the entire legion, tearing the metal warriors to shreds and blowing whatever was left away. Lowering his arm, the page in which Grimm's grimoire had landed on spelled out the words, Breath of the Storm, 2nd form, Dark Tempest. As for what happened next, no words needed to be said. Seeing the wisps of black wind dissipating from his lowered hand, Princia's fighting spirit was ignited as the two armored warriors simultaneously pulled back slightly before turning into blurs and slamming into each other. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk asterisk ting. Asterisk asterisk ting. Asterisk. Deflecting her sword and dodging when necessary, Grimm saw the edge of her blade closing in on his face. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Holding the sword in a reverse grip and raising it up high, he blocked the strike with his left hand while dark winds and lightning surged in his right. Dark Tempest. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Thrusting it forward and releasing all that pent-up magical energy at once, a cascade of dark wind slammed into Princia's abdomen for the second time today as all the air in her body was forced out and she was thrown backwards with enough force to make the air whistle. But to make matters even worse, Grimm didn't let her go as he chased her down with Storm Chaser. Compressing and detonating a large amount of dark wind beneath his feet, he stomped down hard and rocketed high into the air. Heaven's Fall. Holding the storm blade in a spear-like fashion, the sword crackled with yellow lightning as he cocked his arm back and used hyper-focus to lock onto the moving Princia who still hadn't recovered from getting hit with a point-blank, Dark Tempest. Got you. He grinned. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling the power of the storm rage throughout his entire body, Grimm didn't hesitate to put that power to good use as he felt the sword leave his hand with enough force to easily surpass the speed of light and shatter the sound barrier while leaving a long trail of lightning behind. Princia POV. After being hit by that point-blank, dark tempest, and now finding herself closing in on the center of the capital, Princia had to admit that she was having the time of her life with Boy. His strength, speed, attitude, it was all perfect. If there had been someone like him around during her reign, how glorious would that have been? She could imagine it now, the two of them standing side by side fighting off the soldiers of the Diamond Kingdom and protecting their homeland together. What a life that would have been. Unfortunately, reality is often disappointing. Seeing a yellow twinkle suddenly appear in the sky directly above her, a single thought crossed through her mind. What a pretty star. And then it descended on her. Chapter 184, Court Jester. Oh. Sitting inside a darkened room inside the Triumph and monitoring the progress of their grand plan. Jester's eyebrow suddenly twitched as he sensed a large disturbance coming from the city below. Would you look at that, he mused. Seems like Conrad isn't the only one enjoying himself today. He laughed in amusement before turning serious. But if they continue like this, they'll destabilize my barrier. He tapped his cheek playfully. Guess I should get involved. He smirked and got up. Buzz buzz. Jester. A white projection suddenly appeared in front of him with Conrad's figure playing on it. Conrad, Jester greeted in an exaggerated manner. You're missing out on quite the show. Oh. Conrad's interest was piqued. Princia's going crazy down there. Jester explained. Can't see who she's fighting, but from the amount of mana she's outputting, I'd say that her opponent isn't the type to go down easy. Frowning at the thought that there was someone out there capable of pushing Princia to use enough mana that it even grabbed Jester's attention, Conrad brought up live footage of the Nigdom and nearly tripped over when he saw the state of the capital. Freezing up, he saw a large crater filled with dozens of scorch marks and flashes of yellow lightning laying dead in the center of the city. The buildings that had once stood tall in that area had also completely vanished. It was almost like someone had dragged an eraser over that specific location and left it barren. But what in God's name could have done T? Grimm? No. He shook his head. There was nothing in Marx's memory magic to indicate that Grimm possessed such power. Unless. Scanning through Marx's magic, he discovered that the last bit of recorded information Marx had on Grimm dated back to nearly 6 months ago. Jester. He suddenly called out in a deepened voice. Jester's ears perked up. While I'm sure that she's capable of handling the situation by herself, to ensure that there are no unexpected consequences, would you mind giving her a hand? Well, it wasn't like I was doing much anyway. He yawned and stood up. But what should we do if he continues to resist? Falling silent and closing his eyes, he ran through Grimm's information once more before finally saying, do what's necessary. Grins. Gladly. Ha. Laying flat on her back in the middle of the crater and staring up at the darkened sky, Princia let out a heartfelt laugh as Grimm slowly descended from the sky. How old are you? She suddenly asked. Pausing for a moment, he quickly calculated the age this body would be if looked at normally. 17, he answered, factoring in the last 6 months. And you? I died when I was 22. Wait, what? Died? 22. Thinking about it now, he recalled that Julius was the 25th Wizard King or something. So how the hell was he fighting the 11th Wizard King? And can a Wizard King even be a woman? Wouldn't it be Wizard Queen? Is this person even who she claims to be? Finally realizing that he had absolutely no idea what was going on, all sorts of questions started appearing in his mind. But did that matter? Wizard King or not, she was capable of surviving his blows after 6 months of training. Just that alone was enough for him to not completely look down on her. And if what she was saying was true and that she had this much power at only 22, wouldn't that mean her potential far surpassed that of Marioliona, who was in her early 30s? Round 3. She whispered before suddenly exploding out with a near infinite amount of mana. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Causing turbulent winds to start blowing everywhere, Princia's horizontal figure began levitating off the floor and upwards as an endless legion of her soldiers broke out through the ground and rushed towards the sky. Well done, Grim. Her voice echoed out as she continued to rise upwards. To think that I'd be able to experience such a thrilling battle again. While talking, her legion soldiers began gathering around her floating figure. Yes. If it's you. You might just be strong enough to face me when I go all out. Hey, are you kidding me? Grim raised his head and laughed. Watching as all those soldiers fused together to form a Megazord-sized legion soldier with Princia fused into its forehead, he summoned out another, storm blade, and pointed it at the giant mecha. You're goddamn right I am. Grins. Grins. But just as the two were about to engage in the third round of their fight, an unfamiliar voice decided to interrupt them. Sorry to barge in, but I'm gonna have to ask you to pipe down. Jester. Princia's head suddenly snapped in the direction his voice coming from. Yallo Princi. He waved with a big smile spread across his face. What are you doing here? She questioned, annoyed over the fact that her fight was interrupted. Nothing much. He shrugged and looked over at Grim with an inquiring gaze. Just making sure that there are no rats scurrying around. I can handle it. Are you sure? This rat seems to be quite by. Flashing in front of the purple-haired jester, covered in wind and lightning, Grim raised his sword up high and said. Fuck off. Heavens fall. Oh. Watching as the sword descended upon him, with a nonchalant expression on his face, Jester used his barrier magic to create a shield to defend himself. Unfortunately for him, the Warclude armor multiplied the power of his spells by several times. Asterisk shatter. Asterisk. Watching as the shield shattered in front of his very eyes, a sense of discomfort began spreading through his body as Grim's sword continued to descend until it came into contact with his forehead. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Knocking him out of the sky and causing him to spin several times as he crashed towards the earth. The sound of a high-pitched whistle echoed throughout the entire area as Jester's body hit the ground with a thunderous roar. Jester POV. Ha, ha, ha. Barely managing to climb out of the pit he had created and covered in large beads of sweat. A wide-eyed and half-kneeling Jester breathed heavily as his entire body shook from the experience. What the hell was that? He cursed, unable to believe that someone who wasn't even a captain managed to put him in this position. I was forced to kneel. Me. Drip. With his eyes facing the ground, the sight of a red dot on the floor caught his attention. Raising a trembling hand towards his forehead, the feeling of a warm liquid running down his finger made him go quiet. Moments before Grim's sword collided with his head, his fight or flight instincts had kicked in, allowing him to form several layers of barriers between the sword and his forehead. But if he was bleeding, then it meant his barriers couldn't completely block it. Why you? Looking past the last barrier and onto his forehead, a vertical cut deep enough to show bone and still oozing with blood could be seen. You goddamn brayoat. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Roaring out with mana, the entire barrier surrounding the capital began to quake as Jester's grimoire burst open and what looked like thousands upon thousands of weapons began forming out from the shaking barrier. You dare make me bleed my own blood? You low-born dirty peasant trash. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. He repeated, clutching his bleeding forehead and glaring at the airborne Grim with pure hatred. Staring down at him, Grim tilted his head to the side and with a smirk on his face he mockingly said, You mad bro? Arg. He shrieked. Haha, he's gone off the deep end. Barrier magic, voodoo regalia. Jester stop. You'll kill high. Shut up. Jester screamed, losing his reasoning. Die. Throwing his arm down, the various amounts of weapons followed suit as they plunged down from the sky in a manner similar to Zagard's storm of swords. Heh. Grim grinned and raised his head towards the sky. Breath of storm, seventh form, dance of storms. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. 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 Combining this spell with his hyper-focus, Grimm's movements became almost ethereal in nature as flashes of lightning and wisps of dark wind trailed behind his figure as the barrier-made weapon stabbed past him, completely missing their mark. Yo. He called out. You can't aim for shit, hurry up and get good, scrub. Grrrrrrrrr. Clenching his teeth together and snarled. If not for the fact that it would delay their plan, he was tempted to give up on controlling this huge barrier and directly kill Grimm here and now. Princia. He suddenly yelled. Conrad wants him gone. If we let someone capable of swapping blows with us live, he'll become nothing but an obstacle to the world we're trying to create. Only by working together can we guarantee that nothing can stand in our way. The world we're trying to create. Clench his fists. I understand. She relented. Despite feeling like she had finally found someone on the same wavelength as her, for the sake of a better world, she would go against her principles as a warrior. Legion magic, endless domination. With thousands of weapons falling from above, an unknown number of Legion soldiers rising from below and 2 wizard kings teaming up on him, Grimm felt like he had reached the peak of his life. To think in just 6 months alone, he'd not only be able to contend with a wizard king, but force 2 of them to work together to guarantee a win. If this wasn't Progus, then what was? Chapter 185, Meet Up. Yes. At this rate they might actually force me to use that. Shaking in anticipation over the fact that he could be pushed far enough to use everything he had. Grimm faced the attacks of both Princia and Jester with a face full of expectations. Come on. Knowing that his current, breath of the storm, had too much, breath of wind, and not enough, breath of thunder. He had to admit that while he was confident in beating someone of Princia's level, he could feel the limits of this form growing closer. If he wanted to improve its power any further, he'd needed to equalize the number of forms between breath of thunder and breath of wind in order to have a perfected union. But none of that mattered right now. Die, you bastard. Jester cried as both his weapons and Princia's soldiers were about to collide with Grimm's lone figure. Deactivating breath of storm and returning to his white-haired elf form, something about Grimm's eyes changed as he welcomed the attack with a smile on his face. But just as he was about to do his thing, a spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of him with a familiar voice echoing out from the other side. Grimm. A voice yelled out from inside. Finral. Hearing his voice, a hand thrusted out from the portal and pulled Grimm in moments before the soldiers and weapons collided. No-oh. Jester howled as Grimm vanished from the eyes of both himself and Princia. Spatial magic here? That shouldn't be possible. After seeing it used earlier by Finral and that other spatial mage who helped Klaus and the civilians escape from the Triumph, he had already altered his barrier to interfere with spatial magic. So how could this happen? The area. Closing his eyes and using his mana senses, his eyes suddenly flashed open as he realized that there was something different about the mana in this area. He didn't know how they did it, but the battle between Grimm and Princia had somehow managed to destabilize the mana in the surrounding area and allowed the use of spatial magic in this specific area. But Princia and Grimm had battled all over the capital. So why was it only the mana in this area that had been affected? It was almost like something had stimulated the mana here. Could it be related to this crater? I'll need to reinforce the barrier. Golden Dawn hidden base. Ack. See, can't breathe. Finral. Seeing Grimm holding Finral up by the neck, the magic knights who had managed to escape from Conrad and the others couldn't help but freak out upon seeing Grimm strangling the only spatial mage amongst them. What are you doing? Stop. Charging at him with the intent to save Finral, the magic knights were in for a nasty surprise as a burst of wind erupted out of Grimm's figure and forced them all back. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Slamming into the walls, the magic knights who hadn't rushed him were secretly thanking their comrades who held them back. Grimm. A weak voice caught his attention. Turning his head slightly, he saw a bandaged Asta standing next to a disheveled Seeker and a slightly pale Noel. Oh. This was the first time he had seen what Asta and the others looked like in the past 6 months. He wasn't impressed. Pushing off of him and using his Demon Slayer as a crutch, with shaky legs he trudged his way up to his white-haired squad mate. Ignoring the yells of the other magic knights who tried to dissuade him, he completely disregarded the pressure Grimm began outputting. Grabbing the wrist used to hold Finral up, Asta put as much strength into his grip as he could. Let him go. No. Having just faced Conrad, Asta's condition was good enough to face the others, let alone Grimm. He interrupted my fight. All of you know what that means. I know. Asta nodded. In truth, Finral didn't actually want to get Grimm. For one, he didn't even know if his spatial magic would work inside Jester's barrier. But under the pleas of the others, he kept trying to open one up without much success. It was only when something seemed to happen on the other side that he got the opportunity to get in. As for the other reason as to why he didn't want to get Grimm, well, the current situation spoke for itself. While Grimm was fine on most days, when it came to fighting it was like he'd become a different person. And depending on the type of opponent, he'd become more and more unhinged. But we need your help. Asta continued. If we don't stop him, Conrad's gonna destroy the kingdom. Conrad. Flashback. Conrad wants him gone. If we let someone capable of swapping blows with us live, he'll become nothing but an obstacle to the world we're trying to create. Flashback end. Relaxing his hold on Finral's throat, he turned to look at Asta properly for the first time since arriving and asked. Who's Conrad? Conrad POV. So he escaped. Listening to the report from Princia and Jester, the more he heard about Grimm, the more concerned he grew. While he was confident that nothing could interfere with their plan, the fact that a variable like Grimm existed was outside of his expectations. After having dealt with Asta and his anti-magic, he thought that he had a grasp on the power of the current magic knights. But for a 17-year-old boy to have the ability to directly face off against a wizard king, such a thing was inconceivable 10 years ago. Using Mark's memory magic, he decided to dig a little more into what he knew about Grimm. And what he found shocked him. Just like him, Grimm possessed a magic capable of using multiple attributes. He was also capable of combining these attributes in order to achieve a higher power. But even more than that, both he and Grimm had crossed blows with the kingdom's nobility. In a way, the two were incredibly similar. Ha ha ha. Sitting in silence, a small laugh escaped his mouth as he delved even deeper into Grimm's past achievements. To say he was impressed by what he saw was an understatement. Compared to the prodigies of the past, Grimm was on an entirely different level. If given enough time, it was likely that he'd surpass every wizard king in history. It was just a shame that he had to killed off. Unlike Asta and the other citizens, he planned to resurrect with the Imperial Sword. Grimm and the majority of nobles would not be among them. As for the reason, simple. Grimm was not a good per chapter 186, Burning Passion. Floating high above the clouds above the secret Golden Dawn base, Grimm breathed in the night air as his figure bathed in the light of the moon hanging behind him. Closing his eyes, his mind rolled back to his fight with Princia and Jester as he started image training. Just the two of them alone were enough to push his Breath of the Storm to its absolute limit. If he fought them again with the same level of power, he estimated that his chances of winning were about 40% at most. This wasn't even including that weird mecha form Princia had and the fact that Jester had only showed one spell during their encounter. But if this Conrad guy was just as strong as Asta and the others had described, he reckoned that he might actually have to pull out the other things he had earned in Glamour World. Out of the three things he had learned from fighting and slaughtering his clones inside Glamour World, improving Breath of the Storm was the one that he had spent the least amount of time on. If Conrad wasn't able to handle what came next, then fighting him at his full power was impossible. After all, his full power was the true result of his 6 months of training all rolled in one. While busy image training and thinking deeply about this Conrad guy, his ears suddenly twitched. Opening his eyes slowly, a glimmer of light flashed in them. She's finally here. Bursting through the clouds and moving at a speed fast enough to cause the sharp sound of the air tearing apart, a figure covered in burning hot flames shot through the sky and charged at him from below. Grimm. The orange figure roared in glee before the two finally met. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Colliding head-on with the stationary Grimm, an explosion of flames spread throughout the darkened sky as the corners of the flame-covered person's lips began to rise as she found herself unable to push forward any further. Raising her head up, the sight of a black boot surrounded by an orange hue pushing back against her fist filled her eyes. He's gotten stronger. You call that a punch? Grimm's voice rung out as he looked down at the smiling Mereoleona. Punch. She scoffed. That was a love tap. Unable to hide the appreciation in her eyes, she pulled back slightly before elevating herself so that the two stood at eye level. A love tap. He smiled, feeling his fighting spirit being stoked. Surrounding his fists in balls of fire, he said, "Maybe I should give you a love tap of my own. Though my love can be a bit heavy." Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hearing those provoking words, she slammed her fists together as a toothy grin spread across her face. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Flying high above the clouds, the two engaged in a flashy bout as the entire night sky was dyed a bright orange color while the two caught the other up on the events of the last 6 months. "You cut your hair." Asterisk boom. Asterisk. It was getting asterisk boom. Asterisk in the way. Breath of flames, third form, blazing universe, like it. Meeting his downward slash with a calidus brachium, an explosion strong enough to shake the surroundings erupted out. Forced apart by the explosion, the two didn't wait for the dust to settle as they stared at each other with fire burning in their eyes. Despite the cold air blowing past them, the pure amount of heat radiating off their figures caused them to ignore it as they simultaneously got into their stances. Grins. Grins. Breath of blue flames, Grimm-style first form, unknowing fire. Bursting forward with an intense level of speed, the two were about to clash again. Secret Golden Dawn base. Should we stop them? Standing with the recently arrived captains, Asta and the others watched as Grimm and Mereoleona performed a wonderful display of fire magic. Unfortunately, that display of fire magic was brimming with so much mana that it would signal the enemy wizard kings of their location. Clashing with each other yet again, the two continued on with their previous conversation as if they weren't violently attacking the other. Speaking swoosh of hair bang bang, you let yours grow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. I bang was too busy bang to care, asterisk. Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Quickly breaking apart, the two clenched their fists and started ramping up their mana as they prepared to take things to the next level. But before Mereoleona could activate her mana zone and Grimm his elf form, the two were suddenly stopped by the sudden arrival of the other captains. As fun as this is to watch, we have more important things to deal with. Appearing in between the two, the voice of Vangance caused Mereoleona to pause before eventually extinguishing her flames. TCH, this is why you're not popular with women. Grimm on the other hand wasn't so easily subdued. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Having already had his fight with Jester and Princia int erupt today, would he allow another one to go unfinished? Grimm. Exploding out with an ocean's worth of mana, the magic knights below felt a huge pressure slam into them as they forced to their knees. Going directly into his elf form, the bright light in his eyes turned malicious as the flames on his body quickly transformed themselves into flashes of lightning. RUUUMBLE. Who the fuck do you lot think you are? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Barely managing to dodge a bolt of lightning coming from above, the captains all turned to look at Grimm with a new level of seriousness. Oh. Mereoleona raised an eyebrow. This feeling, it's the same as the one felt back in the Shadow Palace. No. It's much stronger. Ha, ha, ha. Hearing his slow laughter as well as seeing the black in his hair fade to white, the look on everyone's faces suddenly changed as they realized things were about to get out of hand. Again and again and again. How many times will you people get in the way of my fun? Rumble. I let it go earlier, but it happened again. RUUMBLE. Why won't you just mind your own business? Rumble, asterisk. Haha, I think I get it now. Raise his head. In order to avoid situations like this dash. Smiles. I just have to kill you all. Chapter 187, Counter-Strike. After 30 minutes of trying to calm down an agitated Grimm, Mereoleona and the others finally managed to get him to chill out as they discussed their counter-attack against Conrad and the other wizard kings. Standing around a large table with a map of the entire kingdom spread out before them, the rest of the magic knights listened as the captains devised a plan to strike back. Conrad's mine. Grimm declared, ignoring the entirety of the plan without a second thought. Having already been denied 2 good fights today, he wouldn't allow it to happen a third time. Looking at each other, the rest of the captains nodded their heads in agreement. Thanks to Nero, the group had learnt the true intent behind Conrad's plan with the Imperial Sword. The original plan was to use Asta's anti-magic to negate the sword's ability while one of the other captains kept Conrad busy. But thinking about it now, with the little bit of power Grimm had just shown against Mereoleona, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him tag along and help face off Conrad while the rest of them freed the other captains. The only problem was Grimm trustworthy? If they were being completely honest with each other, the answer would be hell no. But in times like these, beggars can't be choosers. So seeing that they had come to an agreement, Mereoleona slammed her fists together once more. Sounds like a good plan to me. She smiled and sent a wink in Grimm's direction. Very well. Vangant said, turning to face the door. Then let's get to it. We'll move on the count of 3. Everyone nodded. Crouched down in the forest not too far away from the captured Black Bull's base, Charlotte shot Grimm a dark look as she led the rest of the team. On my signal, 1, 2, thr. Thunderclap and flash. *vum. Striking first, Grimm transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Princia's legion soldiers that were guarding the base. Suddenly, the yellow hue around his figure turned gray as he switched to Breath of the Beast and used 2 of his newer spells. 9th Fong, extending Bendy Slash, plus 7th Form, Spatial Awareness. Grasping the position of all the legion soldiers in the area by feeling small disturbances in the air, Grimm's eyes flashed with yellow light as his twin beast swords let out a light humming sound. Condensing around the swords, invisible wisps of sharpened mana began forming as he slashed forward with extreme speed and increased range. Slash. Cutting through 2 legion soldiers at once, the spell didn't stop as it continued traveling towards the Black Bull base sealed inside a transparent barrier. Sudden throwing strike. Knowing that his spell would take care of the barrier, he flung his swords in a boomerang-like fashion and watched as they swerved around the barrier, taking out several more legion soldiers while he continued charging towards the base. Breath of Wind, 4th Form, Rising Dust Storm. *Fwoosh. Having located the remaining soldiers with spatial awareness, circular cylinders of sharpened wind rose from beneath the soldiers as they were launched into the air. Raising his sword up high, the green hue on his body suddenly burst into a blaze of fiery orange as he didn't hesitate to slash down and end this. Rengoku. Watching all of this take place from a distance, Charlotte and the magic knights that had tagged along couldn't help but swallow their saliva loudly as watched Grimm single-handedly do something that they were all supposed to take part in. Even Asta was at a loss for words. Clenches fists. He's gotten stronger again. Henry. Grimm yelled, walking into the base. Get this shit in the air, I got a king to slay. Black Bull base. Using Finral's spatial magic to shuffle everyone inside, Henry absorbed as much magic power as he could from everyone available. Transforming the base into its ship form, it didn't even take a minute before he took the Clover Knights to the sky. While Charmy recharged everyone with her cooking, Grimm stood at the head of the ship. Wind blowing in his face, he watched as they flew towards the outskirts of the Clover Kingdom. Apparently Conrad wanted to use the power of the Imperial Sword to detonate some mana lines. Mana veins. Some underground magic stuff to destroy the entire Clover Kingdom in one fell swoop. Not that it mattered to Grimm. Mana veins. Kingdom outskirts. He could be under the goddamn sea and Grimm still wouldn't care. Nothing was gonna get in the way of this fight. Hey, aren't you a bit too excited? I could say the same about you. Walking on top of the ship and towards him, Mereoleona came and stood next to him. Have fun, she said. Ditto. No more words needed to be said. Strength. Magic. Power. Why would they ruin the surprise by telling the other? For people like them, discovering the true strength of their opponent was half the fun. Hey. A voice sounded from inside. What's that? Turning their heads towards the front of the ship, the group saw a weird blip off in the distance. What is that? Approaching even closer, the crew finally saw what was blocking their path. Impossible. Hundreds, no. Thousands of Legion soldiers stood in their path. And they say flying is meant to be relaxing. Grimm joked and sat down. You're not gonna get involved? Mereoleona raised an eyebrow. Why would I? He asked back. She's your opponent, not mine. Snorting loudly, Mereoleona looked at the soldiers in disgust. She's my opponent, not these soulless pawns. MMM. He nodded and lay back. I'm sure the captains will handle this dash. Grimm. Charlotte burst out from the inside shouting his name. Yawn, what did you want, Blondie? Ignoring his blatant disrespect, she pointed at the 1,000+ Legion soldiers. What about M? Help us take care of TH. Nope. Excuse me. I said nah. I'm good. But. I said I'm good. He cut her off again. Give it up, Charlotte. Mereoleona chuckled and put her hand on the Blue Rose captain's shoulder. I know you and the others don't trust him to face Conrad. But if you and the others don't take care of those soldiers now, it'll be over before it's even started. In other words, fuck off. Grimm casually added. Frowning at his profanities, she sent him one last glare before calling the other captains up. You're really not gonna help out? Vangance looked at him and asked. Shrugs. Seeing him shrug, he turned to look at Jack. I just want to slice something up. Lady Mereoleona. I need to save my energy for my own fight. Why is it only Charlotte that's reliable in moments like these? Sighing at the thought that the fate of the kingdom rested on the shoulders of these unreliable maniacs, Vangance jumped off the ship with Charlotte and Jack. But before he left, he turned back to look at the two. Can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm betting on you, Grimm. Chapter 188, Infiltration. Blasting through the giant hole that the captains had made in the metal army, the flying bull shot forwards, leaving the 3 captains behind as they flew towards the airborne triumph. Listen up, everyone. Asta's voice resonated out from within the ship. I know that you're all scared. Hell, we're fighting wizard kings, it'd be weirder if you weren't. But right now we don't have time to let that affect us. In these next few moments, the lives of our captains, our friends, our family and every other person in the kingdom depends on us. So what we're not gonna do is fail them. We'll win this. Not because we have to. Not because we want to. We'll win this because it's our duty. We'll win this because we're magic knights. Yeah. Hey. Hearing the cheers from the inside, even Grimm couldn't help but feel a bit excited from the speech. A king needs to be able to inspire confidence in those around him. But for what comes next, a king isn't needed. Steadily rising to his feet, the hue from Breath of the Beast went active as he stared down the barrier-protected triumph up ahead. So that's what it looks like up close. Hey. Grimm. Astas called out from behind him. Walking up with Yuno by his side, the 3 stared at the flying stadium in the distance. This is it. Yuno said. MMM. Asta nodded and smiled. We'll definitely win this. Of course. Grimm smirked. I wasn't planning on losing. Standing behind the trio, Mereoleona wasn't able to hide the smile on her face as they felt the ship shake from the ludicrous amounts of magical energy from the rest of the magic knights pouring itself into the flying bull's cannons. Fire! A voice yelled out. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Crossing through the night sky and leaving different colored trails behind in their wake. The barrier protecting the outer layer of the Triumph was bombarded with the combined power of all the magic knights on board. Adding his own attack into the mix, Grimm slashed forward with both swords. Not wanting to fall far behind, Asta and Yuno also jumped in. Breath of the Beast, 9th form, extending bendy slash. Wind magic, crescent kamaitashi. Anti-magic, demon dweller sword, black slash. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Not on my watch, you damn brats. What? Fire. Before the attacks could finish landing, a weird purple construct manifested itself in front of the barrier. Sitting atop the giant construct, a frazzled-looking jester aimed his finger at Grimm's figure. And with a huge smile on his face, the face of the construct began glowing with a malicious red color. Ah shit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Shooting out from the face of the construct was a massive beam of energy that completely engulfed their attacks before slamming into the flying bull. Flying bull interior. What the hell was that? WW Wizard King. What? Turning their heads to the front, the rest of the Magic Knights finally saw Jester and the construct preparing for another blast. Damn. Outside. Next one's for you, Grim. Listening to Jester's taunts, Grim was about to take a step forward when he suddenly felt a hand hold onto his shoulder. Mereoleona. Let your allies handle this one. She smiled. Moments later, even more cannons started appearing all over the flying bull. TCH, get the hell out of the way already. Making his way up top, gauche hair blew in the breeze as he waited for the cannons to fire again. Mirror magic, large reflect refrain. Spawning out a large quantity of mirrors, the beams shooting out from the flying bull started bouncing off of the mirrors in a diagonal fashion, quickly increasing in speed and lethality. Not expecting the mirrors nor the speed of the attack to suddenly increase, and definitely not to the level that it did, Jester was momentarily too stunned to respond in time. Idiot. Gauche smirked. Asterisk belong. Asterisk. Slamming into the face of the construct and pushing back against it, the Magic Knights pushed even more of their magical energy into the beam until... Crack. It pierced it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. GOOO. Punching through the face of the construct, Henry didn't waste any time celebrating as he hit the accelerator and flew the flying bull through the newly created hole in the damaged construct. Luckily for him, the hole was big enough for them to pass through. See. Mereoleona sniggered. It's not over yet. What? Not understanding what he meant by that, it was only once the two glowing green doors shimmered themselves into existence ahead of the flying bull that she understood. How in the dash? Walking out of the door and floating in the distance, both Edward and Princia stood before the group ready for interception. Finral. Someone yelled. On it. He yelled back, thrusting his right hand forward and opening his grimoire. Spatial magic, Fallen Angel Gate. Opening up a huge portal in front of the ship, the flying bull charged straight through and appeared behind the unsuspecting Wizard King duo. What the dash? How in the dash? Get back, hurry. Letting out an ear-piercing scream, Jester's eyes locked onto Grim's vanishing back. Feeling the small cut on his forehead throb, like a shark that had just smelt blood, he chased the ship down, unwilling to let the one who had wounded him escape for a second time. Not paying any attention to the screaming Jester coming from behind, Grim looked at the barrier, then back at Asta. You're up. Nods. Calling the Demon Slayer sword out and clenching at its hilt, he took in a deep breath as black anti-magic started spreading throughout his body. Anti-magic, Demon Slayer sword, Black Divider. Entering directly into his Black Asta form and forming a huge Black Divider, he aimed the tip at the barrier. Thud. Thud. Landing on the deck behind them, both Princia and Edward stared at the trio. Grim. Princia acknowledged upon seeing him again. Hearing his name being called, Grim half-turned. Sorry, Princey, but I'm not your opponent this time. Spreading out beneath the duo, before either had the time to react, both Zora and a sizable magic circle formed appeared. Have fun. He waved as the teamwork of Zora, Seeker, and Finral sent the two Wizard Kings away to unknown locations. Chapter 189, Key to Success. Keep going, Asta. With Mereoleona and the majority of the Black Bulls gone to confront Princia and Edward, all that was left was for Asta to punch a hole in the barrier. Tap 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 asterisk. Running along the blade of the Black Divider, the sound of Grim's footsteps echoed out as the intensity of the breath of the beast, hue grew stronger. Conrad. Breath of the beast, first Fong, pierce. Stabbing both blades into the same point as the Black Divider, everyone watched in amazement as a large part of the barrier shattered into pieces like it was made out of glass. Whoa. Watching as the shattered pieces fell from the sky and dissipated into particles of mana, the remaining crew couldn't help but mutter. They did it. Unfortunately for them, just as quickly as the barrier had shattered, it started to recover. Gririum. Blasting past the ship and into the barrier, Jester's sights lay solely on beast sword-wielding Grim. Wind spirit magic, spirit storm. Asterisk foolsh. Asterisk. Unleashing a torrent of highly concentrated wind magic, Jester was forced to create a protection barrier and had to back off a little. Standing above him in his spirit dive form, Yuno turned to look at both Grim and Asta. Go, I'll deal with him. Nodding their heads, the two flew down towards the giant demon skull. Now then, Spirit of Zephyr, show me what you got. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. As they dived downwards, Grim couldn't help but notice that Asta was riding the Demon Slayer sword, like it was a board. That's new. But this fascination didn't for too last long, as the sight of Conrad's lone figure atop the demon skull didn't escape the eyes of the two. You know the plan, Asta? Grim yelled. Yeah. Good. Get the sword, destroy the sword, do whatever you need to do. Just don't get in the way of my battle. Huh. Asta's brain stopped working for a second. That wasn't the plan. We're meant to face him together. He yelled back. Grins. Come on, Asta, we both knew how this was gonna go. Don't pretend to be stupid. Having no rebuttal to that statement, all Asta could do was sigh and nod his head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Slamming hard into the ground and creating a large dust cloud in the process. Grim raised his head as Conrad lowered his. Grim. He greeted. Yo. He smiled, waiting for the dust cloud to dissipate. Raising his head to look at the airborne Asta, a flash of doubt passed Conrad's eyes. So you've come too. He muttered before returning his attention back onto Grim. I've been wanting to meet you for quite a while now. You wouldn't be the first. Is that so? Yep, I've got quite the fan base. Heh, I shouldn't be surprised. After all, you are the boy who dares to defy nobility. Stand above the magic knight system and unite the commoners. In fact, if the circumstances were different, I'd like to have a long discussion with you. Alas, looks at beast swords, it seems talking isn't your thing. Nope. Very well. He closed his eyes and looked up at the stars. Then shall we start? Not even a moment after he had said that, what seemed like hundreds of green-colored gates started blinking into existence behind him. Key magic, Janice Abigail. Go. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Firing off multiple different types of magics at once, Conrad stood stationary and watched in silence as the untold number of magics rained down on him. Breath of blue flames, Grim-style first form, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Compressing a large amount of blue flames beneath his heels and reinforcing his body with reinforcement magic, the moment he stomped down he unleashed the compressed flames and shot towards the heart of the descending magic attacks with a huge grin on his face. Breath of the Beast, 10th Fang, whirling fangs. Directly entering into his elf form, the bestial hue around his body started expanding and spinning at high speeds, causing whatever projectile attacks that hit him to be deflected. Conrad. 11th Fang, sudden throwing strike. Pulling his arms back, he poured his elven power into his swords and flung them forward. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Rotating at high speeds and slicing through any attack that came near, the two swords were inches away from taking Conrad's neck. But would it be that easy? Using an unknown type of magic to teleport away, he appeared in the sky with a bigger gate beneath his feet. Using the same spell as before that given him access to the magic he had stolen, a giant dragon made of water shot down. See dragons roar. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Landing on the skull of the demonized Licht and skidding a little bit. Grim's head snapped upwards as the hue on his body turned yellow and crackled with electricity. Gripping onto the hilt of the sheathed sword, lightning magic started pouring into it as he got into a lowered stance. Breath of Thunder, first form, thunderclap and flash, Raikiri. Unsheathing it in a fast and fluid motion, an arc of lightning magic shot out, completely slicing through the dragon and traveling upwards towards Conrad. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Swerving backwards and watching as the yellow arc flashed past him. He suddenly felt a presence appear above him. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Breath of the storm, first form, heaven's fall. Slashing down with the Warclude armor on, thunder rumbled aloud as his sword slammed into Conrad's figure and sent him hurling towards the ground. Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Crashing heavily into the ground below, the second stage of Heaven's Fall activated. Following his descent, lightning and dark winds followed behind closely, ultimately smashing into his downed figure and creating a fresh crater. Stop pretending. I know something of this level won't be enough to beat you. Watching the fight from a distance, Asta was completely stunned. After seeing what he did during their Black Bull base rescue, he knew that Grimm had become stronger in the past 6 months. But he never would have guessed he was this strong. Compared to the time he had fought Zagard in the Shadow Palace, his current Breath of the Storm felt infinitely stronger. Even if he couldn't sense mana like the others, the pressure that the form gave off was enough to make him understand just how terrifying he had become. Chapter 190, All Out. So this is the power that felled a devil. Impressive. Rising out from the crater with only his clothes being somewhat scorched, Conrad rose back into the sky and stared Grimm down. But if that's all you have, then you should give up now. Give up? Nah, that ain't me. If your magic is never giving up, then mine's fucking shit up. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ramping his magic up to an extreme degree, he used Storm Chaser to close the distance between the two and engage in close quarters combat. Sigh. Shaking his head, Conrad raised his hand and formed a countless number of gates around Grimm. That's not enough. Watching Grimm dodge and destroy the projectile magic while racing towards him, he couldn't help but feel slightly depressed over the fact that he wasn't able to win any of the current-day magic nights over. Why can't you people understand? I'm doing this for the betterment of everyone. I'll create a kingdom built on respect and joy. One where people can finally smile and cherish those around them. Are you really going to stand in the way of such a utopia? I will create a world where everyone can be happy. A world where your station isn't dependent on what family you were born into. A world where people are free to give it a rest already, damn it. Charging through the attacks while using Dance of Stroms to dodge, lightning and dark winds trailed closely behind him. You keep spouting this shit about creating a newer, better world. Talking about things like good and evil. Right and wrong. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. All that matters is what we do right here, right now. I'm fighting you, Conrad. Not for the sake of this country, not for its people, and not because of your ideology. I'm fighting for the sole purpose of beating you. I'm fighting you to prove that I'm stronger. That I'm the best. That not only can I stand above you, but I will. So cut this peace and love bullshit out and fight, motherfucker. Breath of the Storm, second form, Dark Tempest, all out. Releasing a huge tornado out from the inside of his body, whirls of dark winds and flashes of yellow lightning spread throughout the entire area. Crashing into several gates and completely obliterating them in turn, the destroyed gates turned into wisps of dissipating mana vanishing from sight. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Bursting out of the tornado and breaking through encirclement, he shattered several keys that held the stolen magic of Noel and several others as he charged straight at Conrad. I was mistaken. Badam. After hearing his reasons for standing against him, the expression on Conrad's face became twisted as he showed an expression of pure disgust. I thought that Marx's memory magic might have been a bit biased in the way that it presented you. Badam. Lowering his head so that his face was hidden in darkness, a dark and cold voice escaped his mouth. But now I realize. Badam. It was I who was wrong. Removing his overcoat and baring his naked upper body to the world. The pages in his grimoire started fluttering frantically as the remaining gates and keys began revolving around his figure. For that mistake dash. Asterisk Badam. Asterisk. I will no longer hold back. Asterisk belong. Asterisk. Ah. Suddenly shooting out of the gates, the stolen magic held behind those doors latched onto his figure and burrowed their way deep into his body. Turning his limbs into various colors, a multicolored halo-like symbol appeared on his back. He's combining and storing the magic from those gates inside his body. Watching all of this take place through his hyper-focus, Grimm couldn't help but realize just how similar this technique was to his own solo union. The only difference was that Conrad seemed to be able to combine more elements than himself. Ha, ha, ha 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 dash, unable to hold it back, an unfiltered heartfelt laughter burst out of his mouth as he continued shooting towards Conrad with renewed interest. Letting the transformation carry on, Conrad's voice continued as the gap between the two shortened at an astonishing pace. You're selfish. Right side turns orange. Egotistical. Left side turns green. Self-centered. Hair turns white. Narcissistic. Green patch turns yellow. Vain. Summoned sword. And unworthy. So what? Asterisk clong. Asterisk. Slamming into his figure and slashing down on the newly created sword. The two swords locked together as Grimm's voice started firing out without stop. So what if I'm selfish? Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk. So what if I'm vain? Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk. So what if I'm egotistical? Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk. I'll stand at the top. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk. I'll be whatever I want to be. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk. And you can't stop me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Arg harg. Bursting out into a ball of flames, fire seemed to engulf the entire sky as Conrad was pushed back by the heat and shockwave. Lowering his raised hand, the sight of Grimm's blackened figure being consumed by the flames of his own magic burned its way into Conrad's retinas as he heard the words that would spell his outdoom. Beast X Flame. Breath of the Kitsune, Chapter 191, White Sky. Union Magic. This form of magic allows mages to combine two different spells or magics to create a single, more powerful spell. Compound Magic. Similar to Union Magic but more advanced, Compound Magic allows mages to also combine different spells/magics together, with the difference being that it doesn't have the two spell/magic limit. Integrating the combined power of both, Breath of the Beast, and Breath of Flames, into his body, Grimm walked out of the giant plume of flames sporting white-colored fox ears and a traditional kitsune mask hanging on the side of his head. Surrounded by a sea of white-colored flames with a white inner glow and blue outer glow, a beastly roar boomed out of his body as the phantom of a giant burning fox manifested behind him. Just like the automatic, Storm Guard, form activated upon using Breath of the Storm, his current appearance was the result of his body reforming itself into a state best suited to handle this type of power. Holding an Ikuchi, guardless katana, in his right hand, his body glowed with a burning white light outlined by a blue tint. His grimoire on the other hand also glowed with a bright blue and white light as its pages fluttered haphazardly before landing on a specific page that read, Breath of the Kitsune, First Tale, Foxfire. Disappearing in a flash of bluish-white light, he reappeared above Conrad with his sword held up high. Hi-ya. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Slashing down hard, a white fox tail sprouted out from behind him as the kitsune flames danced alongside the body of the sword before ultimately submerging themselves into the blade. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ugh. Blocking the sword by holding up his own in a horizontal manner, a flash of light passed Conrad's widened eyes. What in God's name is up with this kid? Although the strength of behind the slash was comparatively weaker compared to when he was using Breath of the Storm, the mysterious heat the sword gave off made him feel uncomfortable. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Engaging in a battle of close-quarter combat, their swords turned into quick flashes of silver light as every clash caused bright sparks to fly out everywhere. Just dash. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Die dash. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Already. Asterisk tying. Asterisk. Moving around the sky in an erratic manner, shallow wounds started piling up on the two as they both displayed their experience and talent in swordsmanship. Ting. 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 Using his stolen magic acquired through the power of his key magic, the wounds on Conrad's body didn't stay for very long. Grimm on the other hand relied solely on his enhanced healing factor brought about by having breath of the beast, incorporated into this form to stay in the fight. Yes, yes, yes. This is what I wanted. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Slashing across the former Wizard King's chest, bright-colored blood spurted out of the wound. Arrghhhhhhh. Letting out a painful scream, Conrad compressed a large amount of mana in his body and combined it with the various types of magic stored inside him to unleash a destructive wave of mana in the form of an explosion. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Wharf. Hit by the explosion and sent hurtling away from the shockwave, Grim gripped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood with an excited grin on his face. Hee 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 hee. Levitating in the air and breathing heavily, Conrad mirrored Grim's actions by gripping his chest at the area where Grim's sword had marked him. Letting light pour out of his body, the wound started healing at a visible pace. But despite the wound's healing, a sharp pain still coursed through his body as he finally realized why the heat from Grim's sword made him feel so uncomfortable. Having previously used the Imperial Sword to revive the other Wizard Kings, his knowledge on this type of power was quite deep compared to most. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Charging back into the air with renewed vigor, bright yellow light burned within Grim's eyes as he started slashing wildly. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Gritting his teeth and evading the blade to the best of his ability. With every shallow wound that made its way onto his body, Conrad's suspicions became clearer and clearer as he started going on the offensive. That power dash. Asterisk ting. Asterisk asterisk ting. Asterisk. It's doing more than just injuring my body, dash. Asterisk ting. Asterisk asterisk ting. Asterisk. It's attacking my soul. Bingo. Grim howled, punching him square in the face. In fact, Breath of the Kitsune was originally made with the intent to counter other fire mages. Specifically Mereoleona. While it lacked the speed and destructive power found in Breath of the Storm, it provided him an ability his other rarely displayed. AoE attacks. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Locking swords with Conrad, the two eyed each other as Grim's grimoire floated into view. Breath of the Kitsune, second tail, burning Sakura. Sprouting out a second tail from behind, the sky was suddenly filled with falling Sakura petals. What in the dash? Gracefully falling from the sky, the appearance of the pink-colored petals suddenly changed as they turned orange and took on the appearance of petals made of flames. Sizzle. Having one of the petals fall onto his shoulder, Conrad winced as he felt another attack on his soul. These petals. They can also injure my soul. While not as damaging as taking a head-on attack from Grim's sword, the sheer number of falling Sakura petals made his brow crease. It was bad enough that Grim was relentless in the way he attacked, adding these petals on top of all of that, it didn't take a genius to see that he was being driven into a corner. Damn it. He cursed. Can't you see that I'm doing this for the sake of everyone? Why do you insist on standing on the wrong side? Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Arg. Sending Grim flying back with a single swipe of his sword, Conrad's focus quickly shifted onto the falling Sakura. But before he could do anything, Grim's crazed laughter echoed out as he held his left hand up in the air and grinned. Burn, bitch. Snapping the fingers on his raised hand, the Sakura petals began to emit a bright-colored light before the entire area was suddenly engulfed by white light. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Arfha. Detonating the falling petals and turning the sky into a blinding white mess, the screams coming out from Conrad's hazy figure mixed with Grim's laughter made it sound haunting. Asta POV. What the hell was that? Although his mission was to retrieve the Imperial Sword out from the skull of the demon, even he couldn't help but stand in awe at the power of the falling Sakura petals. Even from where he was, heat from the explosion tinged his skin. Even if it was possible to negate the effects of the petals with his anti-magic, if he took on those shockwaves from point-blank range, he didn't think he could walk away unscathed. Ha ha ha. Floating in the air with black smoke rising off of his body, a heavy-breathing Conrad stood hunched over as the physical burns on his figure began auto-healing. Pain. Pain, 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 pain. Even when he was assaulted by Julius and the other captains 10 years ago, he had never once felt pain to this degree before. The burning. The searing pain of having his flesh melted and soul burnt. It was too much. Way too much. What was he doing again? Fighting for the sake of the common people. For vengeance against the nobility that had conspired against him. To create a better world. Was this pain worth it? Ptha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You survived. As expected of the leader of the Wizard Kings. I knew that wouldn't be enough to kill you. Now let's continue. Let's push each other even further and have even more fun. While the injury from his soul messed with his thoughts, the sound of Grimm's voice brought him back to reality. More fun. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Fight to create a better world. To get revenge for my friends and family killed by the nobles. Yeah, I'll do that all right. I'll do that right after I kill you. Chapter 192, Trickster. Losing his mind from the pain of having his soul burned, Conrad attacked with a level of ferocity not seen before. Boom boom boom. Destroying the landscape with every swing of his sword, nothing would stop him from tearing that fox-eared bastard into pieces. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Slashing his sword upwards, the blade glistened in the brightening sky. Die. Asterisk grins. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Facing the descending sword, Grimm was forced to face the blow head-on as he held his sword up horizontally and took on the full impact. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Ha 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 ha. Blown out of the sky and sent hurtling down towards the ground, Grimm's carefree laughter continued to fill the air as he crashed into the earth in a less than gentle manner. Asterisk crash. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk. Smashing into the ground hard enough that his body actually tunneled deep into the earth below. Grimm's psychotic laughter continued ringing out as his grimoire burned brighter and brighter. More. Breath of the Kitsune, first tail, foxfire. More. Breath of the Kitsune, second tail, burning sakura. Marie. Breath of the Kitsune, third tail, foxtrot. Standing in the sky and watching as more burning petals fell from above, the expression on Conrad's face warped as the humiliation and rage he felt morphed into one. Again. Raising his left hand and conjuring up an aggressive amount of wind magic, he prepared to extinguish them all. Conrawad. Sporting three tails and manifesting in front of the many petals falling above him, Grimm's eyes burned with a burning light. You. Grins. Letting gravity do its job and falling towards him with his flames dancing alongside the edge of his sword. The hem of his cloak flapped in the wind. Seeing this, Conrad changed the direction his hand was facing. Just die already. He roared, sending a drill-like green tornado towards the grinning falling demon slayer. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Tearing through Grimm's body and punching a hole through the dozen of falling petals, the look of triumph didn't settle on Conrad's face as Grimm's figure appeared at the location of another petal. TCH. Aiming and firing again, the same thing happened over and over again as Grimm rapidly moved from petal to petal, dodging the long-ranged wind magic without his clothes being so much as ruffled. The only positive outcome out of all of this was that Conrad had managed to scatter and extinguish a large number of petals. Breath of the Kitsune, first tail, foxfire. Breath of the Kitsune, second tail, burning sakura. Breath of the Kitsune, third tail, foxtrot. Activating the three spells again, more petals began falling from the sky until it looked like the entire sky was filled with falling stars. Firing off more types of magic, Conrad's mind started analyzing and deconstructing the framework of Breath of the Kitsune. From what he had observed, the more he attacked and scattered of the sakura petals, the more Grimm needed to summon. But the summoning wasn't instantaneous. He seemed to have to start with Foxfire before he could use Burning Sakura again. It was almost like there was an order in which the spells had to be activated before they could be used. It would also explain why he wouldn't detonate them anymore. He simply couldn't backtrack and resist it without starting over. As for that third spell, Foxtrot, it appeared to be a spell that allowed instantaneous movement to any of the summoned petals. As long as he extinguished the petals before the spell was active, he would essentially shut down Grimm's ability. Having reached that conclusion, he allowed Grim to start the cycle again. Breath of the Kitsune, first tail, Foxfire. Breath of the Kitsune, second tail, Burning Sakura. Got you. Swoosh. Infusing a large amount of wind and fire magic into his sword, he performed a horizontal slash that sent out an amped-up heat wave towards the petals, turning them into dissipating particles of mana upon contact. Unexpectedly though, despite his petals all being wiped out at once, Grim still activated Foxtrot, and somehow managed to appear in front of Conrad with his leg pulled back to the side. What? Grins. Surprise motherfucker. Breath of the Kitsune, fourth tail, Rightful Ignition. Breath of the Kitsune, fifth tail, Blaze Born. Exploding out with rageful white flames, the beast side of Breath of the Kitsune went into full effect as those white flames buried themselves deep into his body, causing a huge increase in his physical strength. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Moving faster than he could react, a crisp sound rang out as Grim's foot sunk itself into the right side of Conrad's cheek, causing a mixture of blood and teeth to shoot out of the former Wizard King's mouth as he was sent sprawling out of the sky. Whizzes. Breaking though the air at breakneck speed, his broken body cannonballed out of the sky and slammed straight into the forehead of the demon skull. Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Gah. Crashing with enough force make the sound of his bones snapping rise to audible levels, several spider-like cracks began to spread from the point of impact and across the head of the departed Licht. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing out a large mouthful of blood mixed with unknown chunks. Conrad's entire body creaked with pain as he groaned out loud. How? He stuttered, watching Grim slowly descend from the sky. What? You didn't think it was only my petals that I could jump to, did you? He laughed, delighting in Conrad's pained expression before going over and pulling him up by his hair. But I gotta say, Conrad, I'm a bit surprised. The white hair, multiple elements, and now wielding a sword. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to copy me. Not that I can blame you. I'd copy me too. Thud. Dropping him, he turned to look around. Yo Asta, you got the sword yet? Appearing from behind them and walking over with a crystallized sword in his hand and an excited look on his face, Asta held it up for Grim to see. Yep. He grinned. Never thought I'd ever touch something as important as this. How? Conrad winced again, ignoring Asta's mumblings. I got rid of your petals, you shouldn't have been able to jump to me. Conrad shakes head. Foxtrot doesn't just allow me to jump to my petals, it lets me appear wherever a flame exists within my perception. And with hyperfocus, the range of my perception is huge. You mean something finally clicked. Yep, you done fucked up when you used that wave attack to get rid of my Sakura petals. To get rid of those petals, Conrad had used a Fire X Wind based magic attack because of the specific nature of both elements that allowed them to spread faster than other types of magic. But to think that such a strategic decision would end up being his downfall. The irony wasn't lost on him. He didn't lose because he was weaker. He lost because he was smart. Chapter 193, Doom's Gate. Breath of the Kitsune. A solo union spell designed with pure synergy in mind. Despite its current state that forced it into a limited spell cycle format. Grim reckoned that once that limit was gone, there would be very few fire mages capable of fighting him on equal ground. Developed during his time training with Fana and slowly refined within Glamour World. This solo union was the result of him learning how to fight like a true elf. Weaving every spell into another and building on what came before, the level of synergy far surpassed anything he had ever done before. With the revelation that he had ultimately caused his own downfall, Conrad stared up at the darkened sky with a blank expression on his face. I lost. I don't know how it happened, but I lost. My power was greater than his. My speed was faster than his. My techniques were better than his. So how did I lose? And to Grim of all people. To that walking. Badum. Talking. Badum. No good. Badum. Narcissistic. Badum 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 badum. Psychopath. Badum 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 badum. I shouldn't have lost. Badum 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 badum. I can't to accept it. Badum 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 asterisk. I won't to accept it. Not to him. Definitely not to him. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Grim POV. Eh? Why the fuck is he laughing? Did the injury to his soul turn him crazy or something? Sheet, might as well put the poor fucker out of his miser. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What the arfk? Suddenly exploding out with red-colored energy, Asta and Grim were blown off into the distance by the shockwave as the broken and defeated Conrad slowly rose from the ground and into the air with both his body and grimoire pulsing with dark red light. Gradually rising into the air bit by bit, whatever was happening to him seemed to also be having an effect on the world around him. Not yet. Just the act of him leaving the ground caused large gusts of winds to violently rip through the area, causing hurricane levels of destruction and sending Grim and Asta even further away than the initial shockwave caused. I'm not done yet. Outside of the aggressive winds in the air, countless numbers of cracks began tearing through the ground without pause. Uprooting large chunks of earth and soil wherever it spread, great chasms were formed and the landscape was being completely rearranged to the point that it was becoming unrecognizable. Ignoring the fierce winds and stabbing his sword into the ground in order to stabilize himself. From the very pit of his stomach, Grim let loose a bellyful of laughter filled with nothing but exhilaration and expectation. Yes, yes, yes. I don't know what you're doing. But keep going. Despite having been basically thrown highway across the map, the joy in Grim's laughter couldn't be hidden. But while he was in a state of pure ecstasy, floating high above the clouds and cloaked in blood-red aura, the sound of Conrad's heart beating could be heard all throughout the kingdom as tears of blood ran down the side of his cheeks and his grimoire read. Forbidden key magic, Doom's Gate. Sacrificing whatever remained of his life force and all the magic he had stored by his key magic. A massive red-colored magic circle appeared beneath his lone figure. Oozing out a sinister type of aura, the scent of death permeated the air as a huge red-tinted door reminiscent of his usual green-colored key magic doors lay beneath the magic circle. Dyeing both the earth and sky in its crimson color, in the center of the red door a space seemed to open up. And from inside that space came a fucking meteorite. Looking up at the sky with an enormous grin plastered across his face. The sight of a big-ass meteor coming through the Doom's Gate had Grim's entire body tingling with excitement. Now a normal person would probably fall to their knees and say their prayers. But Grim. This is the type of shit he dreamed about. Facing a spell capable of wiping out an entire kingdom. When would he ever have the chance to face such a spell again? The devils. Fuck he's facing a fucking meteorite. Laughing to himself, just as he was about to make a move, something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. The Imperial Sword. Stabbed a few meters away from him with its crystalline blade rooted deep into the ground, the Imperial Sword Elstosha quietly stood in its silent glory. Ha ha ha. And here I was prepared to kick things up the next level. Walks toward Elstosha. Unfortunately, Conrad. Pulls sword out. You're still not qualified for me to go all out. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Grabbing the hilt of the sword and pulling Elstosha out from the ground. A sudden influx of foreign mana suddenly rushed out of the sword and charged straight into his arm, quickly spreading to every corner of his body and empowering him. Descending down from the red sky, a bright pillar of cyan-colored light shot down and completely engulfed his figure, pushing back against the red aura surrounding the area. Standing in the center of the pillar of light with his eyes closed, he felt both his mind and mana connect to Elstosha and the souls of the previous generations of wizard kings dwelling within. Walking out of the pillar of light, his bright yellow eyes as well as his white-colored flames and even 5 tails had all turned cyan blue in color. Feeling the power of the sword trying to burrow its way inside of him, he tightened his grip on the Imperial Sword and in a threatening voice he said, "You better stop." Enforcing his will on the relic and expelling all of the foreign mana out from his body and back into the Imperial Sword. The newfound changes to his appearance quickly reverted back to their natural state as he stared down on the sword in disgust. With his level of pride and arrogance, having his power boosted by any sort of outside influence was an unforgivable act worthy of death and complete destruction. Luckily for the Imperial Sword, he had learned from Nero that the sword wasn't just a battery used to store the souls and mana of the past wizard kings. It also acted as a conduit that could release large amounts of magic power at once. If that was the case, with the Imperial Sword in his hand and his newly refined level of mana control from his training over the past 6 months, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to store some spells in there too? Chapter 194, Rising Star. Conrad POV. Is this it? Has it really come to this? All of my plans. All of my dreams. The better world that I would create. All of it ruined because of the actions of one selfish boy. My revenge. My future. Gone. Completely gone. Standing on the edge of sanity, more and more blood began pouring out of Conrad's eyes as he stood high above the atmosphere looking down on the kingdom below. If I can't save this kingdom, then IT doesn't deserve to continue. Thrusting his hands forwards and infusing Doom's Gate with what was left of himself, the descent of the meteor accelerated as it broke through the surface of clouds. It's over, haha. Even if I don't win, I won't allow you to either. Breath of the Kitsune, first tail, Foxfire. Breath of the Kitsune, second tail, Burning Sakura. Breath of the Kitsune, third tail, Foxtrot. Breath of the Kitsune, fourth tail, Rightful Ignition. Facing the threat that was the descending meteor, Grim restarted the Kitsune spell cycle once more. Sprouting out 4 foxtails and using a similar method to the one he had used during the creation of the Raikiri. He funneled both Foxfire and Rightful Ignition into the Imperial Sword, turning the initially crystalline blue blade into a burning white color. Here I come. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Rocketing off of the ground and soaring high into the air, he watched as the falling sakura petals fell from up on high. Grinning to himself, he used the still active Foxtrot to jump even higher. Falling under the shadow of the meteor, from the viewpoint of the Magic Knights and the rest of the Clover Kingdom citizens watching from below, they saw a bright white light breaking through the clouds and rising higher at an unprecedented speed. This mana. Someone whispered, feeling that it felt quite familiar. It's Grim. Marioliona POV. Ha. Ha. You done yet? Princia asked, laying flat on her back and surrounded by the charred pieces of what was left of her legion soldiers. Breathing heavily and also taking a seat, Marioliona turned to look at her defeated foe and threw her head back with a big grin on her face. I could go a couple more rounds. She laughed. Smiles. Yeah, I bet you could. Suddenly beginning to glow bright yellow, Princia realized that her time on this plane was weakening. But instead of feeling annoyed or frustrated, for the first time in a long time, she felt at peace. Looking up at the sky and seeing the falling meteor and the bright white light rising to meet it off in the distance. She let out a small smile and a sigh full of content. Going out this way. It's not that bad. Finally realizing what was going on, Marioliona's head turned towards the rising white light. Grim. She whispered before turning back to look at Princia, only to see that she had completely vanished. Yami POV. Having just used the combined power of himself, Nozel and Fuegoleon to perform the compound magic spell, Dimension/Scorching Light. The 3 mana-drained captains alongside Yuno pushed Jester past his limits, forcing him to dispel the barrier protecting the Triumph and fight them with all he had. Unfortunately, the moment the barrier went down was the moment that Conrad sacrificed the magic keeping him and the other wizard kings in this world to the Doom's Gate. Sigh. Really, Conrad? He sighed, watched his body turn yellow and slowly turning into mana particles. And to that brat of all people. Talk about unfair. Grim. Go Grim. You can do it. We believe in you. As more and more people looked up, the same words began spreading like wildfire. Even those pompous noble ladies who had all suspiciously become pregnant around the same time closed their eyes and sent their prayers his way. Win. Grim POV. Bursting through the bottom layer of the atmosphere and soaring as high as he could, his eyes lay solely on the meteorite that was experiencing atmospheric burn. Almost as if he could see through the flaming pile of space rock heading towards him, he ran his left hand along the burning white blade, causing it to turn into a blinding white light. Breath of the Kitsune, 5th tail, Blaze Born. Breath of the Kitsune, 6th tail, Flare Cloak. Breath of the Kitsune, 7th tail, Red Sun. Breath of the Kitsune, 8th tail, Fire Thief. Exploding out with 4 additional tails and a Naruto-esque KCM2 style cloak on his back. The fires spreading on the surface of the meteorite due to its entry into our atmosphere began channeling its way into Grim and the Imperial Sword. I can do this. I can win. Sensing his approaching mana signature, a twisted expression formed on Conrad's face as what little sanity he had left finally slipped. Grimim. Conrawayawad. Letting out a final roar, cracks began spreading along the blade of the Imperial sword as the souls within began burning up. Foxfire, X, rightful ignition. Activating the two stored spells and holding the sword in an airborne IAI-like pose, Grim collided with the meteorite. Soul-burning slash. Asterisk slosh. Asterisk. Breaking away from the sword, a monumental arc of blinding white light flew straight through the falling meteorite, splitting it in half and traveling towards the space-bound Conrad. While it continued towards Conrad, the remnant flames left behind by the slash spread throughout the divided meteorite. Escaping out of every nook and cranny, white light burned within before the remaining halves suddenly exploded. Watching as the arc of burning white light approached him, all sound seemed to disappear from the world as a small smile crept its way onto Conrad's face. It was unknown whether it was because he had lost his mind or because he knew he could finally let his dream die with him, but in his final moments in this world, he chose to laugh. So even at the end I couldn't stop him, huh? Damn, this is kind of frustrating. Asterisk slosh. Asterisk. Finally hit by the slash, his entire body was engulfed by white light as no sound could be heard. No screaming. No cries of pain. Just the echo of something being extinguished. But within those last moments of his life, seconds before his body and soul was completely wiped out, a final thought flashed through his mind. If I could do it all again, smiles, I'd also like to fuck some shit up. Chapter 195, Elstotia. Watching the Imperial sword fall apart and shattered in his hands, a feeling of comfort surged in Grim's heart. Despite not using the sword to increase his power, he was quite satisfied what it would look like to use his kitsune spells without any restrictions. Heh, not bad. He chuckled, looking down at what was left of the sword. Unfortunately for the kingdom, but much to the satisfaction of Grim, in order to use the soul-burning slash, a side effect of using a foxfire, boosted by the power of rightful ignition, on a weapon containing a various number of souls was that said souls was be eviscerated. Unlike the soulless swords that he created to use his spells, the Imperial sword was neither designed to store spells nor be wielded by someone as destructive as Grim. In fact, it was rather impressive that it managed to hold on for as long as it did. Of course, part of this was due to Grim's excellent control of mana. It was unlikely that there would be another artifact in the kingdom capable of lasting as long as the Imperial sword did. Slowly descending from the sky and deactivating breath of the kitsune, on his way down, he threw what was left of the Imperial sword to the side as his fox ears and tails disappeared into mana particles and he returned to his base form. Phew, he breathed out lightly, landing on the ground. So that's what it feels like to take out a wizard king. Humming to himself and feeling unusually relaxed, he played the final moments of the battle in his head while walking towards an unconscious Asta. Yo, Asta. He called out. It's over, you can get up now. Seeing that he wasn't getting a response, he did the Grim-like thing and kicked him. Kicks again. Kicks once more just to be sure. Well, fuck you then. Seeing him remain unresponsive, Grim sighed and dropped down next to him. Rolling his eyes, he muttered. Lazy bastard. Didn't even do anything and now you're taking a nap. Future wizard king, my ass. And what the hell is up with those muscles? Did he spend the last 6 months in a gym or something? Looking at Asta's ridiculously muscled-out body, he couldn't help but wonder if this world had its own version of steroids. But before he could delve into those thoughts any further, the light of the rising sun off in the distance caught his attention. It was only now that it truly hit him that he had taken a huge step towards becoming the strongest. While he knew that the devils were likely stronger than Conrad and that there could possibly be people even stronger than them out there, to him this one signified just how far he had come. From starting out as a lone boy struggling to survive in a forest filled with nothing but death and predators, he had risen to the heights of killing devils, slaying mad kings and uprooting a bygone race. If someone ever wrote a biography of his life, he was confident that it would be an entertaining read. Asta stirred. Grim. He called out, slowly opening his eyes. Yo. He smiled, seeing his friend wake up. Did we win? Pausing for a second. Grim. A voice suddenly called out from the side. Answering without turning his head, he said, Julius. Stepping out of spatial magic portal and bearing the appearance of his childhood self, the wizard king of the current era and the unique wielder of time magic, Julius Novachrono greeted the savior of the kingdom. You've grown. He smiled, marveling at the fact that he couldn't sense a hint of magic from Grimm's body. To think he'd reach a point that even I'm finding it difficult to sense his mana. Just what did he do during these past 6 months? He always knew that Grimm was special. Out of the 3 magic knights of the younger generation that had caught his attention, it was only Grimm that far exceeded his expectations. From soloing entire magic knight squads to defeating devils and now killing a wizard king. The potential Grimm showed was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was practically otherworldly. If he ever managed to reach his full potential, he couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of monster he would become. Smiling at that thought, he couldn't help but ask, what was it like fighting Conrad? He was decent. Grimm answered after a split second of consideration. Decent, huh? Julius nodded before moving on. What about Elstotia? What? The Imperial Sword. Oh. Somewhere over there. He pointed, not remembering where exactly he threw it. But forget about that. He suddenly stood up and walked over to Julius until he was looking down on him. Compared to you at your peak. Who's stronger, you or Conrad? Seeing him tower above him, Julius couldn't help but chuckle and answer the question in a nonchalant manner. Me. He stated. Grins. Is that so? Showing off a smile that revealed all of his teeth, a light flashed through Grimm's eyes as he suddenly turned around and began to leave. Hey! Julius called, seeing him rise into the air. Where are you going? Turning his head to the side and flashing him another smile, Grimm left him with a single sentence. To Nunya. Undisclosed location. Walking through the capital during the dead of night. Several hooded figures knocked on the door of a closed pub. Knocking on the door 3 times, then 2 times and then 3 times again. A rough-sounding voice answered from the other side. He who stands above all shall stand above me. The leader of the hooded figures answered. Clack. Unlocking the door and letting the people in. The men behind the door led them behind the counter. Pulling up a rug off the ground floor to reveal a trap door. He guided them down to the basement where a cloaked man in a strange mask stood in front of spatial portal and greeted them. Putting their hands in their cloaks, the hooded figures pulled out various types of masks and placed them onto their faces. Walking through the portal and into a large cathedral-like hall, they were greeted to the sight of other mask-wearing people all facing an altar with a sword stabbed into it. Is that Dash? Yeah. One of the masked figures nodded, keeping their eyes solely on the sword before turning to his companion and smiling. Welcome to the Cult of Grimm. Chapter 196, Set Your Heart Ablaze. Days after leaving Asta and Julius behind, Grimm took some time to reflect on his battles against the 3 wizard kings. Looks like I can longer unlock new types of attributes by getting hit any longer. He smiled. Thinking back on how he was able to endure so much punishment from Princia's attacks, he realized just how strong his body had become over the past 6 months. Not only had it gotten significantly stronger, even his regen and stamina had been enhanced. He suddenly looked towards the distance, sensing a familiar mana signature. Grins. Cutting through the air and leaving a trail of flames in her wake, Marioliona charged straight at him with a massive grin plastered across her face. Grimm. 1 day later. After arriving at Marioliona's volcanic training ground, the 2 hotheads swapped stories about their battles with their respective wizard kings. But after a bit of catch-up here and there, the 2 could no longer hold back their urges and got into their battle stances. Your ass is mine. Grimm grinned, turning on, breath of blue flames, and letting that fiery blue hue coat his body. Oh ho. Marioliona grinned back and raised her fists up. Then come claim it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Using their distinctive movement techniques, the 2 transformed into blurs of blue and orange lights and threw themselves at each other. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The 2 collided, creating a massive shockwave that shook the area. Grinning at each other, they coated their hands in blue and orange flame magic and began wailing on the other without so much as flinching. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Smashing into each other and swapping blows with their fire-covered fists, the speed and force in which the fists collided together was so devastating that the shock waves it produced made it sound like hundreds of explosions were going off at once. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Dodging past one of Mereoleona's many jabs, a beam of fire magic shot out from her fist, shooting past his ear and blowing up a small hill off in the distance. Ho! Grim grinned, clenching his fists even harder. Trading blows with each other, the clashing of such fiery mana seemed to stimulate the volcano as the ground beneath them began to tremble and huge pillars of lava began bursting out from the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Hitting her with a cataclysmic right hook to the face, Mereoleona's body twisted as she was hit hard and was savagely sent flying off into the distance. HAAA. She grinned, feeling a numbing sensation spreading out from her cheek. Unable to hide the smile on her face, she dug her heels into the ground, forcibly slowing down her momentum and causing her to skid on the ground. Now that's more like it. She cackled, licking the blood from her lips. Clenching her fists tightly, wisps of mana fire magic began flowing out from every inch of her body and into the air. Grim. She called out, forcing more and more fire magic out of her pores and recalling their first ever fight. Smirks. Round 2. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing a disturbing amount of fire magic grand enough to provoke a reaction from nature's mana, Grim was forced to shield his eyes and take a step back as blinding bright orange light poured out of her body and engulfed everything in sight. This is it. Grim trembled with excitement. This is the power capable of rivaling a wizard king. Letting loose a earth-shaking roar, the orange light bursting out from her body intensified as the words in her grimoire became clearer and clearer. Hellfire incarnate. Asterisk kaboom. Asterisk. Finally ending with a small explosion, a satisfied Mereoleona stepped forward, having now transformed into her Hellfire incarnate form. Glowing from head to toe in a fiery orange, wisps of flames continued escaping her body as her body, face, and hair all took on the appearance of fire itself. Watching her step forward, Grim was more dumbfounded by this transformation compared to Conrad's compound form. This feeling. While both magic knights assimilated their magical attributes into their bodies, the feeling Mereoleona gave him was far greater than Conrad's ever was. It was almost like he was staring at mana itself. Unable to hold back any longer, his grimoire rose up next to him and shone with a bright bluish-white light. So what if he was facing mana itself? If there was one thing he had learned from watching Asta, it was that mana didn't equal strength. Grinning like an idiot and entering into his elf form, he let the bluish-white flames swallow him. Beast X Flame. Breath of the Kitsune. Oh. Although not as flashy as hers, the physical transformation of the Kitsune form was enough to leave Mereoleona feeling impressed. That's some good heat. Facing each other and grinning like the maniacs that they were, the passive heat radiating off the two of them caused a sharp rise in the temperature. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Simultaneously stomping their feet into the ground, the two shot forward at blinding speeds. Asterisk splash. Asterisk. Jumping through one of the lava pillars with a wild smile spread across her face, Mereoleona's fist burned with intense fire magic. Calidus brachum. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Watching the burning fist grow larger in his eyes, Grim's center of gravity suddenly dropped as he slipped beneath the fist and slammed the butt of his sheathed sword straight into the center of her face. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Hitting her with enough force to send her flying backwards and through several lava pillars, he cycled through his spells until he hit third tail, foxtrot. Vanishing from his position and using the passive flames from Mereoleona's Hellfire incarnate as a waypoint, he reappeared behind her with leg pulled back. Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Ack. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Connecting with the center of her back and feeling the full weight of her body on his foot, he sent her blasting towards the sky and into the heart of his still active and falling, burning sakura petals. Remembering what he did in his battle against Conrad, he raised his left hand into the air and went. Boom. Snapping his fingers and with smile so wide that it went from ear to ear, he watched as the sky was lit up bluish-white explosions. Third tail, foxtrot. appearing above her falling figure and spinning in the air. He activated rightful ignition and Reborn, together increasing both his magic power and physical strength before finally hitting her in stomach with a spinning kick that sent her burrowing down through the earth and straight into an underground lava pit. Asterisk splash. Asterisk chapter 197, Raging Hellfire. Falling into the pool of molten lava. Mereoleona felt her body sinking to the bottom. Damn it. She cursed, sinking ever deeper into its depths. I'm going all out here and that bastard hasn't even unsheathed his sword yet. Damn him, damn him, damn him. How dare he hold back against me? Me. I'll show him. I'll show him just how much stronger I am. Unknown to Mereoleona, this was the first time in a long time that she had desperately wanted to become stronger for the sake of competing against someone else. Unlike her rivalry with Fuego Leon, who she had always been stronger than, she wanted to at least reach a level where she could stand next to Grimm as an equal. This feeling. How long had it been since she had chased the back of someone else? Grimm. She suddenly smiled and tightened her fists. You truly do shine brighter than anyone else I've ever met. Grimm POV in the sky. Only 5 tails, huh? I thought she could have lasted longer. Standing alone in the sky and looking down at the place Mereoleona's body had disappeared to, he shook his head and turned away in disappointment. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What the? Feeling a sudden eruption of fiery mana exploding out from behind him, he was compelled to look back. This mana. Looking behind him, the sight of what lay before him threatened to take his breath away as he stared. A huge pillar of lava big enough to engulf the entire area burst out from underground, bathing both the sky and his sight with orange light. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. What was I thinking? This is Mereoleona we're talking about. As if this would be enough to stop her. Following the sudden eruption, a loud and primal roar reverberated out from deep within the center of the pillar. Oh ho. Grinning at the intent he could sense within that roar, Grimm was unable to hide his excitement any further. Come on, Mereoleona. I'm ready for round 3. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Suddenly bursting out from the densest part of the pillar and racing towards him. She moved at a speed far surpassing everything she had shown previously. What speed? He said wide-eyed as she flashed past his figure and grabbed hold of his face. Easily surpassing the speed of light by multiple times, she tightened her grip on his face and without a hint of remorse or hesitation in her actions, she cocked her arm back and threw him headfirst towards the ground. What power? Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Hitting the ground with enough force to cause a minor earthquake, Grimm's laughter continued ringing out as his body bounced up and fell backwards. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Appearing in front of him with a massive grin spread across her face, the burning Mereoleona looked at his slightly airborne figure and without a moment of hesitation, she hit him with a spinning roundhouse kick to the stomach and sent his body flying off into the distance. Feeling his stomach cave in slightly, he let loose a roar of laughter as he felt the wind whistle past his ears. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Letting out a shockwave and racing past his figure, she grabbed hold of his foot and began to spin him around before hurling him straight through one side of the active volcano and out through the other. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Cough cough. Ha 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 ha. Crashing into the ground and barely managing to stabilize himself, Mereoleona was back on him within seconds. Sixth tail, flare cloak. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Activating his next tail moments before Mereoleona's fist could cave his face in. He used the enhanced speed and defense brought about by his cloak to blitz past her and put some distance between the two. He didn't know how she did it, but within the short amount of time she was in that lava pool, both her speed and power had skyrocketed tremendously. But from the way she was fighting it was clear to see that her consciousness had long since vanished and that she was relying on pure instinct alone. But hey. The objective didn't change. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Charging at her with his newly enhanced speed, Mereoleona braced herself for impact but was caught off guard when all of his tails suddenly disappeared only for him to sprout 3 more and use foxtrot to appear at her side and deliver a devastating kick to her ribs. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Sending her flying back through the volcano that she had sent him through previously. He followed up by stomping down on the ground and launching himself high into the air. "Come on!" he yelled, suddenly sprouting out 3 more tails and racing down towards her covered in whitish-blue flames. Watching him fall towards her with the moon hanging at his back, Mereoleona answered his declaration by releasing a ferocious roar. Suddenly feeling the mana in his immediate area vibrate slightly, Grimm's eyes went wide. This is Mana Zone. Activating her Mana Zone, sparks of light moments away from transforming into God knows how many Calidus Brachums lit up all around him. Mana Zone, omnidirectional Calidus Brachum. Asterisk grins. Asterisk. 7th tail, red sun. Asterisk bang. Asterisk 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 asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hit with a barrage of countless, Calidus Brachum, beams from all directions, Grimm stood in the center of it all with a small red sun hanging above his head. Seeing him somehow unscathed despite being hit by a range of near undodgeable attacks, Mereoleona's instinctual mind stopped working for a second as she couldn't comprehend what was happening. It should be impossible. Taking a closer look at it, she could see the beams of fire magic curving around his body as if purposefully evading him and smashing into each other. Red sun, compressing a large amount fire magic into spherical form. Grimm creates a meteor sun and takes full control the area orbiting him, rendering all ranged attacks useless. She actually pushed me to 7 tails. She really is something else. Grinning like an idiot, he had to purposefully stop himself from using the 8th tail, Fire Thief, spell lest he completely siphon off all her flames and end the fight here and now. As the two continued their battle, the intense amount of heat coming from their bodies resulted in the clothes they were wearing to burn up in the scuffle, leaving the two stark naked. Calidus Brachum. Mereoleona yelled, having regained her consciousness hours ago. Blaze born. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Despite their current lack of attire, the fight continued further on until the two of them found each other in a rather compromising position. Somehow managing to gain the upper hand and pin the lioness down, the two realized that Grimm's member was mere centimeters away from Mereoleona's entrance. In that moment, the only sound that could be heard was the eruption of the lava pillars, which became much more sexual the longer it went on. After about a minute of deafening silence, Grimm made a move trying to escape backwards but unintentionally caused his lower sword to rub up against her untouched nether region, causing her to make a noise that he never thought was possible. Did she just moan? Taking a closer look at the lioness's face, he realized that it had become a bright shade of red and that her breathing had become hurried. Moving his sights down from her face and to her abdomen, he saw that while she hadn't much muscle on that area, the amount of body fat that he expected to be there was practically non-existent. Moving on from her abdomen and onto her bushy area, it was exactly as he had imagined, wild. Pushing him off of her and sending him flying into the distance until he landed flat on his back. The look in her eyes suddenly changed as she jumped through the air, crossing the vast distance between the two and somehow managing to perfectly land on his raised sword in the smoothest transition known to mankind, while also causing a sharp spike of pain to shoot through Grimm's pelvis. Chapter 198, Burning Heart. 1 week later. Sitting completely naked on a chunk of burnt rock, a healthy glow radiated off of Grimm's skin as he yawned and reminisced on the violent yet passionate nights he and Mereoleona had spent together. Turning his head to look over his shoulder, the sight of her passed-out figure entered into his eyes. Seeing the tired but satisfied expression spread across her face, he knew that she had been conquered. Over the past week, the two of them had went at it like wild animals. No. Calling them animals would be to tame. Their actions were more akin to that of a predator and its prey. But who remained to be seen. Thrusting, sucking, punching, biting, mana zones, and explosions of every variety. Nothing was off the table. By the time the two had finished their copulation, the entire area had been razed to the ground and turned into a barren wasteland, leaving nothing behind but smoke and charred rocks. Even the unlucky carcasses of the creatures that had once lived here had long since turned to ash and scattered to the winds. And worst yet, there no love or concern to be seen in their actions. They simply wanted to make the other submit. Performing every position imaginable and even creating new unthinkable ones. To the two of them this was no different from a battle, just in a different form. But by the end of it all, it was Grimm who walked out with his head held high. With disheveled hair and covered in numerous cuts and burn scars, he had to admit that his respect for Marioliona had sharply risen. Considering that it was her first time, the fact that she managed to hold on for as long as she did was praiseworthy. If she showed even half the tenacity she did with him in her battle with Princia, it was no surprise that she came out on top. She was easily worth more than all those noble women he had slept with combined. Even the Witch Queen was no match for her. If it weren't for the fact that his body had grown so much stronger over the past 6 months, there was a chance that he could have been the one to be dominated. The deadline for the Spade Kingdom invasion should be up by now. Thinking quietly to himself, he considered leaving this place and going straight to the Spade Kingdom. But his lack of clothes was quite concerning. Since his had burnt up in his tussle with Marioliona and he had no other spares. If he fought the devils in his current condition, he was worried that they would get distracted. And while he had no care about what condition he fought them in, he didn't want his lack of attire to interfere in their battle. To Alicia, I guess. After coming up with a plan, he looked at the sleeping Marioliona and shook his head. It would take at least another day or two for her to wake up. Heating the tip of his finger with flame magic, he carved a short note on the ground near her before eventually leaving. Using the speed brought about by Breath of the Storm, it didn't take him longer to reach the new elf village. Yo! He greeted, walking past several elves without batting an eye. Strolling through the village in all his naked glory, there was quite a number of elven women whose faces had turned bright. But there were even more who stared at his manhood. Some even covered their faces but secretly peeked through their fingers. Unbeknownst to Grimm, his tussle with Marioliona had caused him to emit pheromones which had yet to die down. Combined with his Breath of the Beast base, the pheromones he was emitting triggered a primal response in the elven women, forcing them to fight their inherent instinct to throw themselves at him. As for the male elves, well, outside of being uncomfortable, the majority of them were outraged by Grimm's action. What was this? Was he challenging them? Did he think them so insignificant that he could charm their women without any drawback? Well, he was right. To the elves who had lived in this forest for the past 500 years, they knew nothing of conflict. And after seeing Grimm spars with Patry and the others, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance if things got heated. So instead of embarrassing themselves in front of their potential partners, they swallowed their pride and vowed to get stronger. Without knowing it, Grimm had just motivated a species of individuals whose potential was far greater than humanity's into a might makes right mindset. Whistling to himself and arriving at the Dryad's tree, after a short conversation with her, she directed him towards an elf who had fabric magic, in order to get some replacement clothes. Apparently this elf's potential surpassed Vanessa's thread magic. If Vanessa's Cat Rouge could manipulate the red strings of fate, then if this elf's potential was fully realized, they'd be able to manipulate the fabric of reality itself. Quicker than I thought. Standing in front of a mirror with an elegant wooden frame, he looked over his figure with an approving look. After thanking the elf, he quickly left the house and went to meet up with Fana and the others. Heading deeper into the forest, the sound of running water caught his attention. Smiling to himself, he headed towards the sound. It's been a while. He hummed, seeing the breathtaking sight of a naturally formed waterfall flowing ahead of him. So this is where you were hiding? Huh. Hearing a familiar-sounding voice, Fana, who was in the middle of drying her hair with fire magic, turned around. Grimm. She gasped, covering her mouth. While it would be a stretch to say that she had recovered from the trauma he had inflicted on her. After spending a month training with him, there was a lot about him that she had come to appreciate. His earnest desire to be the strongest and the uncompromising principles he had when it came to achieving it had left a deep impression on her. His refusal to take shortcuts and the amount of work he put in made her respect him. If it wasn't something he earned, then he wouldn't take it. He wanted to become the strongest, relying on nothing but his own strength. It was quite admirable. Heart Kingdom outskirts. I wonder if Laura Pekachan is doing well. Standing on top of a small hill overlooking the entire Heart Kingdom, an eye-patch-wearing woman with medium-length black hair and rocking a golden-colored tiara stared at Heart Kingdom Palace off in the distance. Humming a little tune to herself and reminiscing a little, She licked her lips at the thought of fighting a stronger Lorapeka. I hope you won't disappoint me. Because if you do, I'll be very, very angry and might just have to take it out on your little kingdom. Black Bull's base. Looks like Yami Sekiro isn't here yet. Shame. Guess I'll just have to play with you guys until he shows up. Floating in the air and using magic to raise the Black Bull's base off the ground, a crown-wearing man with combed back hair and a notable long black mark running along the entirety of his forehead smirked at the helpless magic knights. Try to entertain me. Chapter 199, Bleeding Heart. Give it up, boy. No matter what you do, you'll never get past my skin magic defense. Give up. Puking out a mouthful of blood and staining his teeth red, Luck revealed a bloody smile as he stared down the dark disciple in front of him. I can't stop here, he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. I'm gonna get stronger. Clenches right fist. I'm gonna get faster. Clenches left fist. And I'm gonna beat you. Roaring out and pushing his speed past its limits. Several magic circles started manifesting behind his figure. Because there's someone out there that I've got to catch up to. So get out of the way, you damn freak. You're slowing me down. Oh ho. Svenken raised a brow, looking at the boy unimpressed. Slowing you down, you say? Grins, and just where are you in such a hurry to go? Where am I going? Luck tilted his head to the side and grinned as more and more magic circles appeared behind him. I'm going to place where he resides. The place where only the strong can stand. I'm going to the top. Suddenly bursting out into a fit of laughter. Svenken hugged his sides as tears welled up in his eyes. The top. You. Ha 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 ha, don't you get it? People like you will never reach such a level. Only someone worthy like Lady Vanica deserves to look down on everyone else. Ignoring his words and finishing up the construction of the last few magic circles, Luck's eyes brimmed with lightning magic as he took up a running pose. Getting ready to run, are you? What a kawa dash. True lightning magic, Kara Uno's. Not allowing him to finish those words and turning himself into a bona fide bolt of lightning, Luck's speed surpassed that of Grimm's unbalanced breath of the storm, as he tore through Svenken's magically reinforced skin armor and blasted off into the distance, leaving a gaping hole in the dark disciple's chest. What? Unable to understand what had just taken place, Svenken stood wide-eyed with his mouth held open. TCH. Luck clicked, his tongue perched up on one of the Heart Kingdom buildings and looking down at him. No wonder Grimm didn't bother learning true magic, the activation is way too slow for someone like him. Heart Kingdom Palace. Noel. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Bursting out from the center of a watery explosion, another dark disciple with a body-related type magic, lifted his elongated tongue and whipped it at Noel, Mimosa, and Lorapeka. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Swoosh, swoosh. Dodging it moments before it could hit them, the girls distanced themselves and looked at the dark disciple with disgust in their eyes as his tongue left a huge dent in the ground. Young girls, young girls, young girls. He screamed hysterically, his tongue dripping with saliva. Let me lick you. Disgusting. Noelle's face scrunched up as she looked at her cousin. Mimosa. On it. Plant magic, magic cannon flower. With the water spirit Undine behind her and powering up her spell via her water magic, Mimosa created a large flower and fired a powerful ray of highly concentrated mana out from the opening of its petals, completely engulfing the dark disciple and presumably killing him. After seeing Grimm's lone figure shooting towards the meteor in his fight against the rogue Wizard King, she had steeled her resolve and vowed to never again sit on the sidelines while he risked himself for them. This time I'll stand beside you. Nice shot, Mimosa. Lorapeka complimented, giving the young noble a thumbs up. Ha ha, it's all thanks to Undi. Suddenly freezing in place, the smiles on the Tyros' faces fell as they were hit by a heavy amount of mana that threatened to crush them and force them down to their knees. This overwhelming pressure. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. This mana. It's so heavy. Struggling to stand their ground, beads of sweat trickled down the faces of the three girls as they swallowed their saliva and did their best to steel their nerves. Behind the body of the defeated dark disciple, the distressing echoes of heels tapping against the stone floor reverberated out, making its way into the ears of the girls. Yuhu Loro Pechka-chan. Vanica beamed, stepping through the hole in the wall looking awfully gleeful. The Vanica. Lorapeka stuttered, touching her curse-marked stomach. Ah, you remembered my gift. She giggled, noticing Lorapeka's actions. Don't worry. I had to leave early last time because of some meticulous stuff. But I promise we can have as much fun as we want today. Swallowing her nervousness and gathering both her anger and courage, the Queen of the Heart Kingdom looked her enemy dead in the eye and asked with deadly seriousness. If I'm the one you want, why did you attack the innocent people of my kingdom? Why spread such death and destruction? Oh, that, she tapped her cheek before her face morphed into a disturbing smile. I figured you'd be more into the fight this way. What? Ah, don't you get it? Vanica teased. This is the only way I could make you fight me seriously. Realizing the meaning behind those words, Lorapeka's eyes became hollow as despair settled in. This is my fault. Because of me. My people are suffering because of M. Slap. Snap out of it. Noelle yelled. Oh. Vanica blinked, seeing the scene. And Noelle. Lorapeka's tear-filled eyes looked at her, feeling the burning sensation on her cheek. We didn't come all this way for you to cry now. We made a promise, didn't we? We promised to beat her together. Grim or no grim. We'll win this. And you. She turned towards Vanica. You monster. She yelled, unable to contain herself any longer. What the hell do you take human lives for? Huh? Vanica suddenly looked at her. Why is some no-name extra talking to me? No-name extra. Noelle trembled at her words and clenched her fists. Yeah, I'm some no-name extra. But guess what? This no-name extra and her friends have already dealt your henchmen. You're done, Vanica. You've lost. Is that so? She yawned and snapped her fingers. Vroom. I guess I missed that part. Rising out from behind her and cast a large shadow. The previously thought to be dead dark disciple rose to his feet and let out a perverted laugh while having a look of extreme pleasure plastered across his face. Do-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, that felt so good. Thank you, Lady Vanica, because of you I was able to feel so goo. Splash. Jumping into the air and stabbing the heel of her boot through the dark disciple's skull. Vanica slammed his head into the ground and looked down at him in disgust. Shut up and go deal with the extras who aren't Lorapeka. Foo. He laughed as she pulled her blood-soaked heel out from his head. Marie, step on me, Marie. Anyways, she ignored him and returned her focus back onto the trio. As you can see, thanks to the curse I put on them, killing them is impossible. Grins. So what were you saying about dealing with them? Chapter 200, Troubled Heart. Water creation magic, sea dragons roar. Swoosh. Equipping her, Valkyrie armor, and rushing her, Noelle fired off a long-range defensive spell, hoping to create an opening for her and Lorapeka to take advantage of while Mimosa kept the dark disciple busy. Take this. She screamed at the top of her lungs, putting her all into the attack. Looking at the incoming attack without a ripple of emotion appearing on her face, Vanica stood with her hands in her pockets and let her grimoire float up to her. Pathetic. Blood magic, red beast. Rare. Exploding out of her and letting out a monstrous roar in the process, the top half of a gigantic eyeless creature made entirely out of blood burst out from the top of her body and crushed the sea dragon in its jaws. Pop. Applying a bit of pressure to its mouth, the body of the dragon burst and turned into a sprinkle. Ignoring the pitter-patter of the dead dragon raining down on her, Vanica looked at the bewildered Noelle and in a mocking tone she asked. What was that supposed to be? An attack? Grins, let me show you what a real attack looks like. Slash. Gliding its claws along the ground and swiping upwards, the red beast let loose a flurry of flying blood slashes towards the water mages. Undine! Lorapeka yelled. Heeding her call, the spirit of water spread her hands out and raised a protective barrier of water. I won't let you harm her. Crash. Crash. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Damn it. Laura Pekka grit her teeth watching as the blood slashes cut through their defense and dissipated inside the water barrier. I wanted to rely on Grimm's power to help deal with her, but without him here we'll have to resort to plan B. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Laura Pekka-chan. Bursting through the water barrier with a huge smile spread across her face and riding on top her, red beast. Vanica let her tongue hang out of her mouth as the red beast's fist slammed down towards the unprotected queen. Laura Pekka. Noelle and Undine screamed in union as Noelle pushed her speed to its limits and grabbed Laura Pekka moments before the blood fist could crush her. Asterisk bong. Asterisk. Ahahahahahaha. Vanica burst into maniacal laughter, thoroughly enjoying herself. Come on, Laura Pekka. Show me what you can really do. Forget world tree magic and dark magic. This is where the real fun's at. Asterisk slash. Asterisk asterisk slash. Asterisk asterisk slash. Asterisk. Narrowly dodging the slashes while also carrying Laura Pekka in her arms, Noelle's mind raced. World tree magic. Dark magic. Don't those belong to Captain Yami and Captain Vangance? What are you planning, Vanica? She yelled. What are you and the Dark Triad trying to do? Ugh. Vanica rolled her eyes and made an irritated face upon hearing her voice. Why would I tell a nobody like you? Safe in Noelle's arms, Laura Pekka closed her eyes and searched the Heart Kingdom's records of what the Dark Triad could do if they acquired both World Tree Magic and Dark Magic. World Tree Magic. Dark Magic. World Tree Magic. Dark Magic. Oh no, her eyes suddenly snapped open as sweat drenched her face. Noelle. She suddenly cried out. Huh? What happened? Why is she so pale? The Dark Triad. We have to stop them. Eh? I know. That's what we were planning to do. No. You don't understand. This is about more than just my life now. If we let the Dark Triad have their way, devils will pour into our world and 90% of the people on this continent will die. It'll spell the end of the world as we know it. What? Dodging another attack, her head snapped in Vanica's direction. You goddamn psychopath. What the hell is wrong with you? Why the hell would you do such a dreadful thing? Ugh, you're still talking. Losing her smile, Vanica upped the ferocity of her attacks. So what if all those weaklings die / I just want to have fun with all the strong guys who manage to survive in a place like that. If you have a problem with that, then do your best to survive. This woman, she's insane. Looking at Vanica's grinning face, Noelle was deeply disturbed by how carefree she was about the extinction of humanity. Plan B. She looked at Laura Pekka. Nods. Plan B. Having no other choice, Laura Pekka moved to Plan B. For the sake of this kingdom and the world, we'll beat you right here, right now. Mana Zone plus Mana Method. Water Spirit Magic, Ludic Sanctuary. Asterisk Splush. Asterisk asterisk splush. Asterisk asterisk splush. Asterisk. Summoning out multiple pillars of swirling water by pulling in water her surroundings, Laura Pekka watched as they rose into the air. One of them even swallowed Vanica and her blood beast, forcing them into the sky where all the pillars combined together to form a massive body of water with 3 mana Aries/magic circles placed around its top, middle, and bottom. Go Noelle. She yelled as the Clover Royal jumped into one of the rising pillars and shot towards the massive mass of water above. I've done everything I can, I leave the rest to you. Shooting through the pillar, Noelle steeled her resolve and prepared herself for the battle ahead. The water makes it harder to congeal blood, cutting her power in half while boosting my ow. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before she could finish what she was thinking, the sound of a high-pitched whistle pierced through the air as something dropped from the sky and crashed straight into the center of the mass of water at such a speed and with enough impact that it shot through the top layer and exited through the bottom, somehow managing to break the mana Aries in the process and causing the towering body of water to falter and explode. No. Laura Pekka screamed, falling to her knees in despair as she watched the spell she had meticulously practiced break. What happened? Facing upwards and watching as the clouds grew further from her eyes, wind rushed past Noelle's ears as she fell through the air and felt the previous boost of power she was receiving from Lorapeka's spell leave her body. On the ground. Whistles. Damn. I was just coming for a rematch with Gaja before heading to the Spade Kingdom. But who would have guessed that I'd see something so interesting on my way? Sensing the multiple dark mana signatures spread out all over the Heart Kingdom, a small but disappointed smile crept up onto his face. All stage 0, huh? Too bad I'm far above that now. Gee, Grim. A weak voice sounded out from behind him. Eh. He turned around and caught sight of his caller. Oh, it's you. Lowly Pikachu. Lorapeka. Right. He nodded, not taking her seriously but noticing her pale face. Wow, she looks like shit. It's your fault. She groaned as if reading his mind. Why do you keep breaking the spells of the Heart Kingdom? Forming mana arrays aren't easy. Sighing to herself, the backlash from having a spell that was connected to her obliterated left her feeling extremely weak and drained. And knowing from Noelle and Mimosa's stories that arguing with Grim could potentially put her life at risk, she wrung her sleeves dry and pushed herself up to her feet as Undine cruised down from the sky with Noelle in her arms. I destroyed a spell. Grim thought back for a moment. Oh. He suddenly figured it out. You mean that non-aesthetically pleasing eyesore floating in the sky? It was bother. Ha ha. He called the only plan we had that didn't involve him a bother. I'm tired. Besides. He shrugged. I felt a powerful mana signature coming from inside. A powerful mana signature. Eyes widen. You mean? Yoo-hoo. A cheery voice suddenly echoed out from the distance, causing everyone to freeze. Loro-chan. Vanica grinned. You never told me you made such an interesting friend. Creator's thoughts.